This video continues with another battle against the Platinum Dragon King. Comprehensive Comics, Rise from the Bone King, another battle against the Platinum Dragon King, Abylian Hills. The message sent to Evil Eye received no response, causing Vaya's expression to become extremely grim. Platinum Dragon King, did you kill Evil Eye? Imburan's little sister is very safe. She is just enjoying some alone time with a companion from the past. As soon as the Platinum Dragon King finished speaking, the Azure Dragon King flew to his side and shouted, "Please allow me to join you in subjugating Vaya Helios." Absolutely not. The Platinum Dragon King refused outright. The gap in power between you and us is too great. I don't want you to be caught in the crossfire of our battle. Since your mission is complete, you should return to the Agrand Council Nation now. As you command. The Azure Dragon King reluctantly accepted the order, then turned and flew north. Final War, Evil. Just as the Azure Dragon King departed, Vaya used 10th tier magic to summon the Demon Legion. The next instant, pitch-black magical power coiled around Vaya's body into a massive vortex, and swarms of demons flew out of the whirlpool. Vaya, you won't have a chance to escape this time. After saying this, the Platinum Dragon King released a massive energy sphere in an expanding and exploding state toward Vaya. Could this be the Platinum Dragon King's highest rank primordial magic, ultimate great explosion? As a true Dragon King of the highest caliber, the Platinum Dragon King, like the corpse-suppressing Dragon King, created highest rank primordial magic with power comparable to the world-class item 20. The corpse-suppressing Dragon King's highest rank primordial magic, Soul Destruction Breath, had the power to instantly kill even level 100 players. The Platinum Dragon King's highest rank primordial magic, Ultimate Great Explosion, surely had an effect equivalent to Soul Destruction Breath. At the moment death descended, Vaya instinctively ordered the Demon Legion to protect him. The Demon Legion, led by a level 70 Great Demon, immediately charged toward the massive energy sphere. Booms, booms, boom. Under Vaya's shocked gaze, the origin magic released by the Platinum Dragon King exploded, instantly killing all the demons and spreading the blast radius to Vaya's location. Boom, booms, boom. The shockwave of the explosion impacted Vaya's body over and over again. Perhaps because its power was weakened by destroying the Demon Legion, the Platinum Dragon King's origin magic did not inflict any real damage on Vaya. The Platinum Dragon King's ultimate great explosion couldn't possibly only have this level of power. After the lingering effects of the origin magic explosion disappeared, Vaya's eyes lit up as he looked at the platinum armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King. Just like players' super-tier magic had different levels, there was super-tier magic that could be learned at LV 70, and also super-tier magic that could be learned at LV 80 and LV 90. Origin magic was the same. Highest rank primordial magic could only be used by true Dragon Kings above level 90. The platinum armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King was only around level 85, so he could not use highest rank primordial magic at all. Platinum Dragon King, what you just used was not highest rank primordial magic. That's right. The Platinum Dragon King did not deny it. The origin magic just now was a degraded version of my highest rank primordial magic, Primordial Great Explosion. Although it is not highest rank primordial magic, the power of Primordial Great Explosion is sufficient to kill you. Your Primordial Great Explosion is high rank primordial magic that true Dragon Kings above level 80 can use. A confident smile appeared on Vaya's face. I am now also an overlord above level 80, so I can create origin magic whose power rivals Primordial Great Explosion to fight you. You want to create origin magic? The Platinum Dragon King couldn't help but laugh. Do you think creating origin magic is something that can be accomplished in a short time? If I were creating new origin magic from scratch, it would indeed take a lot of time. But I don't need to start from scratch, because I can modify the tier magic I frequently use into origin magic. Having said this, Vaya unleashed a 10th tier attack spell toward the Platinum Dragon King. Divine Flame. Platinum-colored Holy Flame rushed toward the Platinum Dragon King like a surging torrent. While releasing Divine Flame, Vaya repeatedly attempted to modify Divine Flame into Origin magic, but the world's river of souls remained unresponsive to Vaya. While blocking Divine Flame with the world's severing barrier, the Platinum Dragon King released Primordial Great Explosion once more. Vaya, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you go to the Agrand Council Nation and accept my supervision, I absolutely will not harm you. Char, let me think about it. I won't allow you to stall for time. The Platinum Dragon King directly hurled the massive energy sphere of Primordial Great Explosion at Vaya. The holy flames of Divine Flame struck the massive energy sphere, but had no effect on it. Correct. When the massive energy sphere hit Vaya and caused a huge explosion, the River of Souls finally opened its gate, and endless platinum-colored holy flames enveloped Vaya's entire body. A moment later, the aftereffects of Primordial Great Explosion disappeared. Looking at Vaya, who was completely enveloped in holy flames, the Platinum Dragon King cried out in disbelief. This is my high-rank primordial magic, ultimate holy flame. I am neither undead nor an evil creature, so why did you create holy attribute origin magic? Because you are not my true enemy. Vaya explained. Char, I once told you that evil players would descend in 3 years and suggested you create holy attribute highest rank primordial magic. Since you refused to believe me, I could only create holy attribute origin magic myself. Bone King, a complete stranger I've never met, actually created holy attribute origin magic full of malice against me and the Guardians. The local dragon race is too unfriendly. The Platinum Dragon King remained silent for a moment. Perhaps I truly was mistaken. After all, this isn't the first time I've made a mistake. Even if you admit you were wrong, you still won't give up the idea of killing me. If I gave up whenever I made a wrong choice, Riku would not have died. Was Riku killed by you? The Platinum Dragon King did not answer the question and released Primordial Great Explosion toward Vaya once more. Vaya also released Ultimate Holy Flame in retaliation. Booms, booms, boom. The massive energy sphere, whose blast radius covered tens of thousands of meters, collided with the torrent of platinum-colored holy flames, ultimately annihilating each other and vanishing. On the ground, seeing Vaya and the Platinum Dragon King fight using origin magic powerful enough to destroy cities and nations, Remedios widened her eyes and murmured, "This is His Majesty Vaya's true strength." Kyrat said with a solemn expression, "His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor is actually evenly matched with the legendary Platinum Dragon King. It seems he is also a legendary true Dragon King. This is practically a battle between gods from a myth." Watching the fighting figures of Vaya and the Platinum Dragon King, Karuko's gaze grew even more obsessed. Victory, just as super-tier magic has a limit on the number of uses per day. High-tier origin magic, capable of destroying cities, annihilating nations, and changing the world, naturally also has a limit on its uses. After Vaya's ultimate Holy Flame and the Platinum Dragon King's Origin Great Explosion clashed for a second time, Vaya saw that the Platinum Dragon King did not continue to cast Origin Great Explosion, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. Platinum Dragon King, it seems that when you control the Platinum Armor, you can only use high-tier Origin magic 3 times. Even if I cannot use Origin Great Explosion, it doesn't mean you can defeat me. Today's victory will surely be mine. Vaya, having declared victory, once again used 10th-tier magic to summon a demon legion. Final War, Evil. A swirling vortex of dark magic appeared around Vaya's body, and then a demon legion, led by a level 70 archdemon, was summoned. Under Vaya's control, the demon legion flew to the Platinum Dragon King and surrounded him. While the Platinum Dragon King fought the archdemon, Vaya unleashed Ultimate Holy Flame at the Platinum Dragon King for the 3rd time, and the platinum-colored Holy Flame transformed into a torrent rushing towards the Platinum Dragon King. The next instant, all the demons surrounding the Platinum Dragon King were instantly killed by the Ultimate Holy Flame, and the Platinum Armor also sustained numerous scars under the impact of the platinum-colored flame torrent. After the torrent of ultimate holy flame disappeared, Vaya saw the spear, sword, hammer, and greatsword still floating around the tattered platinum armor, and he once again aimed his right hand at the platinum armor. As expected of the Platinum Dragon King, it seems I will have to use ultimate holy flame a fourth time to defeat you. To defeat me, you are actually willing to pay the price of using high-tier origin magic a fourth time. Currently, Vaya can only use high-tier origin magic 3 times a day. Therefore, using high-tier origin magic a fourth time would incur a huge price for Vaya. The price for using high-tier origin magic a fourth time is indeed enormous, but I am willing to bear that price to defeat you. To prevent you from destroying this armor, it seems I must concede victory to you today. World Shift. The Platinum Dragon King used his last remaining power to activate the Origin Magic World Shift for teleportation, and the Platinum armor instantly vanished from in front of Vaya. After the Platinum Dragon King left, Vaya let out a burst of laughter. Platinum Dragon King, before you fought me, I had already used the high-tier Origin Magic World alteration, so I am currently in a state of having used high-tier Origin magic 4 times. Then, Vaya's body began to fall from high in the sky. Seeing this, Karko immediately used flight magic to fly towards Vaya. Before Vaya hit the ground, Karko used flight on Vaya's body, causing his falling body to become suspended. Looking at Karko, who was holding his right arm, Vaya said anxiously, "Karko, quickly take me to a safe place." After saying this, Vaya's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed. Vaya opened his eyes and saw himself lying in a luxurious bedroom. "Lord Vaya, you're finally awake." Hearing Karko's joyful voice, Vaya turned his head and saw a tired-looking Karko sitting by the bed. "Karko, where is this place?" A confident smile appeared on Karko's small face. "This is the safest place in our holy kingdom, the royal palace located in the capital city of Herbans. How long have I been asleep?" 3 days. "Have you been taking care of me all this time?" Karko did not deny it. "Lord Vaya, now the people of our holy kingdom no longer have to worry about the invasion of demi-humans. It is only right that I do anything for you. The people of the holy kingdom no longer have to worry about the invasion of demi-humans." Vaya looked at Karko with some surprise. "I only dealt with a portion of the demi-humans in the Abelian Hills. Did you resolve the remaining demi-humans?" "Lord Vaya, because you displayed the power to destroy cities and nations in the Abelian Hills, the queen of the demon-manifested people has led all demi-humans to surrender. Among the demi-human tribes in the Abelian Hills, the demon-manifested people are a relatively powerful race. They are naturally endowed with the abilities of magic chanters, capable of reaching up to the 4th tier, and their royalty can even reach the 5th tier. Nasserini Beltkiller, the queen of the demon-manifested people, is one of the 10 heroes of the demi-humans, and the only surviving member of the 10 heroes." After listening to Karko's explanation, Vaya opened his status panel. Seeing that Primal Chanter and World Connector had increased to LV8, Dragon Transcender had increased to LV2, and his overall level had increased to LV84, Vaya showed a disappointed expression. Because World Guardian and Dragon Ruler had not leveled up. "Karko, if the queen of the demon-manifested people is truly sincere in her submission to me, I hope you can arrange a meeting between us. I will immediately have Remedios and Curat bring the queen of the demon-manifested people to the royal palace." Karko hastily left the room, and Vaya's gaze turned to Dragon Transcender on his status panel. Dragon Transcender increased to LV2. Is it because I defeated the Platinum Dragon King, who is a Transcender? If this guess is correct, Vaya would only be able to increase the level of Dragon Transcender by defeating Transcenders, overlords, of LV80 or higher. Just then, Evil Eye's voice suddenly echoed in Vaya's mind. "Vaya, can you receive the message?" Vaya immediately replied, "Evil Eye, are you hurt? I was just imprisoned in the inn by Rigrit using the world's severing barrier. I haven't received a reply to the messages I sent you during this time. Are you injured?" No. Considering that Evil Eye might be under mind control, Vaya did not tell her the truth. You're lying. Tell me where you are. I'm coming to take care of you. Evil Eye, I don't want the Platinum Dragon King to know my current state, so you cannot come find me. You really haven't recovered. Evil Eye, I have now taken control of the Abelian Hills. My next goal is to seize the Elf Kingdom in the great forest of Ivantia. If you truly want to help me, gather an army with Lachius and prepare to conquer the Elf Kingdom. Seize the Elf Kingdom? Aren't you being too greedy? I have a reason why I must expand my territory. Vaya explained to her. Now the Platinum Dragon King has marked me as a target he must kill. To contend with the Platinum Dragon King, I must increase my strength. Increasing territory can increase your strength. Yes. It seems you have a class similar to Emperor, King, or Lord. Riesti's Kingdom. Capital City. Evil Eye walked out of the inn, a determined expression on her face as she looked up at the sky. Before you return, I will definitely prepare an army for you to invade the Elf Kingdom, the submission of subhumans, Rabble Holy Kingdom. Capital City of Herbans. The palace's luxurious conference room. Vaya sat on the sofa by the tea table, his gaze observing Caspond Besserez, who sat opposite him. The slender Caspond had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as Carco. His face bore a resemblance to the profile of the second Holy King imprinted on the Holy Kingdom's gold coins. As a faith-based magic chanter, he wore a white magic robe embroidered with the Holy Kingdom's emblem. Caspond, who appeared rational, intelligent, and gentle, was Carco's only trusted relative. Because Caspond was originally the first in line to the throne, but to avoid bloodshed with Carco, he voluntarily ceded the throne to his more capable younger sister. In fact, he was more suited to be the Holy King than Carco, because unlike the gentle Carco, Caspond was willing to become a second blood emperor if it benefited the nation's development. His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor, I am Caspond Besserez. I am Vaya Helias. After they introduced themselves, Vaya proactively asked Caspond, Caspond, what is your reason for wanting to meet me? Your Majesty the White Dragon Emperor. Our Holy Kingdom has over 7 million people, but its territory is only half the size of the Riesti's Kingdom. To provide more living space for the Holy Kingdom citizens, I hope you will allow our citizens to migrate to the Abelian Hills. As long as they are willing to become subjects of the White Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon Empire will welcome them. I thank you on behalf of the Holy Kingdom citizens. After Caspond left, 6 demi-human representatives, led by the demon manifest Queen Nasserini, entered the conference room. Seeing Vaya sitting on the sofa, the four-armed demon manifest Queen Nasserini immediately prostrated herself. Great Dragon King, we, representing all demi-humans of the Abelian Hills, submit to you. Behind Nasserini, the orc, serpentman, centaur, arachnid, and winged demi-human also knelt. Orcs are demi-humans with human height and pig-like features. Serpent men are demi-human races with snake heads, also considered close relatives of lizard men. Centaurs are demi-humans with horse-like legs, skilled at galloping. Arachnids are spider-like demi-humans with 4 extremely long, slender limbs. They can emit various silks from their mouths and use these silks to create clothing and other items with hardness equivalent to steel. Winged demi-humans are demi-humans skilled at gliding with their wings. As long as they don't fly, they can unleash wind blade attacks that armor can hardly mitigate, so they are actually stronger when not flying. Vaya scrutinized these demi-humans, realizing that none of them were cannibalistic races. Nasserini felt Chuler. The demon manifest queen, hearing her name, looked up at Vaya with some excitement. Great Dragon King, do you have any commands? My title is White Dragon Emperor. Please forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty the Great White Dragon Emperor. Seeing the demon manifest queen trembling with fear, a faint smile appeared on Vaya's face. You can rest assured, I will not exterminate all demi-humans in the Abelian Hills, because I only dislike cannibalistic demi-humans. As long as you sincerely submit to me and are willing to become subjects of the White Dragon Empire, I will accept you and allow you to receive the White Dragon Emperor's protection. The demon manifest queen immediately said, "Your Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor, we demon manifests are truly willing to submit to you." The representatives of the orc, serpentman, centaur, arachnid, and winged demi-human followed suit, saying, "We also sincerely submit to you. I need you to prove it with action." Vaya stated his demands to them. "Not all cannibalistic demi-humans in the Abelian Hills have been exterminated by me. To make the Abelian Hills suitable for human survival, you must kill all cannibalistic demi-humans." "As you command." The demon manifest queen accepted the order without hesitation. The orc representative looked at Vaya with reluctance. "Your Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor, we orcs do not wish to fight humans, nor do we wish to fight other demi-humans. I did not give you the right to refuse," Vaya said, looking at the orc representative with cold eyes. "The Abelian Hills are already the territory of the White Dragon Empire. If you orcs wish to continue living in the Abelian Hills, you must obey my commands. If the orcs refuse to accept my commands, they must leave my territory." "Make us leave." The orc hesitated for a moment, then finally bowed his head in resignation. "We accept your command." After the demon manifest queen led the representatives of the orc, serpentman, centaur, arachnid, and winged demi-human out of the room, Vaya immediately opened his attribute panel. Seeing that World Guardian and Dragon Ruler had both increased to LV8, and his overall level had risen to LV86, Vaya confirmed a fact. The demon manifests, orcs, serpentmen, centaurs, arachnids, and winged demi-humans of the Abelian Hills had indeed sincerely submitted to Vaya. In the Golden District of the capital city of Herbans, Ninja Balaja, dressed in a white cleric's robe, entered a small, exquisite residence. "Mom, I'm home." Opening the entrance door, a familiar black figure appeared before Ninja. "Dad." Ninja looked at her father, Pabel Balaja, with surprise. Because Pabel served as the commander of the Grand Fortress on the eastern border, his visits home were rare. "Why is Dad suddenly home?" "Of course, it's because the war between the Holy Kingdom and the demi-humans is over." Pabel sighed, a troubled expression on his face. "My dear daughter, the main reason Dad suddenly came home is because of you. I heard that you neither want to inherit your mother's identity as a holy knight nor your father's as a divine marksman, but instead want to become a priest. Neither your mother nor I have the talent of a magic chanter. You are simply not suited to be a priest." "Dad, you misunderstood." Ninja showed a brilliant smile. "I'm not going to be a priest. I'm going to be an evangelist, proclaiming the greatness of the White Dragon God and inspiring my compatriots in the Holy Kingdom to become followers of the White Dragon God with me." "White Dragon God?" "Dad, His Majesty Vaya is the incarnation of the White Dragon God. The White Dragon God himself descended to the human world. The miracles His Majesty Vaya displayed in the Abelian Hills were witnessed by me and the Knights Templar, Priest Corps, Adventurer Guild, and Professional Soldier Corps who entered the Abelian Hills." Looking at Ninja, who resembled a fanatical believer, Pabel warned her with a solemn expression. "Ninja, the Grand Cathedral holds immense power in the Holy Kingdom. Even Her Majesty, the Holy Maiden, was able to inherit the throne because of the support of Curat, the Grand Priest of the Grand Cathedral. If you preach about the White Dragon God in the Holy Kingdom, the Grand Cathedral will surely punish you." "Dad's worries are completely unnecessary." "My worries are unnecessary. Curat, the Grand Priest of the Grand Cathedral, has already told me that the faith of the White Dragon God can be spread in the Holy Kingdom, Saintess and Elves, Erantle, the imperial capital of the White Dragon Empire, the garden of the City Hall." Watching Lachius elegantly sipping black tea, Evil Eye urged her impatiently. "Lachius, I have already told you Vaya's command. You should now mobilize Erantle's army to prepare for the invasion of the Elf Kingdom." "Evil Eye, you still haven't told me the reason for this." A cunning smile appeared on Lachius's small face. "Don't you even know why Lord Vaya wants to attack the Elf Kingdom?" "The reason Vaya is attacking the Elf Kingdom is a bit complicated to explain," Evil Eye said with a frown. 200 years ago, when I followed the leader of the 13 heroes, Rick, to subjugate the demon god, I learned some secrets. There are all sorts of classes in this world. Since you and I are princesses, we have the status class of princess. Vaya, as the ruler of the White Dragon Empire, also has status classes like Emperor, King, and Lord. As long as he expands his territory, his status class can level up. That is his reason for wanting to attack the Elf Kingdom. Lord Vaya wants to seize the Elf Kingdom to raise his level. Is there currently an enemy he cannot defeat? Yes. Evil Eye's gaze turned toward the Agran Council nation. The enemy Vaya wants to fight against is the strongest true dragon king in this world. If that's the case, Lacheus set down the teacup in her hand. I think the Riesti's kingdom is a better target than the Elf Kingdom in the Ivantia Great Forest. The Riesti's kingdom is the second largest human nation, second only to the slain Theocracy in population. Therefore, the Riesti's kingdom becoming Lord Vaya's territory would give Lord Vaya a much greater increase in level. Lacheus, you are the third princess of the Riesti's kingdom. Precisely because I am the third princess of the Riesti's kingdom, I propose seizing the Riesti's kingdom. Now that Brother Pablo has been stripped of his right to succession, I am the second heir to the throne. As long as we stage a coup, I can become the queen of the Riesti's kingdom and then offer the entire Riesti's kingdom to Lord Vaya. Looking at the astonished Evil Eye, Lacheus gave a confident smile. To help our beloved Lord Vaya, you surely won't refuse me. The Bahur's Empire. The outskirts of the imperial capital, Oental. A half-elf named Emina stopped, glaring fiercely at the three people walking toward her. As a hybrid of human and forest elf, Emina inherited the slender figure of the forest elves, had pointed ears only half the length of a forest elf's, and her beautiful purple long hair was tied into twin tails. She was wearing tight leather armor, and her weapons were the bow and arrows on her back and the short dagger hanging at her waist. The leader of the three people walking toward her was a handsome young man with slicked-back hair and narrow eyes holding a look of arrogance. He wore black, lightweight leather armor, with a symbol of the character Heaven split vertically on his chest plate, and a divine sword similar to Brian Anglea's weapon at his waist. The two people behind him were both forest elf girls whose long ears had been cut in half. They wore ragged clothes of poor material and craftsmanship, evidence that they were forest elf slaves from the slain Theocracy. During the century war between the Elf Kingdom and the slain Theocracy, a large number of forest elves were captured by the slain Theocracy. These forest elves had their will to resist destroyed through various means and were tamed, then sold as high-value slaves to other countries. Are you dissatisfied with this great lord? The man stopped in front of Emina, revealing a cruel smile. I am Elia Uzuls, the captain of the worker team, Heavenly Might, a genius warrior whose strength is close to the 5th tier. My teammates are all slaves I bought at a high price. Do you, a filthy half-elf, also want to become this great lord's teammate slave? Don't come near me. Emina voluntarily retreated, putting distance between herself and Elia. Because she only had 3rd tier strength. Your reaction is truly interesting. Elia showed an excited smile. These tamed slaves are too docile. I've always wanted a teammate slave who would resist. Since fate arranged for us to meet here, I will personally catch you and tame you into my slave. Seeing Elia's right hand grip the hilt of the sword at his waist, Emina retreated while aiming her bow and arrow at Elia. Here I come, Shukuchi. Elia warned Emina, then used the martial art Shukuchi to close the distance between them. Emina immediately fired a special magic arrow with a flattened arrowhead designed to inflict bludgeoning damage on the enemy. Too slow. Elia easily dodged the arrow and launched a slash toward Emina. Just as Elia's divine sword was about to strike Emina, a woman wearing a white gown and a white veil suddenly appeared beside Emina and spoke a single word to Elia. Die. This was the 8th tier instant death magic, Death. The magical fluctuation of death swept over Elia's body, and Elia instantly collapsed onto the ground as a corpse. He's dead. Emina stared wide-eyed, watching Elia's corpse in disbelief. Because killing Elia, who had strength close to the 5th tier, with a single word die was beyond her comprehension. Recovering from her shock, Emina looked at the woman in the pure white gown with terror. Granchen lifted her veil and smiled at Amina and the two forest elf slaves. You don't need to be afraid. I killed this man to protect you. The forest elf slaves with short blue hair and short golden hair expressionlessly approached Granchen. Since you killed our master, you are now our new master. I do not need slaves. Granchen extended her right hand and cast healing magic upon the two forest elf slaves. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Granchen Roca, the true white Saren who serves the white dragon god, and I am currently propagating the faith of the white dragon god in the Bahar's empire. If you truly wish to thank me, you may accompany me to various towns and villages and increase the number of white dragon god followers by healing the villagers. The two forest elves' severed ears regenerated, and expressions of excitement immediately appeared on their numb faces. The blue-haired forest elf spoke first. Thank you, Master, for healing us. My class is priest, and I am willing to follow Master to propagate the faith of the white dragon god. The blonde forest elf followed up. My class is forest priest, and I am also willing to follow Master to propagate the faith of the white dragon god. A troubled expression appeared on Amina's face. My class is rogue, so I can't follow you. It doesn't matter if you are a rogue. Granchen said in an undeniable tone. I will give you items imbued with healing magic, and I will also give you a sufficient monthly salary. Please join us in propagating the faith of the white dragon god. Queen Lana, Riesti's kingdom. Capital, Francia Palace. Ramses III and Cynic walked into the conference room with Marquis Raven and warrior Captain Gazef, and were surprised to see Lachius sitting on the throne belonging to the king, with Evil Eye and Blue Roses, Lachius, Gagarin, Tina, and Tia standing beside her. Ramses III now knew that Lachius possessed 5th-tier strength, and also knew that Evil Eye was the legendary monster nation destroyer, who could destroy an entire country by herself. Looking at their figures standing on either side of Lachius, Ramses III felt a sense of being intimidated by force. Such a thing is impossible. After all, Lachius is my most beloved daughter. Lachius, that is not a place you can sit. Recovering from his surprise, Ramses III showed a gentle expression of doting on his daughter. You are no longer a child now. Why can I not sit here? A naive and simple smile appeared on Lachius's small face. Am I not your heir, Father King? You are of course my heir. Ramses III explained very patiently. But your brother, Brother Shinak, is the first heir to the throne. Lachius's gaze turned to Cynic. Brother Shinak, I hope you can give up your right to inherit the throne. Under the gaze of everyone, Cynic said with a gloomy face. Father King, I want to give up my right to inherit the throne. Now Ramses III finally understood that Lachius was serious. She really wanted to become queen. Are you really Lachius? My Lachius, my naive and simple daughter would not do such a thing. Father King, you are too much, actually suspecting that I am not your daughter. Lachius pretended to be very sad. Just as you do not understand Brother Pablo, you do not understand me either. But Brother Shinak can prove that I am the genuine Lachius. Father King, she is indeed Lachius. Cynic said helplessly, Your daughter Lachius is a genius whose wisdom far exceeds mine, a monster that we mediocre people cannot understand. The naive and simple daughter you love is just an image that Lachius has disguised. I am truly a failed father, not even understanding my most beloved daughter. Ramses III showed a painful expression. Seeing Ramses III sad to the point of shedding tears, Gazef said with a serious face, Your Majesty, please allow me to stop Princess Lachius. Evil Eye sighed. Warrior Captain Gazef, I am the witch known as the Nation Destroyer, and this title represents that I possess the power to destroy cities and countries. Even if all the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the kingdom were added together, they could not defeat me, this Nation Destroyer witch. For the sake of the kingdom, I am willing to offer my own life. Hearing Gazef's words, Lachius let out a sweet laugh. Warrior Commander, since you are not loyal to the king, but loyal to the kingdom, why do you want to be my enemy? I am already the first heir to the throne, and being an enemy to me is betraying the kingdom. Gazef was immediately speechless. Because Cynic gave up his right to inherit the throne, Lachius was indeed the first heir to the throne now. Warrior commander, I will not allow you to sacrifice yourself in vain. As if protecting his beloved son, Ramses III blocked Gazif behind him. Lachius, do you really want to seize the throne? Yes. Lachius said seriously. Please, Father King, announce that I am the first heir to the throne, and then pass the throne to me. If Father King refuses my request, I refuse your request, will you kill me this father? When the sorcerer kingdom of Aints Ul Gaun destroyed the Riestais kingdom, the murderer who killed Ramses III was indeed his most beloved daughter, Lachius. Because Lachius did not immediately deny it, everyone's gaze gathered on Lachius. Of course, I will not commit the crime of patricide. Lachius showed a cunning smile. But I will send Father King to the forest dominated by monsters. Ramses III looked at Lachius with a painful face. Daughter of the Ainzal family, why do you want to help Lachius? Because Princess Lachius is more excellent than Prince Cynic. As Lachius's best friend, Lachius and Lachius often discussed national policy, so she believed that Lachius could become a queen who considers the country and the people. Hearing Lachius's answer, Ramses III's gaze turned to Evil Eye. The legendary nation destroyer witch, why help my daughter? Evil Eye replied expressionlessly. Because I have a reason that I must help her. I understand. Ramses III's gaze returned to Lachius. Lachius, I now announce as king that you are the first heir to the throne, and tomorrow I will summon the nobles of the capital to announce my abdication. After saying this, Ramses III seemed to have aged 10 years all at once, and turned to leave the conference room with dull eyes. After warrior captain Gazif left with Ramses III, Cynic asked Lachius, Lachius, is this all your plan? You gave me the evidence of Brother Pablo colluding with 8 fingers. Was it to use me to abolish Brother Pablo's right to inherit and clear the obstacles for you to seize the throne? Brother Shinak, when I helped you defeat Brother Pablo, I truly wanted to support you to become the next king. Cynic's eyes widened in surprise. Since you truly supported me, why do you now want to? Because I need the kingdom as the price. The next day, Vaya used teleportation to return to Irantal, and was surprised to see that the army had not gathered here. Evil Eye, where are you and Lachius? After sending a message to Evil Eye, Vaya immediately received a reply. We are in the conference room of the Francia Palace. Evil Eye's voice sounded a bit guilty. Capital. Francia Palace. Vaya pushed open the door and walked into the conference room, just in time to see Ramses III take off his crown and look at the nobles beside the conference table with numb eyes. Everyone, I am old, and I should hand over the throne to the younger generation. Because Cynic has given up his right to inherit the throne, my daughter Lachius will become the queen of the Riestais kingdom. After saying these words, Ramses III left the conference room with Cynic's support. Lachius sat on the throne belonging to the king, first showing a cute smile to Vaya, and then said to the nobles, As you all heard, Father King has handed the throne to me, and now I am Queen Lachius I. The leader of the noble faction, Marquis Boralip, was the father-in-law of the eldest prince, Pablo. If Marquis Boralip were here, he would definitely lead the noble faction to oppose Lachius inheriting the throne. Unfortunately, Marquis Boralip had already left the capital and returned to his territory. Long live Queen Lachius. Marquis Raven was the first to express his support for the queen. As long as it did not damage the interests of the nobles, most nobles did not care whether it was a prince or a princess who inherited the throne. With Marquis Raven taking the lead, the nobles shouted one after another. Long live Queen Lachius. Long live Queen Lachius. Lana has stopped being human. After Marquis Raven left with the nobles, Vaya immediately questioned Lachius. What is going on here? Lord Vaya is a bit slow. Lachius stood up and walked over to Vaya. I did this to help Lord Vaya. The Riestais kingdom is a major human power with a population second only to the slain Theocracy, so having the Riestais kingdom become Lord Vaya's territory will allow your level to increase even further. You usurped the throne just to give the Riestais kingdom to me. Lachius nodded. As long as Lord Vaya fulfills my request, the Reesti's kingdom will become your territory. Because of the threat from the Platinum Dragon King, Vaya, in order to quickly increase his level, even wanted to turn the Elf Kingdom into his own territory. Now that he had the opportunity to obtain the Reesti's kingdom, Vaya forcibly suppressed his inner restlessness. Lachius, what is your request? Lord Vaya, please turn me into a familiar. Lachius looked up into Vaya's eyes. I do not want to endure my own powerlessness anymore. I want to possess strength that does not lose to other women. Lachius had just finished saying this when Lachius walked over with an angry expression. Lachius, I supported you in becoming queen because you promised me that you would let the kingdom's citizens live a better life. Now you want to give the kingdom to His Majesty Vaya. This is not what we agreed upon. Lachius grinned teasingly. The Dragon Queen Drolatilin can offer the Dragon Kingdom to Lord Vaya, so why can't I do the same thing? If you do this, the Reesti's kingdom will disappear from this world. Isn't that wonderful? Lachius laughed even more happily. Once the Reesti's kingdom disappears from this world, I can become the same kind of being as Evil Eye, the witch who bears the name of Nation Destroyer. Lachius, is this your true face? Yes, this is my true face. Have you been deceiving me and using me all this time? Although it is a fact that I deceived you, I truly considered you a friend. I do not have a friend like you who would betray her family for a man. Casting a look filled with disappointment at Lachius, Lachius turned and left the conference room. Gagarin, Tina, Tia, it is time for us to leave. After Lachius left with Gagarin, Tina, and Tia, Lachius's gaze returned to Vaya. Lord Vaya, I betrayed all my family and my only friend for your sake. Now you are my everything, and I believe you will not refuse my request. Looking at Lachius, who was wearing a dark smile, Vaya said helplessly, Lachius, you are only 13 years old. Please do not treat me like a child. Are you truly prepared? I will never regret abandoning my human identity. Since you say so. Vaya bit his right wrist, then held his bleeding right wrist out to Lachius. While Lachius greedily drank her fill of dragon blood, Vaya cast origin magic with his left hand. Convert familiar. Under the dazzling radiance of the origin magic, Lachius's body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Evil Eye looked out the window. This feeling of heartache, could it be that I have truly fallen in love with him? Evil Eye's concept of love was that a woman should make herself strong and not need to please a man to receive protection. Although she was strong now, she was still in a position of receiving protection from Vaya, so she instinctively rejected entering into a romantic relationship with Vaya. It is not enough. I need to be stronger than I am now. When Lachius's body had completely transformed and a golden dragon tail appeared behind her, Vaya immediately used attribute detection to check her status. Lachius face elf. Race, dragonkin. Racial level, juvenile LV10, adolescent LV7. Job class level, princess LV3, genius LV5, mage LV1. Total level, LV26. Seeing that there was no actress in Lachius's job class levels, Vaya was somewhat surprised, because actress was one of Lachius's job classes. Changing race could not possibly cause Lachius to lose the actress job class. The only reasonable explanation was that Lachius had voluntarily abandoned the actress job class. Is this what it feels like to become a dragonkin? Feeling her own changes, Lachius revealed a happy smile. This is wonderful. I can feel it. Now I not only possess the strength of a warrior, but I can also use magic. Fireball. Fireball is third-tier magic. As Lachius released magic power from her right hand, a blazing fireball appeared in her right hand. I succeeded. After extinguishing the fireball, Lachius used the third-tier magic fly to make her body float. Seeing Lachius immersed in magic, Vaya spoke up. Lachius, even if you want to increase your job class level, you should first turn the Reesti's kingdom into my territory. Lachius dispelled fly and threw herself into Vaya's arms, happily wrapping her arms around Vaya's neck. Lord Vaya, my master, thank you for fulfilling my wish. I will definitely use the shortest amount of time to eliminate the nobles who oppose me, and then announce to all nations that the Resurrecting kingdom has become a part of the White Dragon Empire. A great forest. This great sea of trees, located south of the Abelian Hills and west of the slain Theocracy, had a massive area that did not lose to the Abelian Hills. Although there were many monsters in the Great Forest, the Elf Kingdom established by the Elf King Dekam was the undisputed ruler of the Great Forest. The slain Theocracy, having inherited the legacy of the 6 great gods, had been attacking the Elf Kingdom for a century and still could not destroy the Elf Kingdom, which was enough to prove the strength of the Elf Kingdom. Looking down at the Great Forest from above, one could see a road cleared by cutting down trees, extending from the slain Theocracy toward the Crescent Lake, where the capital of the Elf Kingdom was located. At this moment, at the end of this road, the captain of the Sunlight Codex, Nigun, was leading his subordinates forward, eliminating the forest elf soldiers and monsters that appeared ahead. After killing 2 male forest elf gorillas, Nigun looked at their corpses with an angry expression. These stupid forest elves, why must they obey the orders of that damned elf king to resist us? Captain Nigun, do you not know? The vice-captain of the Sunlight Codex, Ian, replied. The Theocracy once interrogated, captured forest elves, and learned that the Elf King did not tell his citizens about his evil deeds. Because most forest elves do not know the reason why the Theocracy is attacking them, they treat the Theocracy as evil invaders, and of course, will fight to the death to resist the Theocracy. Deceived by that damned Elf King, these forest elves are truly pathetic. As soon as Nigun finished speaking, an arrow struck from the front. The Principalities of Observation Angel that Nigun had summoned using 4th-tier magic blocked in front of Nigun. The arrow pierced directly through the round shield of the Principalities of Observation Angel, and then, under Nigun's shocked gaze, hit the body of the Principalities of Observation Angel. After the body of the Principalities of Observation Angel disappeared, Nigun came to his senses from his shock and muttered. To be able to destroy a Principalities of Observation Angel with a single arrow. Nigun and Ian looked in the direction from which the arrow had flown, and a little girl no older than 10, with a gloomy expression like a doll, appeared in their line of sight. Slay the Elf King. In the Resurrecting Kingdom, the strength of the nobility is greater than that of the royal family. If Lachius wants to turn the Resurrecting Kingdom into a part of the White Dragon Empire, many nobles will inevitably oppose it, perhaps even using force to overthrow Lachius, the queen who seized power through a coup. To ensure Lachius has enough power to suppress the nobles who oppose her, Vaya has abandoned the idea of attacking the Elf Kingdom. However, Vaya has not given up on subjugating the Elf King Dekam. The Elf King Dekam is not an ordinary forest elf. His father was a forest elf among the 8 Desires King, so his level exceeds the limits of a forest elf. Because Dekam's level exceeds 70, fighting him can also raise Vaya's level. A great forest. As Vaya was using Fly to head toward the capital of the Elf Kingdom, a series of screams suddenly came from the ground. Looking down at the road cleared by the slain Theocracy in the Great Forest, Vaya saw members of the Sunlight Codex fighting a young forest elf girl. This young girl appeared to be under 10 years old, yet she possessed 5th-tier strength. It was obvious. She was the daughter of the Elf King Dekam. Because only a descendant with the bloodline of a player could advance to the 5th tier at such a young age. As a descendant of the 8 Desires King, Dekam had a grand ambition: to use his own children to form an army to conquer the world and prove that the forest elves are the superior race. To realize this ambition, Dekam fathered many children with many wives, but unfortunately, none of these children awakened the player bloodline. Thus, Dekam betrayed the slain Theocracy, with whom he once had a cooperative relationship, and forced the Theocracy's godkin Fiend to give birth to Sume. This incident became the fuse for the century-long war between the Elf Kingdom and the slain Theocracy. The members of the Sunlight Codex led by Nigun exceeded 50, and by now, half of them had been hit by the young forest elf girl's magic arrows. Under Nigun's command, the 30 angels they summoned charged at the young forest elf girl together. Just as the young forest elf girl turned to flee, Vaya used dimensional shift to appear in front of her. High-tier exclusion. High-tier exclusion is a 9th tier spell that can forcibly exclude summoned monsters. Even monsters summoned by 10th tier magic are no exception. As the magical fluctuations of high-tier exclusion swept through the surrounding space, all 30 angels summoned by the members of the Sunlight Codex vanished. Seeing this, the young forest elf girl widened her eyes, displaying an expression of terror and fear. "You are Dekam's daughter, aren't you?" Hearing Vaya's question, the little girl hesitated for a moment. "Yes." "What is your name?" "Lucha." To force a little girl like you to participate in battle, Dekam really is a hopeless piece of scum. Vaya placed his right hand on the little girl's head and gave her a head pat. "I have come to subjugate Dekam. Can you take me to his royal palace?" Lucha nodded. Seeing Vaya take Lucha away using fly, Nigun looked on in disbelief. Why did that monster come here? Slain Theocracy. The holy capital. The training ground used by the Black Scripture. The 7th seed of the Black Scripture, star-gazing 1,000 miles, suddenly shouted, "Captain, there is an emergency." In the corner of the training ground, Zeshai Sume clicked and clacked as she turned the Rubik's Cube in her hand, as if she hadn't heard star-gazing 1,000 miles' voice. The captain of the divine race asked the terrified star, gazing 1,000 miles. Could it be that the Elf King has appeared? "It's not the Elf King," star-gazing 1,000 miles said in a trembling voice. Just now, the Sunlight Codex was fighting the Elf King's daughter, and then that monster, White Dragon Emperor Vaya Helios, suddenly appeared and used a spell to wipe out all the angels summoned by the Sunlight Codex. Now, that monster is taking the Elf King's daughter and heading toward the capital of the Elf Kingdom. Upon hearing Vaya's name, Zeshai Sume stopped turning the cube and looked at Star gazing 1,000 miles with her heterochromatic eyes. "Star gazing 1,000 miles, are you sure that person is Vaya?" "Ivanch a great forest." Just as Vaya and Luchai were about to enter the capital of the Elf Kingdom, a startling sound of something breaking the air came from behind them. The next instant, a figure clad in shining white full-body armor descended from the sky and blocked Vaya and Luchai's path. Seeing the pair of mechanical light wings on the back of the white full-body armor and the war scythe resembling a cross spear held in her right hand, Vaya recognized her identity. "Zeshai Sume, why are you here?" "That's what I should be asking." Zeshai Sume's voice was clearly angry. "Why are you here?" "I have come to subjugate the Elf King Dekam." Hearing Vaya's answer, Zeshai Sume shuddered. "Is it for my sake?" "For your sake." Vaya widened his eyes in surprise. "You misunderstood. I am subjugating Dekam to raise my own level." "You don't need to deny it." Zeshai Sume removed her helmet, a smile appearing on her exquisite, perfect little face. "He is my father, after all, and he hasn't done anything to harm me personally. I want to kill him for the sake of my mother and the Theocracy. You wanting to subjugate him in my place must mean you don't want me to bear the sin of patricide." "You are Zeshai Sume, not Demiurge." Zeshai Sume filled in the blanks regarding her own actions, and then increased her favorability towards herself. Facing this situation, Vaya could only say with a helpless expression, "As long as you don't stop me from subjugating the Elf King Dekam, you can believe that I am taking revenge for your mother in your place." "You admitted it." Zeshai Sume happily walked up to Vaya and looked down at Luchai. "This child is my younger sister. My name is Luchai." Looking at Zeshai Sume's heterochromatic eyes, which were the same as their father's, Luchai asked in a small voice, "Are you really my older sister?" "My eyes are the proof." Zeshai Sume looked at her half-sister with a complex gaze. "I am also your enemy because I will kill father." Luchai smiled. Her little face revealed a child's innocent smile. "Did big sister come to save me?" Zeshai Sume looked puzzled. Vaya explained. "The Elf King Dekam forced his young daughter to participate in the war between the Elf Kingdom and the Theocracy. No one could love such a hopeless piece of scum." As Vaya finished speaking, a dissatisfied male voice came from behind Zeshai Sume. Your words are truly excessive. I let my own children fight against the Theocracy to protect the citizens of the Elf Kingdom. A king like me, who sacrifices his children for his people, is naturally adored by all my subjects. The elf King Dekam, seeing that the forest elf man behind Zeshiztsume had the same heterochromatic eyes as her, an expression of anger appeared on Vaya's face. You piece of scum should know that the Theocracy is attacking the Elf Kingdom because of the crime you committed against the Theocracy's godkin Fiend. Therefore, this should be a war between one person and the Theocracy. The forest elves involved in this war, including your own children, are all victims sacrificed by you. Elf King Dekam, the Elf King Dekam. This man is Zetsume's father. But he is also the mortal enemy of Zetsume's mother, Fiend, and the Theocracy she loved. At this moment, this man stood behind Zetsume. Zetsume slowly turned around, looking with icy eyes at the man who wore white armor trimmed with gold, draped in a red cloak, wearing a strange crown, and possessing heterochromia just like her. Finally, I finally see you. After saying this, Zetsume revealed a twisted, broken smile. Because now she could end the century-long war between the Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom and avenge her mother. You are. Seeing Zetsume's heterochromia, Dekam immediately recognized her identity. It seems the Theocracy raised you well? No, it's because you are the child born of a powerful vessel that you were able to grow up so outstandingly. You appeared before me when I needed you most. I believe you will definitely be able to bear powerful children. What are you talking about? Zetsume's expression darkened. Dekam revealed a look of fanaticism. My father was one of the 8 Desires King. He and his companions once defeated the dragon race, proving that the forest elf were the strongest species. After the era of the 8 Desires King ended, the dragon race once again became the strongest species in this world. To prove that the forest elf are the strongest species, I have been striving to bear powerful children, hoping to complete the great undertaking of conquering the world. But I have never encountered a powerful vessel, and the children I have borne were all weaklings. Now you can bear the children who can conquer the world, fulfilling my centuries-long wish. You know who I am, yet you dare say such things to me. It seems you don't want to help me complete the great undertaking of conquering the world, which is exactly like your mother. But it doesn't matter, I will use my power to capture you, just like I captured your mother. I'll kill you, you piece of trash, right now. The next instant, Zetsume arrived before Dekam with astonishing, teleportation-like speed, and delivered a flying kick to his head with her right foot. Bang! Dekam fell to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. How painful, I haven't been injured in centuries, yet I'm injured again? As expected of the powerful vessel I chose, your strength is actually greater than mine. But you cannot defeat me, because I am the master of Behemoth. As Dekam released astonishing magic power, the ground beneath his feet shifted like waves. Then, under Zetsume's astonished gaze, a giant condensed from earth elements drilled out of the ground. Root Earth Elemental. Seeing the Earth Elemental giant summoned by Dekam, Vaya's eyes immediately lit up. Because the Root Earth Elemental's level is 87, it has already entered the Transcendence domain. Which means, defeating the Root Earth Elemental can increase the level of Vaya's new class, Dragon Transcendence. You will regret not attacking me while I was summoning Behemoth. Dekam, who had stood up from the ground, confidently gave a command to the Root Earth Elemental, Behemoth. Behemoth, defeat this woman. The Root Earth Elemental swung its massive fist down towards Zetsume. Too slow. Zetsume dodged the Root Earth Elemental's fist, intending to directly attack Dekam, who was hiding behind it. Just then, the Root Earth Elemental's arms stretched out like whips, performing a wide sweep. Zetsume retreated to evade the attack, then questioned Dekam. Why can you summon an Earth Elemental stronger than yourself? What a foolish question. The reason I can summon Behemoth is, of course, because I am the chosen one, destined to complete the great undertaking of conquering the world. You are a valuable, powerful vessel, so I don't want you to get hurt. Hurry and surrender to me and Behemoth. Dekam was able to summon the Root Earth Elemental because his classes, Summoner and Earth Elementalist, were extremely high level. Because the Root Earth Elemental's level far exceeded Dekam's, Behemoth would consume Dekam's magic power during battle as the cost of summoning it. Make me surrender to you. Zatsume sneered. Although defeating this Earth Elemental giant is very difficult, I don't need to defeat it at all, because my target is only you. After saying this, Zatsume used Dimensional Shift to move behind Dekam, swinging her war scythe, Karen's Guidance, towards him. Karen's Guidance is the weapon of Shasnar, the god of death, one of the 6 great gods, and it is loaded with multiple spells. While Zatsume attacked Dekam, Behemoth also swung its whip-like arms at Zatsume. This time, Zatsume did not dodge the attack, because she was willing to pay the price of injury to kill Dekam. As if seeing through Zatsume's thoughts, Dekam let out a playful sneer. Just as the scythe blade hit Dekam's neck, Zatsume activated the magic loaded in the war scythe. Die! Zatsume activated the 8th tier instant death magic, Death. Bang! Behemoth's arm struck Zatsume, sending her flying heavily. Zatsume crashed into a large tree and stopped, astonished to see Dekam using healing magic to treat the wound on his neck. Why aren't you dead? Are you looking down on me? Dekam explained smugly. I am the great chosen one, capable of using 10th tier magic, so of course I can nullify your instant death magic. I'll say it again, you cannot defeat me and Behemoth. Surrender to me quickly. Zatsume, you now have 2 choices. Vaya proactively reminded her. Because the Root Earth Elemental's level far exceeds Dekam's, the Root Earth Elemental will definitely consume Dekam's magic power at an alarming rate. Your first choice is to stall for time and defeat Dekam after he runs out of magic power. Your second choice is to let me deal with Dekam and the Root Earth Elemental. Do you think I have nothing to fear if I run out of magic power? Dekam said with a cold laugh. Although I am a magic chanter, my strength still surpasses a 5th tier hero. Even if I run out of magic power, I can still defeat an army of thousands or even tens of thousands. Zatsume sighed helplessly. Although she didn't want to admit it, she truly couldn't defeat the combination of Dekam and the Root Earth Elemental. It is your duty, as a husband, to help your wife. I permit you to defeat this piece of trash in my stead. We are not married yet. After complaining internally, Vaya used Fly to send Luki to Zatsume's side, then pondered how to defeat Dekam. Zatsume has a level of LV 88, but cannot defeat the combination of Dekam and the Root Earth Elemental, because she simultaneously holds Warrior, Thief, and Magic classes, making her true combat ability only around level 80. As the LV 86 strongest species, Dragon Race, Vaya could naturally defeat the level 70 Dekam easily. But if Dekam were killed by Vaya, the Root Earth Elemental would also disappear. If Vaya wanted to raise the level of Dragon Transcendence, he could only defeat the Root Earth Elemental, Behemoth, first. Battle of Kings, World-Severing Barrier. Before fighting Dekam and the Root Earth Elemental, Vaya first sealed the surrounding space with Origin Magic. As long as Dekam wasn't a holder of a world-class item, he wouldn't be able to escape from Vaya. The fluctuation of Origin Magic swept across his body, and Dekam looked at Vaya with wary eyes. What did you do? To ask such a question, it seems you haven't fought a true Dragon King before. You fellow, don't underestimate the great elf King Dekam. Dekam roared in anger. I once controlled Behemoth and killed a Dragon King who could use 2nd tier magic. Vaya recalled the racial levels of White Dragon King Orisatic. Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Youth LV10, Adult LV10, Elder LV5, Ancient LV1. Ordinary dragons only obtain the title of Dragon King when their age grows to the Ancient stage. In other words, White Dragon King Orisatic, with a total level of LV46 and capable of using 3rd tier magic, was already the lowest grade Ordinary Dragon King. The Dragon King Dekam killed could only use 2nd tier magic. indicating that this Dragon King was even weaker than White Dragon King Orosatic. As a child of the Eight Desires King, yet not understanding the true Dragon King who killed the Eight Desires King, you truly are pathetic. Who exactly are you, you arrogant fellow? Vaya showed a playful smile. Zetsume is the most powerful mother you've ever seen, yet can never obtain, and I am the man who can make Zetsume willing to bear powerful children. You don't need to envy or be jealous of me, because ethically speaking, I should call you father-in-law. Are you provoking me? Dekam sneered. I'll kill you now and prove to her that I am stronger than you. The root earth elemental behemoth swung its massive fists at Vaya. Too slow. Vaya moved with teleportation-like speed to below behemoth, raising his right foot and kicking its waist. A loud bang. Behemoth's massive body flew into the air. As behemoth's body left the ground, Vaya sprayed frost dragon breath onto the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dragon's breath, which froze everything, quickly turned the area covered by the world-severing barrier into an icy land covered with ice crystals. Dekam, who had left the ground using fly, saw this scene, and his face became extremely grim. As a root earth elemental, Behemoth's abilities would all be enhanced as long as it stood on the earth. Vaya covering the ground with frost dragon breath was clearly intended to weaken Behemoth. Bang! Behemoth's body crashed to the ground. Seeing Behemoth weakened on the icy ground, Dekam immediately unleashed the 9th tier fire magic, Crimson Nova, hoping to melt the frost dragon breath covering the ground. Crimson Nova. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet flames transformed into a torrent, bombarding the ground, but the frost dragon breath covering the earth showed no signs of melting. How is this possible? Dekam's eyes widened in shock. Crimson Nova is a 9th tier fire magic. Dekam, just as you can use the 10th tier magic Mercy of the Twin Sakura to be immune to the 8th tier instant death magic Death. You can't melt the ice covering the ground with Crimson Nova because the level of my Frost Dragon Breath far exceeds 9th tier magic. Frost Dragon Breath. After hearing Vaya's explanation, Dekam looked at Vaya in disbelief. Are you a frost dragon whose level far surpasses mine? My title is White Dragon Emperor, and my name is Vaya Helios. Vaya aimed his right hand at Behemoth. Although I am a frost dragon, I prefer to use fire magic, Divine Flame. Boom, boom, boom. The fiercely burning Divine Flame rushed towards Behemoth like a torrent. Although named a root earth elemental, Behemoth's attacks were judged to possess the attributes of almost all metals in the earth below its level. All enemies weak to metal attacks would be countered by the root earth elemental's attacks. As a trade-off, all weaknesses of metallic elements were also weaknesses of the root earth elemental. Flames capable of melting metal were one of the root earth elemental's biggest weaknesses. Under the continuous scorching of divine flame, Behemoth's outer layer began to collapse. But this was clearly not enough to destroy Behemoth's body. As expected, I can't defeat you with 10th tier magic. Seeing Behemoth swinging its whip-like arm to attack him, Vaya showed a faint smile. Let me see if you can withstand the attack of high-level fire, origin magic. After saying this, Vaya aimed his right hand at Behemoth and unleashed the high-level origin magic, ultimate sacred flame. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of platinum gold flames, powerful enough to destroy cities and nations, was unleashed, instantly turning the area covered by the world's severing barrier into a sea of fire. Enveloped by the sea of fire, Behemoth's body began to collapse and shatter, eventually turning into a pile of earth chunks devoid of metallic elements. Behemoth. With his trump card gone, immense fear arose in Dekam's heart. Because Behemoth had consumed a large amount of his magic power, he now didn't have enough magic power to fight Vaya. Dekam, it's your turn. Confirming that Behemoth had disappeared, Vaya flew in front of Dekam. I didn't burn you to death with ultimate sacred flame because you must suffer. Now, prepare yourself to endure my punishment. Wait a minute. Dekam squeezed out a fawning smile on his face. We are not enemies. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything for you. I am willing to give you all my treasures and marry all my daughters to you. If you don't mind, I can also give you all my wives. If you want the elf kingdom from now on, you will be the new elf king. Is that all you have to say? You're still not satisfied. After giving you everything I have, I can also become your subordinate. Reality Slash. Via unleash the 10th tier magic, Reality Slash on Dekam. Reality Slash nullifies magic defense and possesses top-tier destructive power among 10th tier magic, but its magic power consumption is very high. Even for Vaya, a dragon with a much higher total magic power than other races, casting Reality Slash consumed 1/10 of his magic power. Unfortunately, Reality Slash did not kill Dekam. Because the moment Reality Slash killed Dekam, the 10th tier resurrection magic, Mercy of the Twin Sakura, that he had cast on himself, took effect, reviving him. The 10th tier resurrection magic, Mercy of the Twin Sakura, has 3 effects. The first effect is a gradual recovery of physical strength. Because the recovery is slow, high-level individuals do not pay much attention to this effect. The second effect is gaining complete resistance to instant death magic. It was because of this effect that Dekam was immune to the 8th tier instant death magic, death, used by Zetsume. The third effect is resurrection at the moment of death, without any level reduction. The moment resurrection is activated, this magic also disappears. The death of the Elf King, Boralup City, Riestai's kingdom. This city was the center of the domain belonging to Marquis Boralup, one of the 6 great nobles of the Riestai's kingdom. At this moment, in the mansion of Marquis Boralup, the nobles led by Marquis Boralup sat in the conference room, looking with awe at the dignified-looking Marquis Boralup and the eldest prince, Pablo. Gentlemen, Marquis Boralup looked at the nobles following him and said, I have received a message from the royal capital. Princess Lachius has staged a coup in the royal capital and become queen. Not only did she force Prince Cynic to renounce his right of succession to the throne, but she also forced His Majesty the King to abdicate. This is something I absolutely cannot tolerate. With the eldest prince, Pablo, and the second prince, Cynic, still alive, Princess Lachius has no qualification to inherit the throne at all. Now, I intend to lead an army of 50,000 to the royal capital to take back the throne that belongs to Prince Pablo. Are you willing to follow me? The nobles beside the conference table began to look at one another. Marquis Boralup wanted to help Prince Pablo seize the throne because Pablo was his son-in-law. If Pablo became king, the next king would be Marquis Boralup's grandson. However, for the other nobles, as long as Lachius did not harm the interests of the nobles, they did not care at all that the successor to the throne was a princess. Seeing the silence of the nobles, a cold sneer appeared on Marquis Boralup's face. I have another piece of important news to tell you, and that is that Princess Lachius wants to give the kingdom to the White Dragon Emperor, Via Helios, and make the kingdom a part of the White Dragon Empire. Hearing this news, the nobles immediately cried out in alarm. Is Princess Lachius crazy? If the kingdom becomes a part of the White Dragon Empire, will we still be able to possess our current status? In the Riestai's kingdom, the strength of the nobles is greater than the royal family, which is why we were able to form the noble faction to oppose the royal family. The White Dragon Emperor, Via Helios, is a dragon capable of destroying cities and nations. If we become nobles of the White Dragon Empire, he will surely suppress the kingdom's nobles who oppose the royal family, just as the Blood Emperor suppressed the nobles of the Bahar's empire. We must stop Princess Lachius. Marquis Boralup, I am willing to follow you to the royal capital and drive away Princess Lachius, who has usurped the throne. I venture a great forest, beside the Crescent Lake. My neck's my neck. Dekam clutched his neck, which had been swept by moment severance, and let out a terrified scream. The reason for his scream was not only the pain, but also because Mercy of the Solitaries had already disappeared after resurrecting him. Now that Vaya had killed him, he would turn into a corpse that could not be resurrected. Escape. Must escape. Driven by the instinct to survive, Dekam flew toward his royal palace. The next instant, his body hit an invisible barrier and stopped. Seeing that Dekam did not pass through the world severance barrier, Vaya confirmed a fact. Dekam did not possess a world-class item. Just at this moment, Zeshai walked to the opposite side of Dekam. Hand him over to me. Are you trying to save me? Dekam squeezed out a gentle smile. After the Theocracy snatched your mother away, I have always been worried about you both. Because I respected your mother's choice, I never demanded you from the Theocracy. Now that your mother should have passed away, I have long wanted to go to the Theocracy to reunite with you as father and daughter. You don't seem to be lying. Yes, I truly love you and your mother. Zeshai sneered. The moment Vaya deactivated the world severance barrier, before Dekam had time to escape, Zeshai left fist smashed into his face. Stop it. This is just the beginning. Zeshai brandished Karen's guidance and left wound after wound on Dekam's body with the spear blade of her war scythe. While Dekam was being executed, Vaya opened his attribute panel. Seeing Dragon Warrior promoted to LV9, Dragon Transcendence promoted to LV3, and his comprehensive level increased to LV88, Vaya revealed an expression of surprise. Is Dragon Warrior what leveled up because I defeated the combination of Dekam and the Root Earth Elemental using Origin Magic? Vaya. Hearing Zeshai call, Vaya came back to his senses and saw that Zeshai had already executed Dekam to a state near death. Zeshai pointed the spear blade of her war scythe at Dekam's neck and said, "After I kill him, help me resurrect him." After saying this, Zeshai dealt the final blow to Dekam. Resurrection of the Dead. Vaya cast the 5th tier resurrection magic, Resurrection of the Dead, on Dekam. Resurrection of the Dead is the lowest tier resurrection magic. As the price for resurrection, Dekam's level dropped by 4 levels. Just as the resurrected Dekam regained his heartbeat, Zeshai began the 2nd round of execution. Then the 3rd round, the 4th round, the 8th round, the 10th round. By the 18th round of Zeshai execution, Vaya had already resurrected Dekam 17 times, causing his level to drop to less than 5. In other words, the 5th tier resurrection magic, Resurrection of the Dead, could no longer resurrect him again. Monster, you monster! Dekam, who had become numb to the torture, shouted at Zeshai. Did the people of the Theocracy not tell you? That patricide is an unforgivable great sin. So what? Zeshai revealed a twisted smile. I have carried my mother's hatred for you until now. Even if it were a god, they could not stop me from passing judgment on you. Just as Zeshai raised her war scythe, wanting to perform the final execution on Dekam. True Death. Vaya cast the 9th tier instant death magic on Dekam. The magical fluctuation of True Death swept over Dekam's body. Dekam immediately lost his life and turned into a corpse with wide-open eyes. Because of the special effect of True Death, only the 10th tier resurrection magic, Mercy of the Solitrees, could resurrect Dekam now. What are you doing? Zeshai turned her head to look at Vaya. He must be killed by me. Resurrect him immediately. Vaya shook his head. I cannot let you truly commit an unforgivable great sin. He is the greatest enemy of my mother and the Theocracy, and he is also the enemy I have had to kill to survive until now. Zeshai raised her war scythe and pointed it at Vaya. If you do not resurrect him, I will treat you as an enemy. Even if you want to treat me as an enemy, I will not let Dekam be killed by you. Resurrect him immediately. Zeshai brandished the spear blade of her war scythe and stabbed at Vaya. With a loud clang, Vaya took out a greatsword from his item space to block Zeshai attack. Seeing her father killed, and then Zeshai, this half-sister, starting to fight with Vaya, Lucha hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran toward the royal capital of the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Queen's desperate death. Forest elves, humans, and dwarves all belong to the human race. The biggest difference between them and humans or dwarves is that they do not build houses. Instead, they use forest priest magic to create living spaces inside forest elf trees. Dozens of forest elf trees connected by suspension bridges form a forest elf village. The capital of the Elf Kingdom looks like a massive forest, composed of thousands of forest elf trees. At the center of this massive forest stands a castle surrounded by walls. This is the royal palace of the elf king, Dekam. Mom. A young forest elf girl named Luchai shouted as she rushed into the palace. Because Luchai was the elf king's daughter, the forest elf soldiers guarding the palace did not stop her. Luchai's mother was named Menki. Hearing her daughter's call, Menki immediately ran out of the palace. Luchai. Mom. The mother and daughter embraced, and Menki said with joyful tears, "My child, are you hurt?" Luchai shook her head, then revealed a pure smile. "Mom, that person is dead." "That person?" Menki wore a confused expression. "Who is that person you're talking about?" "It's Daddy." "That's impossible." Menki did not believe her daughter's words. Because in her understanding, Dekam could kill even the strongest species, the dragon race. There was no one in this world capable of defeating him. Daddy is really dead. He was killed by a big sister who has heterochromia, just like Daddy. Heterochromia. Menki thought of a possibility. If it was a daughter who inherited Dekam's talent and was as powerful as him, it was indeed possible for her to kill him. "Luchai, did you see Daddy get killed with your own eyes?" "Yeah." Luchai nodded. Clang, 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 clang. The battle between Vaya and Saintess continued. The Elf King, Dekam, not only caused Saintess' mother, Fiend, to live in constant pain, but also caused the 100-Year War to break out between the Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom, costing countless Theocracy soldiers their lives due to the mistakes committed by the Elf King, Dekam. For Saintess, killing Dekam was a mission she had to complete. Now that Vaya had stolen her mission, she naturally could not accept it. Super slash, double air slash, ability super boost, Gale super breakthrough. Under the enhancement of martial arts, Saintess swung her war scythe, creating streaks of afterimages. Unfortunately, all of her attacks were easily blocked by Vaya. Although both Vaya and Saintess were LV-88, Saintess possessed warrior, thief, and magic classes simultaneously, causing her actual combat strength to only be around LV-80. As a dragon of the strongest species, Vaya's stat sheet and actual combat strength exceeded that of an LV-90 player. In other words, there was a massive gap in combat strength of about 10 levels between Vaya and Saintess. Furthermore, because Vaya could use origin magic, Vaya could even instantly kill Saintess using the high-tier origin magic, Ultimate Holy Flame. "Saintess, I really don't want to hurt you. Let's end this battle quickly. You stole my target for assassination, and yet you say such things to me." Saintess sneered mockingly. "As long as you take responsibility and resurrect him, I have no reason to fight you. Even if you treat me as a mortal enemy, I will not let you commit an unforgivable sin. Death is the end of all life." Saintess activated her innate ability, using the strongest skill of Surshana, the god of death, one of the 6 great gods. Death is the end of all life is a special skill that can only be learned when the special class, Eclipse, exclusive to the Overlord of Death, reaches its maximum level of 5. It can only be used once every 100 hours. The next attack with an instant death attribute enhanced by this skill has its success rate increased to 100%, and even if the target has complete immunity to instant death, it can bypass it and take effect. The next instant, a clock appeared behind Saintess. This was proof that the magic had been activated. Die. Enhanced by death is the end of all life. Saintess used an 8th tier instant death spell on Vaya once again. Even though his stat sheet exceeded that of an LV-90 player, Vaya was worried that he might be killed by Saintess. Because in the battle between the Bone King and the level 100 NPC Shaltir, death is the end of all life, was the very skill the Bone King used to kill Shaltir. World Severance Barrier. To become immune to Saintess' attack, Vaya used origin magic once again. In fact, Vaya could also use the 10th tier resurrection spell, Mercy of the Solid Trees, on himself. However, the resurrection effect of Mercy of the Solid Trees would result in very little stamina after resurrection. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. While Zeshai was counting down, with Vaya's body as the center, the world's severance barrier formed a spherical barrier. 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Zeshai finished counting, and a shocking wave of death magic surged toward Vaya. Regrettably, this wave of death magic did not break through the protection of the world's severance barrier. Zeshai, this battle can end now. After saying this, Vaya flew directly toward Zeshai. Bang! The spherical, invisible barrier knocked Zeshai to the ground. Then Vaya dispelled the world's severance barrier and held his greatsword against her neck. The angry expression vanished from Zeshai-sume's beautiful face. She stood up, full of smiles, and said, "Even death is the end of all life couldn't defeat you. This is my complete failure. Have you forgiven me? You defeated me while I was wearing the equipment of the 6 great gods. As the loser, I should submit to the victor, so I accept that you killed that scum." After saying this, Zeshai turned to look at the capital of the Elf Kingdom. Led by the young forest elf girl Luce, a forest elf woman whose face was very similar to Luce's approached with a group of forest elf soldiers. Seeing the corpse of the Elf King, Dekam, lying on the ground, the forest elf woman looked joyful. "This scum is finally dead. I no longer have to worry about him forcing Luce to participate in the war." The forest elf soldiers said in a panic, "The Elf King is dead. How will we oppose the Theocracy? Without the Elf King to protect us, all forest elves will be captured by the people of the Theocracy and turned into slaves. This is our doom." Seeing this scene, Zeshai walked in front of them with an expressionless face. From the moment that scum died, the war between the Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom has ended. To put your minds at ease, I will become the queen of the Elf Kingdom and protect you. The gazes of Menki, Luce, and the forest elf soldiers turned toward Zeshai. Because Zeshai had the same heterochromia as Dekam, they could all tell that Zeshai was also the Elf King's daughter. Can the princess really protect us? My strength is greater than that scum's. Zeshai looked down at Dekam's corpse. Luce can prove that this scum was killed by me. Supreme Council, the Elf King's palace. Elf King Dekam's queen, children, and ministers were all summoned to the throne room. Zeshai sat on the Elf King's throne, looking down at them with an expressionless face. "I will become the Elf Queen who rules over you. Who opposes this?" Silence was Zeshai answer. They all lowered their heads, as if afraid to meet her heterochromatic gaze. "Princess." A man who looked like the Prime Minister raised his head and looked at Zeshai. "Our Elf Kingdom has been able to withstand the Theocracy's invasion until now entirely due to the Elf King's power. For you to become the Queen of the Elf Kingdom, you must prove that you can protect us just like the Elf King. As long as I can protect the Elf Kingdom, you will accept me as your ruling queen." "Precisely." Hearing the Prime Minister's reply, Zeshai showed a faint smile. "Then you all wait here. I will now go to the Divine Capital to negotiate with the Theocracy's Supreme Council and end the century-long war between the Elf Kingdom and the Theocracy." After saying this, Zeshai took out a teleportation scroll. Using the teleportation scroll to open a portal to the Divine Capital, Zeshai stopped as she passed through the portal. "What are you waiting for?" Zeshai turned to look at Vaya behind her. Vaya said with some surprise, "I'm going to the Divine Capital too. You are my husband. It's high time you met the members of the Supreme Council." Slain Theocracy. Divine Capital. The Supreme Council's conference room. At this time, not only the High Priest, Fire Priest, Water Priest, High Priest of the Wind God, Earth Priest, High Priest of the Light God, and High Priest of the Dark God, but also the 3 chief officers of the Theocracy's judicial, legislative, and administrative branches, the chief officer of the research institution responsible for magic development, and the Grand Marshal, the highest authority in the military, were seated around the conference table. This meeting, involving these 12 individuals, could change the Theocracy's national policy and development direction. It was the true Supreme Council of the Theocracy. "Even we have been summoned to this meeting. What exactly has happened? After the Grand Marshal inquired, the High Priest replied with a serious expression. I received a report from the Black Scripture that because Vaya Helias, the White Dragon Emperor, appeared in the Ivensha Great Forest, Zeshai Sume has gone fully armed to the Elf Kingdom's royal capital. Upon learning this information, High Priest of the Fire Goddess, Benith immediately said, she has always regarded the subjugation of the Elf King as her responsibility. Since she has gone to the Elf King's royal capital, a battle with the Elf King is inevitable. Water Priest Shining followed up, saying, that vile Elf King possesses strength comparable to a godkin. To ensure her safety, we should send people to support her. This is precisely why I summoned you. The High Priest showed a determined expression. I want the Black Scripture to use a teleportation scroll to go to the Ivensha Great Forest to assist Zeshai Sume. Once the Elf King is subjugated, the Theocracy's army will conquer the Elf Kingdom's royal capital in one fell swoop, ending the century-long war between the Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom. I agree. I also agree. The war between the Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom should have ended long ago. The members of the Supreme Council expressed their support one after another. Just then, the door to the conference room suddenly opened. Everyone turned in surprise, seeing Vaya and the fully armed Zeshai Sume walk in and immediately let out a few gasps. The White Dragon Emperor. Vaya Helias. It seems you all know what I look like. Vaya sneered mockingly. Those who tried to control me with World Savior should all be here, right? The High Priest glared at Zeshai Sume with displeasure. Even you cannot bring him here. He is my husband. Zeshai Sume countered. Can my husband not come here? The High Priest was speechless. Zeshai Sume's importance surpassed every member of the Supreme Council. Her husband certainly had the right to enter the Supreme Council's conference room. High Priest of the Dark God, Maximilian, changed the subject and asked, Zeshai Sume, did you fight the Elf King? He has become a corpse. Hearing Zeshai Sume's reply, High Priest of the Wind God, Dominic, looked delighted. Did you kill him? Yes. Excellent. Without the Elf King's obstruction, the Elf Kingdom cannot withstand the Theocracy's attack. The century-long war between the Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom can finally end. The century-long war between the Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom should indeed end. I am here to negotiate with you on behalf of the Elf Kingdom. What did you just say? Everyone looked at Zeshai Sume with incredulous expressions. Allow me to introduce myself. My current identity is the Queen who rules the Elf Kingdom, and I am here to discuss a truce with you on behalf of the Elf Kingdom. As soon as Zeshai Sume finished speaking, the High Priest said furiously, You betrayed the Theocracy for the title of Queen? Zeshai Sume, do you know your identity and status within the Theocracy? Even if you wanted to be the Queen of the Theocracy, we wouldn't be unable to accept it. As the most important person in the Theocracy, how could you? I did not betray anyone. Zeshai Sume explained. I merely want to end the war between the Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom and correct the mistakes the Theocracy has made. The Theocracy's true enemy is only that scumbag, but we lack the power to kill him, so we made everyone in the Elf Kingdom targets for revenge, turning captured elves into slaves to be sold. I became the Queen of the Elf Kingdom to restore peace between the Elf Kingdom and the Theocracy, and to ensure that forest elves are no longer treated as slaves. The century-long war between the Elf Kingdom and the Theocracy had created deep-seated hatred on both sides. Even if the Elf King had been killed, the Theocracy would not stop attacking the Elf Kingdom, nor would it abolish the system of enslaving forest elves. To make the Theocracy change its hostile policy towards the Elf Kingdom, there was only one way now. You are trying to save those innocent forest elves. After hearing Zeshai Sume's explanation, the High Priest said with a complex expression, Since that vile Elf King is dead, the Theocracy indeed should not continue to be hostile towards forest elves. Earth Priest Raymond followed up, saying, Forest elves are humanoids after all. Let us use the opportunity Zeshai Sume has created to become allies with the Elf Kingdom once again. The Fire Priest and Water Priest then expressed their opinions. I agree. I also agree. Seeing no one object, the high priest made the final decision. The elf kingdom ruled by Saintess will become an ally of the Theocracy. Therefore, from today onwards, we must not only end this century-long war, but also restore all forest elf slaves in the Theocracy to their status as free people. Your matters are concluded. Now it's about me and you. Everyone looked at Vaya, who continued. You tried to control me with World Savior, and I have always reserved the right to retaliate against you. If you want to reconcile with me, you must accept my demands. Queen of the Theocracy, His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor. The high priest explained with a serious expression. We harbor no ill will in using World Savior against you. This is entirely for the sake of protecting human peace. Deep in the northern part of the Tabu Great Forest, there is a demonic tree, Setalk, whose level exceeds LV80. It is said that the demonic tree Setalk was one of the otherworldly monsters that tore through the sky and descended centuries ago, possessing power sufficient to destroy the world, and was ultimately sealed by the true Dragon King who protected the world. Because the demonic tree Setalk is also an overlord, Theocracy refers to the demonic tree Setalk as the Dragon King of Destruction. When the Bone King descended, the demonic tree Setalk was about to revive, so Theocracy had the Black Scripture escort Care and World Savior to the Tabu Great Forest, intending to control the demonic tree Setalk with World Savior. Later, when the Bone King established a kingdom and became king in the center of the human world, Theocracy again wanted to control the Bone King with World Savior. Theocracy's reason for using World Savior was indeed selfless. But this doesn't mean Vaya would forgive them without reason. High Priest, no matter what your reason was for using World Savior against me, you must pay a sufficient price. What demands do you have of us? My first demand is that Theocracy recognizes Saintess as a queen with actual power. That's impossible. The high priest refused without hesitation. Saintess is the most important person in Theocracy. We can make her a queen in name, and she can have a seat on the Supreme Council. The Supreme Council decides the future of Theocracy. It is a system left by the 6 great gods, and we will never allow a queen to dictate the nation's destiny with her personal will. High Priest, are all decisions made by the Supreme Council correct? Your attempt to control me with World Savior was a huge mistake, one that could have destroyed Theocracy. Because of my relationship with Saintess, I did not retaliate by destroying Theocracy. To prevent the Supreme Council from making the same mistake again, Saintess must become a queen with actual power, capable of vetoing the Supreme Council's decisions. Just as the High Priest was about to object, Saintess suddenly spoke. My ability to veto the Supreme Council's decisions doesn't mean I will. As long as the Supreme Council's decisions are sound, I promise not to interfere with you, so you can agree to this demand. The High Priest and the others exchanged glances. Fire Priest Beniz and Earth Priest Raymond were the first to speak. I trust Saintess. I also trust Saintess. A wry smile appeared on the High Priest's face. Saintess has been protecting Theocracy since before we were born, so we all trust her. But we cannot guarantee that Saintess' children will be rulers like her. This problem is easily solved. High Priest of the Dark God Maximilian said to Saintess, Saintess, you must ensure that you give birth to an heir as soon as possible, and then hand the child over to our Supreme Council for education. Understood. Hearing Saintess' answer, the High Priest looked at Vaya. His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor, we accept your demand. A hint of a smile appeared on Vaya's face. My second demand is that Theocracy allows the worship of the White Dragon God to spread within Theocracy. The High Priest immediately refused. Theocracy was established by the 6 great gods, so the citizens of Theocracy can only worship the 6 great gods. The White Dragon Empire has not prohibited the spread of the 6 great gods' faith, but Theocracy does not allow the spread of the White Dragon God's faith, which is very unfair to me. If Theocracy does not accept my demand, the White Dragon Empire will prohibit the spread of the 6 great gods' faith. The White Dragon Empire's territory has already surrounded Theocracy from the east, north, and west. If the White Dragon Empire cuts off Theocracy's ties with the Rabble Holy Kingdom, the Riesti's Kingdom, and the Bahar's Empire, not only the White Dragon Empire, but also the Rabble Holy Kingdom, the Riesti's Kingdom, and the Bahar's Empire might lose their faith in the six great gods. This was definitely a consequence Theocracy could not bear. Your demand, we accept. Seeing the high priest yield, Vaya continued. My third demand is that holy chant, star-gazing 1,000 miles, and infinite magic become Zeshai Sume's subordinates. The high priest breathed a sigh of relief. Because this demand was not excessive. We agree to this demand. After leaving the Supreme Council's meeting room, Vaya followed Zeshai Sume to her room and saw that all the furniture in the living room, such as the sofa, tea table, and chairs, were of superior quality. What are you looking at? Hearing Zeshai Sume's voice, Vaya's gaze returned to her. At this moment, Zeshai Sume had taken off her armor of the wind god and changed into her white top and black tights. To Vaya's surprise, her long hair, half silver white and half pitch black, was tied into twin tails, revealing her half-elf ears. Your hair. Vaya knew that Zeshai Sume detested her forest elf bloodline and disliked others seeing her ears, so she always hid them under her hair. I want you to know the real me. Zeshai Sume walked up to Vaya. I am a half-elf born to a human mother and the elf king. My name is Anteline Heron Fouch, and Zeshai Sume is just my title. Anteline, I like your name. Vaya held Zeshai Sume's twin tails with both hands. I also like your twin tails. Zeshai Sume looked at Vaya with suspicion. Are you thinking strange things? Is this strange? Vaya lowered his head and leaned close to Zeshai Sume's cherry lips. Zeshai Sume's pale little face immediately flushed with shyness. Just then, 3 girls' voices rang out. Lady Zeshi, we are here. Excuse us. This humble one is delighted to serve Lady Zeshi. Vaya and Zeshai Sume turned their heads and saw Holy Chant, the 4th seat of the Black Scripture, Star-gazing 1,000 miles, the 7th seat, and Infinite Magic, the 11th seat, all standing at the doorway with wide, shocked eyes. Snapping out of their shock, all 3 girls trembled with fright. Holy Chant, with her dazzling golden hair, hastily lowered her head. I am terribly sorry. Please, both sirs, pay us no mind. Star-gazing 1,000 miles, dressed in a high school girl's uniform, showed a gloomy expression. Unfortunate, I am truly too unfortunate. Infinite Magic, wearing a huge hat and asymmetrical long stockings, sat on a floating magic orb. Coming back to her senses, a struggling expression appeared on her face. This isn't my fault, is it? Zeshai Sume sighed. You already know, don't you? From now on, you are my subordinates. If you are unwilling, you may refuse, I will not force you. Rebellion, Riesti's kingdom. On a plain north of the royal capital, 2 armies were currently facing each other. The army to the south consisted of 5,000 royal soldiers, led by the Golden Queen Lachius. The army to the north consisted of 100,000 troops, led by Marquis Boralip and First Prince Pablo. While Lachius and Evil Eye stood on a hill observing the enemy, Marquis Raven arrived before them, bringing Count Lytton, Count Uravorona, Marquis Blumresh, and Marquis Pesperia. Your Majesty the Queen, Marquis Boralip has 100,000 rebel troops. To ensure your safety, please allow us to join the battle. Lachius looked toward Marquis Raven. Marquis Raven, how many soldiers did you bring? Our 5 great nobles each brought 20,000 troops, plus 50,000 soldiers brought by other nobles, giving you a total of 150,000 soldiers. Hearing Marquis Raven's reply, a satisfied smile appeared on Lachius's small face. Marquis Raven, I have already sensed your loyalty to the royal family, but I do not need you to participate in this war. Lachius's reply was exactly what Marquis Raven had expected, because he had long since realized that Lachius would suppress the kingdom's nobles ruthlessly, just like the Blood Emperor of the Bahar's empire. Since the goal was to suppress the nobles, Lachius naturally wouldn't accept their help. How do you plan to defeat Marquis Boralip's 100,000 troops? That is a secret. After saying this, Lachius looked toward Gazef, who was striding over. Your Majesty, the Queen, First Prince Pablo and Marquis Boralip have sent a negotiation envoy. Not an envoy of surrender. No. Warrior Commander, there is no need for us to negotiate with the rebel troops. Send the rebel envoy back. As you command. Gazef turned and left with a heavy heart. In Gazef's life plan, as long as Ramses III abdicated, he would give up the title of Warrior Commander and become Ramses III's exclusive guard. Unexpectedly, the kingdom first saw a coup d'etat where Princess Lachias usurped the throne, followed by first Prince Pablo and Marquis Boralip leading rebel troops to attack the royal capital in an attempt to seize the throne, completely disrupting his life plan. The rebel headquarters, where first Prince Pablo and Marquis Boralip were stationed. Upon learning that the negotiation envoy had been sent back, Pablo angrily slammed his fists onto the table. Damn Lachias! Seeing that she has the 150,000 troops gathered by Marquis Raven, Count Lytton, Count Uravorona, Marquis Blumresh, and Marquis Pesperia behind her, I originally wanted to propose splitting the kingdom in two, with the northern part of the kingdom inherited by me and the southern part inherited by her. Since Lachias refused to negotiate, I can only thoroughly crush her and drive her back to Erantle. Marquis Boralip said expressionlessly, "Under my command, our 100,000 troops can definitely defeat the enemy's 150,000 troops. Since you have made your decision, we shall launch an attack immediately." Ivantia Great Forest, the royal capital of the Elf Kingdom. The Royal Palace. A male dark elf with regular features, carrying a dark elf-style compound bow, followed the Prime Minister into the throne hall. Seeing Vaya and Zeshai sitting on the throne, Holy Chant and Star gazing 1,000 miles standing on the left side of the throne, and Infinite Magic and Luchai standing on the right side of the throne, he immediately widened his eyes and froze. "I am the Elf Queen Anteline Herlin Fouch, and he is my husband, the White Dragon Emperor Vaya Helias." After Zeshai introduced their identities, the male dark elf immediately knelt on one knee. "I am Blueberry Igunia, the representative of the Dark Elves, and I now swear allegiance to your majesty, the Queen on behalf of the Dark Elves. How will you prove your loyalty?" "Proved." Igunia showed a troubled expression. "We Dark Elves once offered beautiful women to Elven King Dekam Hogan. Do you want us to offer beautiful women to your husband?" "Of course not." Zeshai immediately explained. "I just want you Dark Elves to join my royal army. How many Dark Elf soldiers do you wish to conscript?" 1,000. Igunia breathed a sigh of relief, because this was an acceptable number. The Dark Elf tribe originally resided in the Tabu Great Forest. More than 300 years ago, due to the descent of the demon tree Sedalk into the Tabu Great Forest, the Dark Elf tribe was forced to migrate to the Ivantia Great Forest. Although the number of Dark Elves in the Elf Kingdom was far less than the Forest Elves, they still numbered in the tens of thousands. After Igunia left, Lucha immediately hugged Zeshai and asked, "Elder sister, are you really going to form an army?" Zeshai affectionately embraced her half-sister. "I am going to form an 8,000-strong elf army, which you, Holy Chant, star-gazing 1,000 miles, and Infinite Magic will command. Vaya has already used the Origin Magic Limit Break to help you awaken your divine human bloodline, and I believe your abilities will not disappoint me." Seeing Infinite Magic, looking utterly devoid of life, Vaya proactively asked, "Infinite Magic, do you have any dissatisfaction?" Infinite Magic forced a smile. How dare this humble one feel dissatisfied? It wasn't that she had no dissatisfaction. It was that she dared not have any dissatisfaction. As a powerhouse who had entered the 5th-tier heroic realm, Infinite Magic had once been taught a lesson by Zeshai for being arrogant, and was severely beaten while pinned to the ground. After receiving the lesson, Infinite Magic was filled with fear towards Zeshai. But her heart did not submit, and she always regarded Zeshai as the goal for striving to become stronger. "Even if I help you awaken the divine human bloodline, it is impossible for you to grow to a level surpassing the captain of the divine race. The divine human bloodline of Infinite Magic, Holy Chant, star-gazing 1,000 miles, and Luchai was very thin. Even with Vaya using Limit Break to help them awaken their player bloodline, they could only grow to around LV60. If you are willing to abandon your human identity, I can convert you into. Before Vaya could finish speaking, Lachias's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lord Vaya, I need your help now. Vaya immediately replied with a message. What happened? Elder Brother Pablo and Marquis Boralip are leading 100,000 rebel troops to attack the royal capital. I would like you to suppress the rebellion. Riestai's kingdom, the plain north of the royal capital. Marquis Boralip had already led his 100,000 troops to charge. Seeing that Lachias was still full of confidence in victory, Evil Eye asked curiously, Lachias, what exactly are you thinking? Lachias revealed a cunning smile. Evil Eye, you will understand soon. Immediately after Lachias finished speaking, Evil Eye saw Vaya, with white dragon wings extending from his back, flying toward them. Flying above the charging rebel troops at astonishing speed, Vaya directly used origin magic. World change. The gate of the River of Souls opened, and endless soul power impacted the ground under Vaya's guidance, causing the charging rebel troops to immediately feel immense pressure and halt. The miracle of the White Dragon Emperor. As a warrior among the nobility, Marquis Boralip did not hide in the rear, but personally led the cavalry legion to charge forward. An endless torrent of soul power crashed down like a waterfall on Marquis Boralip and his warhorse, causing the warhorse to stop its charge. Marquis Boralip was immediately shocked and enraged. What in the world is happening? Is this magic? Immediately after, Marquis Boralip saw the ground covered with weeds gradually sink, and clear underground water emerged. A moment later, the ground, where the 100,000 rebel soldiers stood, turned into a massive lake nearly 2 meters deep. Seeing the 100,000 rebel soldiers trapped in the suddenly appearing lake, the 150,000-strong army brought by Marquis Raven, Count Lytton, Count Uravorona, Marquis Broomlesh, and Marquis Pesperia were all terrified. Am I dreaming? This must be the water god punishing the rebels. A miracle, it's truly a miracle. As hundreds of thousands of people were stunned by the miracle of the ground suddenly turning into a lake, Vaya's voice echoed through the area like thunder. I am Vaya Helias, the White Dragon Emperor, the incarnation of the great White Dragon God. Now I bestow divine punishment upon you with divine power, but I am willing to give you a chance for atonement. As long as you swear allegiance to Queen Lachias, you may live. In this world, Vaya's use of high-tier origin magic, world change, to transform the land and turn the ground beneath the 100,000 rebel soldiers into a massive lake, was undoubtedly a miracle. The rebel soldiers were willing to follow Marquis Boralip not only because they could not defy their lord's orders, but also because their enemies were also human. Now that Vaya had displayed a miracle, letting the rebel soldiers know that they were facing an invincible deity, there was only one reaction from the rebel soldiers. I surrender. I was forced to participate by my lord. I am willing to pledge allegiance to Queen Lachias. Marquis Boralip looked up at the sky, incredulously staring at Vaya, who had white dragon wings extending from his back. Dragons are the strongest race in this world. Dragons capable of destroying cities and nations are usually considered capable of rivaling an army of 10,000. Vaya using a miracle to trap Marquis Boralip's 100,000-strong army clearly exceeded his normal understanding. The White Dragon Emperor, could he really be a deity? On the small hill, seeing Vaya use the miraculous origin magic to trap the 100,000 rebel soldiers, Lachias's small face revealed a mischievous smile of success. Marquis Raven, Count Lit, Count Uravorona, Marquis Broomlesh, Marquis Pesperia. Now that the rebel soldiers have surrendered, I order you to lead your soldiers to rescue them from the lake. Before executing the order, Marquis Raven couldn't help but ask Lachias, Your Majesty, what should we do with the captured nobles among the rebels? Lachias looked at Marquis Raven with a meaningful gaze. Perhaps from today, my title will become the Blood Queen. Marquis Raven understood Lachias's meaning. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, the Emperor of the Bahar's Empire, earned the title Blood Emperor for purging the nobility. Lachius receiving the title Blood Queen meant that Lachius would, like the Blood Emperor, purge the nobles involved in the rebellion, stripping them of their titles and territories. Hundreds of meters in the sky. Noticing a change in himself, Vaya opened his status panel. Seeing that priest of the dragon god had risen to LV5, and his overall level had increased to LV89, Vaya's gaze fell upon the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the ground. It was clear. The miracle Vaya displayed using the high-tier origin magic, World Change, indeed caused many people to become believers of the white dragon god. Half an hour later, Marquis Raven brought the first Prince Pablo and Marquis Boralip before Lachius. Your Majesty, the rebellious nobles have all been purged. Prince Pablo and Marquis Boralip require your personal judgment. Marquis Raven, you have done very well. After Lachius praised Marquis Raven, Pablo eagerly shouted, Lachius, quickly order the soldiers to release me, then punish them for their disrespect towards your royal brother. Even though we are siblings born of the same father and mother, Brother Pablo, you are so foolish that I almost pity you. Lachius said, looking at Pablo with pity, Brother Pablo, you and Marquis Boralip started a rebellion. My punishment for you will be the same as for the other nobles. I am your own brother. Pablo's eyes widened in disbelief. You monstrous queen. After forcing Cynic to give up his right to the throne and forcing Father to abdicate, you still want to commit the crime of kinslaying. Even if I have to bear the sin of kinslaying, I must punish your rebellion. As soon as Lachius finished speaking, Vaya descended from the sky, landing beside Lachius and Evil Eye. Lachius, you do not need to bear the sin of kinslaying. Lord Vaya, are you going to punish Brother Pablo in my stead? Yes. Vaya's gaze turned to Pablo, who showed a panicked expression. White Dragon Emperor, Lachius will be your wife in the future, and I am Lachius's brother, so if you kill me, you will also commit the crime of killing a blood relative. I am not married to Lachius yet. Vaya said expressionlessly. You started a rebellion for your own ambition. Even if I were already married to Lachius, I would still kill you. As he uttered the word, the magic fluctuation of instant death magic. Death swept over Pablo's body, and Pablo immediately fell down, turning into a corpse. Then, Vaya's gaze turned to Marquis Boralip. Since I have lost, I am willing to accept all punishment. Marquis Boralip bowed his head and pleaded. But I hope you do not harm my daughter and grandson. Lachius is a benevolent queen. She will take good care of her sister-in-law and nephew. After saying this, Vaya also used death on Marquis Boralip. Royal Capital. Francia Palace. Cynic entered Ramses III's room, and Ramses III, lying on the bed, immediately asked, Cynic, did you receive a message? Cynic nodded. Brother Pablo and Marquis Boralip's rebellion has failed. Is Pablo still alive? Cynic did not answer the question. Ramses III understood his meaning. For the throne, Lachius actually killed her own brother. Why do the gods treat me so cruelly, making my children kill each other? Father, you misunderstood. Cynic explained. It was not Lachius who killed Brother Pablo, but His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. Leaving Ramses III's room and coming outside, Cynic looked at the sky with a slight smile. Although Lord Vaya's dragon power was utilized, Lachius did indeed suppress the rebellion with the smallest cost. She truly is a more excellent queen than I as long as the kingdom's people can live better lives. Even if Lachius gives the kingdom established by our ancestors to Lord Vaya, I personally can accept it. Arshe, Bahar's empire. Imperial capital Aventhal. Imperial palace. The emperor's private office. Seated in his office chair, the Blood Emperor Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa looked gloomily at the state document in his hand. Queen Lachius's envoy has delivered a state document. The Riesti's kingdom has become part of the White Dragon Empire. What are your thoughts on this matter? After saying this, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa looked towards the three people sitting on the sofa. The youngest of the three was Ninbal, one of the 4 knights of the empire. The oldest of the three was Bargit Peshmal, the strongest of the 4 knights of the empire, known as Lightning Flash. The last person was also one of the 4 knights of the Empire, Nazami Anek, known as the Immovable. Barget was a middle-aged man with a golden beard on his chin, his back hair tied into a long braid, and an expression of confident cheerfulness. He was originally a commoner of the Empire and possessed considerable strength even before joining the Imperial Army. After joining the Imperial Army and being noticed by Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, Barget quickly became one of the 4 knights of the Empire and was granted the title of Imperial Count without a fiefdom. It is worth mentioning that Barget had 5 wives, and his principal wife and 4 concubines lived together harmoniously like sisters. Nazami, known as the Hardest Knight, was a strong man who used his shield for both offense and defense, capable of bashing and charging. He claimed to imitate the fighting style of a warrior he had once seen, who was likely Durdrin, the great shield Myriad Arms, the 8th seat of the Black Scripture. Hearing Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa's inquiry, Barget spoke in a tone devoid of reverence. Queen Lachius wants to marry the White Dragon Emperor. It's only natural that the Riesti's kingdom would become part of the White Dragon Empire. Why should your majesty be concerned about such a thing? You really are a fool. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa looked exasperated. The Bahar's Empire, the Riesti's kingdom, the Rabble Holy Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom to the south are all human nations established 200 years ago. Now that both the Riesti's kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom have been annexed by the White Dragon Empire, I fear the Empire and the Rabble Holy Kingdom might also become targets of the White Dragon Emperor. Barget, Nazami, and Ninbal looked at each other. Nazami couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, aren't you overthinking this? Perhaps my worries are unfounded." Gilk Arabic Noon IEF said with a bitter smile, "But as the emperor of this empire, I must consider the possibility that the White Dragon Emperor harbors ambitions to annex the Bahar's empire and devise countermeasures for it." Countermeasures? Ninbal reminded him. The White Dragon Emperor performed a miracle in the Riesti's kingdom, turning a grassland into a vast lake to trap the 100,000 rebel army led by Marquis Boralup. This has been confirmed. Even if we gathered all the Empire's soldiers, we could not possibly defeat the White Dragon Emperor. What method do you intend to use to stop him from annexing the Empire? Marriage alliance. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa declared with firm resolve. I will marry a princess without imperial blood to the White Dragon Emperor. A princess without imperial blood. Barget praised with a full smile. Your Majesty is truly wise. As long as the princess married to the White Dragon Emperor lacks imperial blood, he cannot use her name to seize the empire. Imperial Magic Academy. When Arshe walked to the entrance of the Magic Academy with her head lowered, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Arshe, wait for us. Arshe did not stop her steps. Haste. Empowered by the first-tier magic haste, Freya Valia Lan Gusamond caught up to Arshe and then blocked her path with her body. Arshe, are you really dropping out of the Magic Academy? Yes. Arshe forced a smile as she spoke. Freya, Silesia, thank you for your concern, but I'm truly fine. Silesia Balan came to Arshe's side and asked, Arshe, are you dropping out because of money issues? A flicker of unease appeared on Arshe's small face. Seeing that Arshe did not deny it, Freya immediately said, If it's a problem that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem for me. No matter how much our house of Duke Gusamond has declined, we have enough funds to support you, allowing you to stay at the Magic Academy and continue your studies. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. Large teardrops slid down Arshe's cheeks. Freya, Silesia, thank you for your kindness, but I already live in a different world from you now. Arshe, we are friends. Freya proactively grabbed Arshe's hands. If you don't want to accept aid from our house of Duke Gusamond, think of it as me lending you the money. You can repay me twice the amount in the future. Silesia also tried to persuade her. Arshe, we have already started learning third-tier magic. With your talent, you could even repay Freya 3 times the amount in the future. Arshe shook her head. I will absolutely not accept your help. As Arshe moved to leave them, Freya said with an expressionless face, Arshe, your parents are in debt, aren't they? Arshe's body instantly stiffened. Freya continued, I heard that even after the Field family was stripped of their title and lands, your parents continued to live a noble lifestyle. You choosing to drop out now suggests your parents have already exhausted their savings. Not just exhausted their savings. Arshe sobbed with a trembling voice. My parents also incurred a debt of 300 gold coins. To prevent my father, mother, and 2 younger sisters from becoming debt slaves, I must repay the debt. If that's the case, then let our house of Gusamond. Freya, we're friends, right? Arshe turned to look at Freya. Since I can now work and earn money myself, my pride does not allow me to use a friend's money to repay my parents' debts. After saying this, Arshe left directly. The high-end residential district of the imperial capital. Most residents here were nobles, so the houses were extremely luxurious mansions, sufficient to serve as symbols of noble status. Because the Blood Emperor G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet, Arabic Fa had purged a large number of nobles, there were now many empty houses here. Returning to the Field family's luxurious mansion, Arshe saw the butler negotiating in the courtyard with a man of solid muscle and sharp eyes. It was obvious. This man was a creditor collecting a debt. Seeing Arshe, the man looked at her as if appraising a high-value commodity, his gaze sweeping over her up and down. Though a bit young, her face is very cute. Coupled with her status as a count's daughter, she might fetch a high price of 200 gold coins. I will not become your debt slave. Arshe walked up to the man angrily and said, I will become a worker to repay the debt. Please do not come here to harass my family. A little girl like you becoming a worker. The man couldn't help but laugh. To think a daughter must work to repay debts incurred by her parents. You are truly unfortunate. 7-colored Dragon King, Erantal. The garden of the city hall. Sitting by the tea table, Vaya was checking his status panel. Seeing World Guardian and Dragon Ruler reach LV10 and his overall level rise to LV93, Vaya's heart swelled with excitement. Because now, Vaya could learn the highest tier origin magic, rivaling the power of the world-class item, 20. Lord Vaya. Hearing Kyrenia's voice, Vaya snapped back to reality and asked the girl who had mustered her courage. Kyrenia, you asked to meet me here. Do you have something important to discuss? Not exactly, something important. Kyrenia lowered her head and spoke guiltily. I've heard about Princess Lacheus being converted into your familiar. As a reward for spreading the faith of the white dragon god during this time, I also wish to become your familiar. Granted. Vaya agreed immediately, leaving Kyrenia wide-eyed in disbelief. You truly wish to make me your familiar. A faint smile appeared on Vaya's face. Kyrenia, as long as you have the resolve to abandon your human identity, I have no reason to refuse turning you into my familiar. After saying this, Vaya bit his right wrist and offered it to Kyrenia. Drink my blood. As Kyrenia lowered her head and drank deeply of the dragon blood, Vaya cast origin magic on her with his left hand. Convert familiar. Bathed in the radiance of the origin magic, Kyrenia's body began to change at a visible rate. A pair of white dragon wings extended from her back, and a white dragon tail settled on the ground behind her. A moment later, feeling the changes in her body cease, Kyrenia looked up and cast the 3rd-tier healing magic, Heal Critical Wounds, on Vaya's right wrist. Vaya also used attribute detection to check Kyrenia's status. Kialinia Buruan. Race, Dragonoid. Racial levels, Juvenile LV10, Adolescent LV10, Young Adult LV1. Job levels, Magic Maid LV6, Priest LV6, Saint LV6. Overall level, LV39. Seeing Kyrenia's overall level was LV39, Vaya's eyes immediately lit up. With roughly 2 years left before the arrival of the Bone King and the Great Tomb of Nazarick, there was ample time for Kyrenia to grow strong enough to rival the battle maids of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. because the lowest level battle maid of the Pleiades, Shizu Delta, had an overall level of only 46. Lord Vaya, your wound won't heal. Hearing Chironia's panicked voice, Vaya cast a healing spell on his right wrist with his left hand. Heal critical wounds. Seeing Vaya's wound heal and disappear, a look of utter confusion appeared on Chironia's small face. Lord Vaya, why was my healing magic ineffective on you? Because my magic defense is too high. Vaya explained. As the highest tier, true Dragon King, my physical and magic defense is close to 100%, granting me immunity to physical and magic attacks below level 70. Level 70. Level 70 corresponds to the 10th tier. Even 10th tier magic is ineffective against you. Lord Vaya, you truly are the incarnation of the white dragon god, a deity descended upon the mortal world. Chironia gazed at Vaya with eyes full of adoration. Seeing her dragon tail wagging back and forth, Vaya placed his right hand on her head for a head pat. As if encouraged, Chironia actively threw herself into Vaya's arms, bringing her cherry lips close to his. At that moment, "Husband, my great-grandfather wishes to meet with you." Drolatilin's voice echoed in Vaya's mind. Vaya's eyes widened immediately. Because Drolatilin's great-grandfather was one of the true Dragon Kings, the seven-colored Dragon King. Seeing the change in Vaya's expression, Chironia stopped. "Chironia, I must go now to meet with Drolatilin's great-grandfather, the seven-colored Dragon King." After saying this, Vaya lowered his head and brought his lips close to Chironia's. Chironia closed her eyes, both shy and overjoyed. After a long while, Vaya spoke to the dazed Chironia. "If you wish for more rewards, you must make more people become believers of the white dragon god." Dragon Kingdom. The royal capital, Dravel. The royal palace. Stepping out of the teleportation gate, Vaya saw a luxurious reception room where Drolatilin was chatting with an old man with white hair and a white beard. "Husband." Seeing Vaya, Drolatilin joyfully ran over and threw herself into his arms. "I've missed you so much, husband. Why didn't you come to see me?" Vaya, as if not hearing Drolatilin's words, kept his gaze fixed on the white-haired old man. "Are you the seven-colored Dragon King?" This old man is Drolatilin's great-grandfather. The white-haired old man said with dissatisfaction, "Since you are Drolatilin's husband, you should also address me as great-grandfather, shouldn't you?" The seven-colored Dragon King. Although he was considered a pervert who enjoyed having children with humans, he was undoubtedly a highest-tier true Dragon King, residing atop the mountain known as the world's highest peak in the central continent. His intellect was quite sharp, akin to a scholar who disliked combat. But his combat prowess was worthy of his status as a true Dragon King. In the story of a parallel world, the Bone King, wielding a world-class item and a guild weapon, fought the seven-colored Dragon King to a stalemate. "Aren't you a bit too old-looking?" This old man can assume a youthful form, but as Drolatilin's great-grandfather, I feel this appearance suits my status better. Seeing Vaya ignore her, Drolatilin pouted unhappily. "Husband, I'm going to get angry. Are you a teenage girl?" Vaya dotingly held Drolatilin in his arms, placing his right hand on her head for a head pat. "Drolatilin, I have a very important matter now. If you behave obediently, I will stay in the Dragon Kingdom with you for a while." Drolatilin's eyes lit up. "Husband, I'll leave right now." After Drolatilin left, only Vaya and the seven-colored Dragon King remained in the reception room. Vaya directly asked him, "Have you come to kill me?" The Platinum Dragon King did indeed make that request of me, as he suspects you are a player. Your rapid level increase and ability to use origin magic also make me suspect you are a player who descended with a world-class item. The seven-colored Dragon King walked up to Vaya. "But you need not worry. I did not accept the Platinum Dragon King's request. I bear no great hostility towards players, and moreover, you are my great-grandson-in-law." "I am not a player," Vaya said expressionlessly. "Believe it or not, I am a dragon born in this world. My rapid leveling and ability to use origin magic are due to my innate ability. The two girls by my side, Drolatilin and Evil Eye, can both use origin magic through their innate abilities. Would you suspect Drolatilan of being a player? You make a valid point. The seven-colored Dragon King nodded in agreement. Then I shall believe you are not a player, and that your use of origin magic stems from an innate ability. But I have one more question. Has no one told you that we dragons do not possess innate abilities? Battle of the True Dragon King. In this world, the strength of the human race is weaker than that of the beastman race and the heteromorphic race, mainly because the human race lacks racial levels. Innate ability is like compensation from the world itself to the human race. It is a special ability that belongs solely to the human race. As a member of the dragon race, Vaya naturally could not possess an innate ability. As expected of the seven-colored Dragon King, the most learned and wise among the true Dragon Kings, Vaya looked at the seven-colored Dragon King with a faint smile. I indeed do not possess an innate ability. So, the reason you can use origin magic is because you possess a world-class item that changes the rules of the world. Because I cannot explain my situation, you can consider me a player who possesses a world-class item. If you wish to crusade against me, I will fight you with all my might. I have already said before that I do not hold much hostility toward players. But since you are to become my great-grandson-in-law, I must indeed test your strength. After saying this, the seven-colored Dragon King activated origin magic. World movement. The next instant, Vaya and the seven-colored Dragon King were transported to the highest peak of the Flying Dragon Mountains in the north of the Dragon Kingdom. The reason he could confirm this was the Flying Dragon Mountains was because Vaya saw flying dragons circling in the nearby sky. In Yggdrasil, the level of a flying dragon knight is around LV 40. Watching the flying dragons circling in the distance, Vaya had the idea of training flying dragon knights. You are interested in these flying dragons? Hearing the seven-colored Dragon King's question, Vaya nodded. I want my white dragon empire to possess an aerial unit composed of flying dragon knights. Your ambition will have no chance to be realized. A familiar voice came from behind Vaya. Vaya turned around and saw the platinum armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King, with a gloomy expression on his face. The seven-colored Dragon King and the Platinum Dragon King actually teamed up. You two certainly think highly of me. The seven-colored Dragon King moved with teleportation-like speed to stand before the Platinum Dragon King and questioned him. Saint Dorcas, why have you appeared here? I know that if you bring out your full strength, you will definitely be able to kill Vaya. I did not come here to intervene in your battle, but only to prevent Vaya from escaping. After hearing the Platinum Dragon King's explanation, the seven-colored Dragon King aimed his right hand at the platinum armor. If you don't want me to dismantle your armor, disappear immediately. Apologies, I did not come here to provoke you. The Platinum Dragon King said, bowing his head. For the sake of protecting the world, please, you must kill Vaya. After saying this, the Platinum Dragon King activated the Origin Magic World Movement and left the Flying Dragon Mountains. Seeing the seven-colored Dragon King drive away the Platinum Dragon King, Vaya widened his eyes in surprise. You drove the Platinum Dragon King away. Aren't you worried that I will run away? Are you overthinking it? The seven-colored Dragon King's gaze returned to Vaya. I already said just now, I only want to test your strength to see if you are qualified to have Drolatilan bear a child that inherits the bloodline of the seven-colored Dragon King. I was overthinking it. Vaya looked at the seven-colored Dragon King with suspicious eyes. You really won't kill me. If your strength is too weak, to avoid Drolatilan becoming a widow after marrying you, I might just kill you. After saying this, the seven-colored Dragon King changed from his human form into a dragon man covered in scales shimmering with seven-colored radiance, and then swung his dragon claws to attack Vaya. Vaya took out a greatsword from his item space to block the attack. Cracked. The top-tier item was instantly shattered by the seven-colored Dragon King's dragon claws. It was obvious. The seven-colored Dragon King did not use weapons or equipment because, as a true Dragon King of the highest tier, His own dragon claws were weapons that rivaled divine artifacts. In the battle between the Bone King and the Kutsukabari, the Bone King used the super-tier magic Dark Fertility sacrifice to summon Dark Young, which had levels exceeding LV90 and defense, surpassing that of level 100 players. The Kutsukabari's tail struck a Dark Young, directly blowing away a part of the Dark Young's body, which was enough to show how formidable a true Dragon King's body was as a weapon. Dodging the dragon claws swung by the seven-colored Dragon King, Vaya also transformed into his Dragon Man form and used his own dragon claws to counterattack the seven-colored Dragon King. Clang, clang, clang. Vaya's dragon claws and the seven-colored Dragon King's dragon claws collided with each other, leaving trails of afterimages and continuously emitting the sound of clashing metal. After a fierce exchange, because the two of them remained evenly matched, the seven-colored Dragon King took the initiative to distance himself from Vaya. Vaya Helios, it seems you are already a true Dragon King of the highest tier, on the same level as me. Will you remain at the level of the highest tier true Dragon King like us, or will you continue to raise your level and enter the tier on par with the Dragon Emperor? Seven-colored Dragon King, if you want me to answer your question, you must defeat me. After saying this, Vaya unleashed Moment Severance at the seven-colored Dragon King. The 10th tier Magic Moment Severance is a degraded version of the Skill Dimensional Severance from the strongest warrior class profession, World Champion. It possesses the power to make magical defenses almost ineffective and is also the most powerful attack spell among tier magic. Boom! An invisible space blade slashed toward the seven-colored Dragon King, but was blocked by the seven-colored radiance covering his entire body. Seeing that Moment Severance did not break the seven-colored Dragon King's defense, Vaya was not surprised. Triple Maximize Magic, Moment Severance. Triple Maximize Magic means casting the same spell 3 times in succession. Swish, swish, swish. 3 space blades slashed toward the seven-colored Dragon King simultaneously, and he immediately sensed the danger. While the first 2 space blades broke through the seven-colored radiance, the seven-colored Dragon King dodged the 3rd space blade with astonishing speed. It truly surprises me that tier magic can actually pose a threat to us true Dragon Kings. It seems you lack experience fighting level 100 magic-type players. The Bone King, who had fought the seven-colored Dragon King and the Kutsukabari, evaluated the seven-colored Dragon King and the Kutsukabari as lacking experience in fighting enemies of the same level. The seven-colored Dragon King said coldly, "As a true Dragon King who dislikes fighting, I do not deny that I lack experience in fighting enemies of the same level. Do you have experience fighting enemies of the same level?" Vaya shook his head. "You are the first highest-tier true Dragon King to fight me. Then we are the same." "We are not the same." Vaya corrected him. "If you only have this level of strength, I will be the winner of this battle, and you will be the loser." "Since you say so." The seven-colored Dragon King raised both hands and used Origin Magic to condense a huge energy ball. Sensing the familiar fluctuation of Origin Magic, Vaya widened his eyes in surprise. This is the Platinum Dragon King's Origin Big Bang. The huge energy ball was hurled by the seven-colored Dragon King toward Vaya. Ultimate Holy Flame. Vaya also unleashed his own Origin Magic. The white-gold Holy Flame turned into a torrent and collided with the huge energy ball of Origin Big Bang, Ultimate Holy Big Bang. After the 2 high-tier Origin magic spells collided and annihilated each other, Vaya questioned the seven-colored Dragon King. "Why are you using the Platinum Dragon King's Origin Magic to fight me?" The seven-colored Dragon King explained. "Creating Origin Magic for the sake of battle doesn't fit my style at all, so I prefer using powerful Origin Magic created by other true Dragon Kings. In other words, you don't have any highest-tier Origin Magic of your own as a trump card." "I don't have my own highest-tier Origin Magic." The seven-colored Dragon King let out a laugh. "Although I hate fighting, that doesn't mean I don't want to improve my strength. If I didn't want to improve my strength, how could I have become a true Dragon King of the highest rank?" Vaya wore an unsatisfied expression. Do you or do you not have highest tier origin magic that you created yourself? That is a secret. Even if you do have highest tier origin magic, I will be the one who wins today. To have the confidence to defeat me, could it be that you possess highest tier origin magic? Vaya raised both hands directly, using origin magic to condense a massive, platinum-colored energy sphere. Sensing the fluctuations of highest tier origin magic, the seven-colored Dragon King widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this the Platinum Dragon King's highest tier origin magic? This is the highest tier origin magic ultimate holy explosion, which I created based on Origin Big Bang. After saying this, Vaya hurled the massive, platinum-colored energy sphere at the seven-colored Dragon King. Origin Big Bang, World Severance Barrier. The seven-colored Dragon King cast 2 origin magic spells in succession. After Origin Big Bang collided with Ultimate Holy Explosion, the massive, platinum-colored energy sphere exploded instantly, transforming into an endless torrent of energy that impacted the surrounding space. After the impact of the energy torrent, Vaya saw that the peaks of a portion of the Flying Dragon Mountains had been destroyed, and the seven-colored Dragon King had vanished from before him. The Beastmen tribe to the east of the Flying Dragon Mountains. The platinum armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King stood on an altar, sensing the origin magic fluctuations from the Flying Dragon Mountains. After Vaya used Ultimate Holy Explosion, the Platinum Dragon King said excitedly, "This is the fluctuation of highest tier origin magic. It seems the seven-colored Dragon King has already taken care of Vaya." The next instant, the platinum armor vanished from the altar. The Flying Dragon Mountains. At this moment, Vaya was checking his status panel. Seeing that Dragon Warrior had increased to LV10, Dragon Transcendence to LV4, and both Primal Chanter and World Connector to LV9, bringing his overall level to LV97, Vaya could hardly believe his eyes. Did I really defeat the seven-colored Dragon King? After all, the seven-colored Dragon King was one of the highest-ranked true Dragon Kings. Even if he didn't have highest-tier origin magic, it would have been impossible for Vaya to defeat the seven-colored Dragon King so easily. Just then, Vaya sensed the fluctuations of the origin magic world movement. Under Vaya's gaze, what appeared before him was not the seven-colored Dragon King, but the platinum armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King. Seeing that Vaya was unharmed, the Platinum Dragon King let out a sound of surprise. "You are actually still alive. Do you think it was the seven-colored Dragon King who used highest-tier origin magic just now?" A playful smile appeared on Vaya's face. "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. It was I who used highest-tier origin magic to defeat the seven-colored Dragon King just now. Even if you can use highest-tier origin magic, it's impossible to defeat the seven-colored Dragon King in such a short time." As soon as the Platinum Dragon King finished speaking, the seven-colored Dragon King flapped his wings and flew over. "Saint I did not guarantee to you that I would defeat him, nor did I guarantee that I would kill him." The Platinum Dragon King questioned angrily. "Did you lose to him on purpose? He has already proven that he is qualified to be my great-grandson-in-law. He will endanger the world." "You keep saying he will endanger the world. What has he done to endanger the world?" The Platinum Dragon King was immediately rendered speechless. The seven-colored Dragon King continued, "Since he hasn't done anything to endanger the world, how can you label him a calamity that endangers the world based on non-existent reasons? Seven-colored Dragon King, you will definitely regret this." The Platinum Dragon King once again used the origin magic world movement to teleport away. After the Platinum Dragon King left, Vaya asked the seven-colored Dragon King, "Seven-colored Dragon King, why didn't you fight me with all your might? If we had both ended up severely injured, the Platinum Dragon King would definitely have seized the opportunity to kill you." The seven-colored Dragon King's gaze turned toward the Dragon Kingdom. "You are not only my kind, but also my great-grandson-in-law. I certainly don't want to turn Dralatilin into a widow with my own hands. I am your kind. I had children with a human wife and was viewed by my own kind as an incomprehensible anomaly. Drolatilin's primary lineage is human. By marrying her and having children, aren't you doing the same thing as I did? From this perspective, Vaya and the seven-colored Dragon King were indeed the same kind. It seems you don't view me as a calamity that endangers the world, not only because of my relationship with Drolatilin, but also because you view me as a peer who likes human wives just as you do. The seven-colored Dragon King did not deny it. Now that you have proven your strength, I can entrust Drolatilin to you with peace of mind. After saying this, the seven-colored Dragon King turned to leave. Vaya spoke immediately. Seven-colored Dragon King, I would like to ask a question. What is your question? The people of the Inbelia Kingdom were turned into undead by the Katsukabari's origin magic. I want to know how to resurrect them. Resurrecting the people of the Inbelia Kingdom is not a simple matter. In the story of the parallel world, even the Bone King, that king of undead, had no way to resurrect the people of the Inbelia Kingdom. The Inbelia Kingdom. The seven-colored Dragon King wore a reminiscent expression. Are you talking about that human nation south of the Catinia's mountains? The humans there had their souls stolen by the Katsukabari using origin magic, so their souls did not return to the world's river of souls. If you want to resurrect them, you must first defeat the Katsukabari and make the Katsukabari release the imprisoned souls. As long as I make the Katsukabari release their souls, I can resurrect them. Vaya had absolute confidence in defeating the Katsukabari. Because the Katsukabari had already reincarnated as an undead, Vaya's ultimate holy explosion could deal damage to him that surpassed highest-tier origin magic. The seven-colored Dragon King shook his head. Their souls have already been drained of soul power by the Katsukabari. Even if the Katsukabari releases their souls will return directly to the River of Souls. If you want to resurrect them, you must summon their souls from the River of Souls. I don't know if the Dragon Emperor can summon souls from the River of Souls to the current world, but I know this is something even a true Dragon King of the highest rank cannot do. It seems that if I want to resurrect the people of the Inbelia Kingdom, I must level up to the same level as the Dragon Emperor. Rotten Coffin Dragon King, Dragon Kingdom. Royal Capital, Dravel. The Royal Palace. Vaya tore a piece of dragon skin, complete with dragon scales and dragon blood, from his own right shoulder. Catching the scent of the dragon blood, Drolatilin used the third-tier magic dimensional shift to arrive in Vaya's room. Husband, why are you hurting yourself like this? Seeing the pained expression on Vaya's face, Drolatilin knelt behind him in distress and cast healing magic on the wound on his right shoulder. Great Heal. Great Heal is a 6-tier healing spell. Watching the wound on his right shoulder visibly regenerate and heal under the radiance of the healing magic, Vaya was somewhat surprised. Because Vaya's magic defense was already near 100%, even 10th-tier magic would not have any effect on his body. It seems that losing the protection of the dragon scales and dragon skin has caused my magic defense to drop. I am preparing to subjugate Katsukabari Dragon Lord. After explaining, Vaya sealed the high-tier origin magic ultimate, Holy Flame, into a magic sealing item constructed from dragon skin, dragon scales, and dragon blood. Subjugate Katsukabari Dragon Lord. Drolatilin's small face was full of confusion. I heard that Katsukabari Dragon Lord fell 200 years ago. Among the many Dragon Lords, 2 had transformed into undead: Katsukabari Dragon Lord and the Vampire Dragon Lord. Coincidentally, both Katsukabari Dragon Lord and the Vampire Dragon Lord were believed to have perished. Katsukabari Dragon Lord is one of the members of the 6 Dragon Alliance. Since the 6 Dragon Alliance has not become the 5 Dragon Alliance, it is enough to prove that Katsukabari Dragon Lord is still alive. The real reason Vaya believed Katsukabari Dragon Lord was still alive was that no one was capable of subjugating him. In the story of the parallel world, the person who subjugated Katsukabari Dragon Lord 200 years ago was Bone King. In this world, the only people who could have potentially subjugated Katsukabari Dragon Lord 200 years ago were the leader of the 13 heroes, Riku, and his companions. However, judging by the fact that Riku and his companions could not be resurrected after death, it seemed more likely that Katsukabari Dragon Lord had used the highest tier origin magic, Soul Extinguishing Breath, to destroy them. With the magic sealing item containing Ultimate Holy Flame completed, Vaya tore off more dragon skin, complete with dragon scales and dragon blood, from his left shoulder. Half an hour later, after the second magic sealing item was finished, Vaya took the dragon scales and dragon skin of Azure Dragon King from his item space and began creating a magic sealing item containing the 10th tier magic Divine Flame. Dralatilin asked with some concern, "Husband, is Katsukabari, Dragon Lord, a formidable enemy you cannot defeat?" Vaya shook his head. "I am making these preparations because it is possible that Katsukabari Dragon Lord and Platinum Dragon King might join forces against me." The next day, Vaya used Fly to soar above the Catinia's mountains, searching for the location of Katsukabari Dragon Lord. During the era when the 8 Desires King fought against the dragon race, Katsukabari Dragon Lord did not participate in the war. This was not because Katsukabari Dragon Lord was cowardly, but because he knew that he could not defeat the 8 Desires King at that time. After the 8 Desires King were subjugated by the dragon race, in order to eliminate the players who descended again, Katsukabari Dragon Lord not only joined the 6 Dragon Alliance, but also abandoned his dragon identity to transform into an undead. True Ancestor Dragon LV1, Dragon Necromancer LV7, Soul Blasphemer LV7, Occultist LV1. This was the power Katsukabari Dragon Lord obtained by transforming into an undead. If Katsukabari Dragon Lord had not become an undead, he would never have been able to reach LV95. Abandoning his dragon identity allowed Katsukabari Dragon Lord to gain immense power, but it also forced him to pay an equally immense price. Katsukabari Dragon Lord was no longer a dragon, which meant he could no longer obtain soul power from the world's River of Souls. If Katsukabari Dragon Lord wanted to continue using origin magic, he had to consume his own soul or seize the souls of other living beings. Consequently, Katsukabari Dragon Lord destroyed many nations near the Catinia's mountains, collecting the souls of tens of millions of people as energy to use origin magic. Evil Eye's homeland, the Kingdom of Imberia, was destroyed by Katsukabari Dragon Lord under these circumstances, and all 5 million people in the entire kingdom were turned into soulless undead. Flying to the central part of the Catinia's mountains, Vaya saw that the top of the mountain below had been magically transformed into a huge plaza, and on the plaza was a massive elliptical sphere composed of over 1 million undead. Looking at the elliptical sphere made of over 1 million undead, Vaya recognized it as the corpse armor that Katsukabari Dragon Lord had created using various undead, such as humans, giants, and dragons, with a total length of at least 150 meters. Is he sleeping? He probably doesn't consider me a threat. Seeing that Katsukabari Dragon Lord did not react to him, Vaya immediately took out a magic sealing item containing the high-tier origin magic ultimate, Holy Flame. To subjugate Katsukabari Dragon Lord, Vaya had created 12 magic sealing items. 2 magic sealing items made from Vaya's own dragon skin, complete with dragon scales and dragon blood, contained the high-tier origin magic ultimate, Holy Flame. 10 magic sealing items made from Azure Dragon Kings, dragon scales, and dragon skin contained the 10th tier magic Divine Flame. Release. Crack, crack, crack. As the magic sealing item made from Vaya's dragon scales, dragon skin, and dragon blood shattered and collapsed, an endless torrent of platinum gold holy flames surged toward Katsukabari Dragon Lord's corpse armor. The next instant, within the corpse armor, a magical fluctuation of the mid-tier origin magic world severance barrier appeared. A moment later, the platinum gold holy flames burned the millions of undead to nothing, and Katsukabari Dragon Lord's true form, protected by the world's severance barrier, appeared in Vaya's line of sight. Katsukabari Dragon Lord had pale skin and red eyes like a vampire, and his neck and tail were very long. He looked like a snake with wings and dragon claws. After locking eyes with Vaya, Katsukabari Dragon Lord immediately let out an angry roar. "Why are you attacking me, you guy?" Katsukabari Dragon Lord's reaction surprised Vaya somewhat. "You don't recognize me. Should I know you? I am White Dragon Emperor Vaya Helios. Did Platinum Dragon King not tell you about me?" "White Dragon Emperor, how arrogant. Do you think you are the second Dragon Emperor?" Katsukabari Dragon Lord flapped his wings and flew in front of Vaya. "I am Katsukabari Dragon Lord Cure Elim Los Malvar. Although I want to kill you immediately, I have a doubt in my heart. Answer my previous question. Why are you attacking me?" "Katsukabari Dragon Lord, have you already forgotten your crimes? To continue using origin magic, you seized the souls of tens of millions of people. That is my reason for subjugating you." Katsukabari Dragon Lord wore an expression of disbelief. "We are Dragon Lords capable of using origin magic. Not only humanoids, demi-humans, and heteromorphs, but even the dragon race that uses tier magic are merely ants crawling beneath our feet. To think that you would attack me for the sake of those ants, how truly foolish." This was Katsukabari Dragon Lord's honest opinion. Because within Katsukabari Dragon Lord's corpse armor, there were also dragon race undead. World Beyonder. "Katsukabari, you have taken the souls of millions, perhaps even tens of millions. There is no doubt that your actions are a danger to the world." Vaya Helios looked at Katsukabari with an expressionless face. "Even though you are of my own kind, I must strike you down. Moreover, you have already fallen into becoming an evil undead." "Fallen? You actually dare to say I have fallen?" Katsukabari became even more enraged. "I became an undead in order to eradicate the filth of the Dragon Emperor and protect this world. You treat the human race, the demi-human race, the heteromorphic race, and the dragons who cannot use origin magic as mere ants. Whose world are you protecting? If the world you are protecting is only for yourself and the true Dragon Kings, you have absolutely no qualification to call yourself a world guardian. How dare you deny me like this? I will kill you and imprison your soul by my side forever." Swish! Katsukabari lashed out with his dragon tail, launching an attack at Vaya Helios. In the battle between the Bone King and Katsukabari, the Dark Young, which possessed defense exceeding that of a level 100 player, had a portion of its body blown away by a single strike from Katsukabari's tail. At this moment, Vaya Helios did not dodge the attack, but instead whipped out his own dragon tail to counterattack. With a loud bang, Vaya Helios's dragon tail collided with Katsukabari's dragon tail. Seeing that his Pride and Joy tail attack had been blocked by Vaya Helios's tail, Katsukabari widened his eyes in disbelief. "Not only can you use origin magic, but you are also a true Dragon King of the same rank as me." "That's right." After answering this question, Vaya Helios once again used the magic sealing item containing the ultimate holy flame. Release. The white gold holy flame transformed into a torrent and rushed toward Katsukabari. The soul energy Katsukabari had collected allowed him to use the highest tier origin magic, Soul Extinguishing Breath, 3 times. If he continued to use mid-tier origin magic and high-tier origin magic, the number of times he could use the highest tier origin magic would decrease. Soul Extinguishing Breath. To avoid the worst-case scenario, Katsukabari sprayed a massive black beam of light at Vaya Helios. Ultimate Holy Explosion. Vaya Helios created a massive white gold energy sphere and then swung both hands, hurling the white gold energy sphere toward Katsukabari. Booms, booms, boom. The massive black beam and the massive white gold energy sphere collided, and the 2 highest tier origin magic spells began to annihilate each other. Seeing this scene, Katsukabari widened his eyes once again. "You actually possess the highest tier origin magic." Before Katsukabari could finish his sentence, he saw the white gold torrent of flame had already rushed before him. To protect himself, Katsukabari had no choice but to release the world's severance barrier once again. Vaya Helios's ultimate holy flame was a high-tier origin magic. World Severance Barrier was a mid-tier origin magic. If Katsukabari wanted to block the ultimate holy flame with the World Severance Barrier, he had to strengthen the World Severance Barrier with an amount of soul energy equivalent to casting a high-tier origin magic. As a price, Katsukabari could now only use soul-extinguishing breath one more time. A moment later, soul-extinguishing breath and ultimate holy explosion annihilated each other and vanished, and the ultimate holy flame was also blocked by Katsukabari using the world's severance barrier. Damn you, via Helios, today I will grant you the glory of victory. After saying this, Katsukabari prepared to flee. World movement. World severance barrier. Before Katsukabari could escape using world movement, via Helios used the world's severance barrier to seal the surrounding space. Katsukabari, give up. To prevent millions or even tens of millions more from having their souls taken by you, I will definitely kill you today. Ultimate holy explosion. Via Helios once again hurled the massive white gold energy sphere toward Katsukabari. You damn bastard, soul-extinguishing breath. Driven mad with rage, Katsukabari's only choice was to release soul-extinguishing breath to defend himself. Booms, booms, boom. The two highest-tier origin magic spells collided once again, then annihilated each other and vanished. Seeing that Katsukabari had already released soul-extinguishing breath twice, via Helios asked with a playful smile on his face. Katsukabari, I can still release ultimate holy explosion 2 more times. How many more times can you release soul-extinguishing breath? Spare me. Katsukabari lowered his head and spoke words of begging for mercy. The filth of the Dragon Emperor is the greatest danger to this world and to us, the Dragon race. My soul-extinguishing breath can eradicate the filth of the Dragon Emperor. Katsukabari, you are also a calamity that endangers the world. I can submit to you and help you conquer the entire world. I don't need you to do anything for me, because there is only one thing you should do, and that is to go to the River of Souls and repent for taking the souls of tens of millions of people. Katsukabari looked up at via Helios, filled with rage. You want me to repent to ants? I am the Katsukabari, cure elim losmal. Those ants have no qualification to make me bow my head. Ultimate holy explosion. Via Helios used the highest tier origin magic for the 3rd time, hurling the massive white gold energy sphere toward the enraged Katsukabari. Booms, booms, boom. The moment the massive white gold energy sphere struck Katsukabari, an endless torrent of energy explosively impacted the surrounding space, shaving away the central mountain range of the Catinia's mountains at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the impact of the energy torrent ended, via Helios immediately opened his status panel. Via Helios. Title, White Dragon Emperor. Race level, Juvenile LV10, Adolescent LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV11, World Guardian LV10, Priest of the Dragon God LV5, Dragon Chanter LV10, Primal Chanter LV9, World Connector LV9, Dragon Ruler LV10, Dragon Transcendence LV5, Soul Savior LV1, World Transcender LV1. Total level, LV101. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break, World Severance Barrier, Convert Familiar, World Change, Ultimate Holy Flame, Ultimate Holy Explosion. Seeing that Dragon Warrior had increased to LV11 and Dragon Transcendence had increased to LV5, via Helios confirmed a fact. Katsukabari had indeed been killed by him. Looking at the new classes, Soul Savior and World Transcender, via Helios showed a puzzled expression. I obtained Soul Savior because I struck down Katsukabari and saved the souls that were imprisoned by him. I obtained World Transcender. Could it be because my total level exceeded LV100? As soon as via Helios finished speaking, a line of text appeared in his mind. Do you wish to enter the realm of God? Who are you? Via Helios instinctively asked for the entity's identity. World. World, are you the will of this world or the world itself? This time, the entity did not give a direct response. Do you wish to enter the realm of God? Yes. Via Helios stated his choice. The next instant, the entire world began to undergo a stunning change. No, it was not the world that was changing, but Via Helios himself. Via Helios, who had originally been bound by the rules of the world, had now entered the supreme realm that transcended the rules of the world, the realm of God. White Dragon Emperor. With his evolution complete, Via opened his status panel once again. Via Helios. Title, White Dragon God Emperor. Base level, LV100. Job level, World Transcender LV1. Combined level, LV101. Origin Magic. Limit Break, World Severance Barrier, Convert Familiar, World Change, Ultimate Holy Flame, Ultimate Holy Explosion. End Magic, World Travel. Ascending to the realm of God, which transcends the rules of the world, not only changed Via's title to White Dragon God Emperor, but also allowed him to learn the End Magic World Travel, which surpasses Origin Magic, granting him the ability to travel to other worlds. Seeing that his job level was now only World Transcender, Via couldn't help but frown. Does this mean that to increase my level now, I must defeat a powerhouse who is also a World Transcender? In this world, the only one who can be called a World Transcender is the Dragon Emperor, who may have already perished. In other words, if Via wants to continue increasing his level, he must travel to other worlds. If the Dragon Emperor fell under the siege of the Eight Desires King, even if I am now a World Transcender, I cannot destroy the Bone King and the Great Tomb of Nazarick alone. After all, the Great Tomb of Nazarick possesses 11 world-class items, making it even more powerful than the Eight Desires King. Fixing his gaze on the End Magic World Travel, Via made a decision. World Movement. Agrand Council Nation. Capital, the room housing the guild weapon of the Eight Desires King. The Platinum Dragon King suddenly widened his eyes, sensing a violent fluctuation in the River of Souls. This is a fluctuation that only my father could trigger. Could it be that someone has ascended to the same realm as my father? The next instant, Via's figure appeared before the Platinum Dragon King, Via Helios. The Platinum Dragon King looked at Via in disbelief. Because the source of the violent fluctuations in the world's River of Souls was none other than Via, who stood before him. Platinum Dragon King, it seems you already know of my change, Via said expressionlessly. I am now a world-class transcender on par with your father, the Dragon Emperor. Are you here to kill me? Via shook his head. Although I now possess the strength to kill you, I will not take revenge on you because, in 2 years, evil players more powerful than the Eight Desires King will descend. We must unite to defeat the evil players that threaten the world. As the price for my giving up on revenge against you, I require you to protect my White Dragon Empire alongside the 7-colored Dragon King. The Platinum Dragon King asked suspiciously, since you possess strength equal to my father, the Dragon Emperor. Why make me protect your White Dragon Empire? If you are trying to use this as a pretext to make me submit, I would rather be killed by you. The evil players descending in 2 years possess 11 world-class items and numerous level 100 NPCs. Even if our dragon race unites as one, it will be difficult to defeat these evil players. In order to continue increasing my strength, I intend to travel to other worlds. This is the reason I want you to protect the White Dragon Empire. You actually know that the evil players descending in 2 years possess 11 world-class items. As a transcender who has surpassed the rules of the world, I can obtain specific information about the filth of the Dragon Emperor that will descend in 2 years from the world will. You are lying to me. The Platinum Dragon King looked at Via with a firm gaze. When we first met, you already told me that extremely powerful evil players would descend in 2 years. Via fell silent. The Platinum Dragon King continued, Via Helios, who exactly are you? Via revealed a playful smile. Platinum Dragon King, I can tell you my secret, but you must pay a sufficient price. As long as I can know this secret, I am willing to become your subordinate. Irantal, City Hall. Zeshisume walked into the conference room and saw Evil Eye, Dralatilin, Chirenia, and Lakia sitting by the conference table. All of them were peerless beauties whose looks were not inferior to her own and whose figures were even better than hers. With a gloomy expression, she walked to the conference table and sat down, asking the others, "Were you all summoned here by Via's message as well?" I have been here from the beginning, Evil Eye said, after which Dralatilin added, I came from Draval. Chirenia was somewhat nervous. I came from Marquis Raven's territory. Lachius looked at Zeshai's Sume with an innocent and cute smile. Could you be the half-elf queen who rules the slain Theocracy and the elf kingdom? My name is Anteline Heron Fouch. Just as Zeshai's Sume finished speaking, another figure in pure white, wearing a pure white dress and a white veil, walked into the conference room. True white Saren? Chirenia exclaimed immediately. She had this reaction because she had heard of the true white Saren's deeds in preaching the faith of the white dragon god in the Bahar's empire. Lady Chirenia, the true white Saren Granchan Roka bowed respectfully to Chirenia. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Granchan Roka. You don't need to bow to me, Chirenia said hurriedly. We are both saints who preach the faith of the white dragon god. Our status is the same. A wry smile appeared on Granchan's face. I am different from you ladies. Just then, Vaya's figure appeared in the conference room. Seeing that they had gathered according to his request, Vaya got straight to the point. Anteline, Evil Eye, Dralatilin, Chirenia, Lachius. Granchan, I have summoned you here to tell you something important. I have now entered the realm of God, which transcends the rules of the world, and I cannot continue to increase my strength. Dralatilin's eyes lit up. Since husband's strength cannot be increased further, you can spend all your time accompanying us in the future. I can't wait to marry you and give birth to a child who inherits the bloodline of you and the seven-colored Dragon King. Under the expectant gazes of Zeshai Sume, Evil Eye, Chirenia, and Lachius, Vaya explained to them, I also want to stay by your side and cultivate our relationship. But I know that in 2 years, extremely powerful evil players will descend. To protect you in this world, I must travel to other worlds to increase my strength. Before I leave, I want you to drink my dragon god's blood and gain the ability to use origin magic. After saying this, Vaya used the claws on his left hand to slash his right wrist, and 6 drops of dragon god's blood, radiating a golden divine light, immediately flew before them. Seeing Evil Eye, Dralatilin, Chirenia, Lachius, and Granchan swallow Vaya's dragon god's blood, Zeshai Sume showed a hesitant expression. I said, I would not become your familiar. Anteline, as long as I do not use the origin magic, convert familiar, on you, you will not lose your status as a half-elf. I want to save the world, Genbu Island. This artificial island, floating in the center of the Pacific Ocean, was built by Genshin Senro using resin, metal, and organic matter combined with magic. It is an autonomous city where humans and demons coexist, with a total area of approximately 180 square kilometers and a total population of about 560,000. Influenced by the warm currents of the tropical region, the average temperature on Genbu Island exceeds 20 degrees all year round, making it an island of perpetual summer with a stable climate. In this world where demons and humans coexist, because there are no restrictions on research into demons, Genbu Island has attracted many pharmaceutical, precision machinery, high-tech material industries, and well-known research institutions, becoming the pillar of Genbu Island's economic development. Most of the personnel on Genbu Island are researchers from companies and research institutions and their families, as well as individuals with special abilities recognized by the city. Demons, as subjects of research, are also granted resident status. Genbu Island, composed of 4 artificial islands, the East District, South District, West District, and North District, is connected by the Keystone Gate located in the center. The East District is the harbor area where the airport and port are located. The South District is the cultural and educational area where residential and educational institutions are clustered. The West District is the commercial area where restaurants and stylish buildings are clustered. The North District is the academic area where various research institutions are located. Genbu Island South District. Seikai Academy. This is a school with a high school division and a junior high school division, with a total of about 1,200 students. Because land on Genbu Island is scarce, facilities such as the gymnasium, swimming pool, and student cafeteria on campus must be shared by the junior high school and high school divisions. I didn't expect the effect of the end magic, world travel, to be replacing myself from another world. Walking into the school courtyard, Vaya looked down at the student uniform he was wearing. This really is a troublesome identity. When Vaya walked to the side of the high school building, a young girl standing between the high school and junior high school buildings turned around and spoke to Vaya, both shy and nervous. "Senior, I am a transfer student here to apply for admission. Could you tell me where the junior high school faculty office is?" A transfer student. Vaya looked the girl over. The girl's nervous and shy appearance was like that of a student from an all-girls school who rarely interacted with boys. She had a fair, delicate, and cute face and a slim figure, with an aura like an unapproachable wild cat, and one could feel a tenacious will hidden within her fragility. Because the girl was wearing a junior high school girl's sailor uniform and a blue skirt, she was indeed a junior who was younger than Vaya. What was intriguing was that she wasn't carrying a school bag, but a black guitar case. Sensing Vaya's gaze, the girl hurriedly lowered her head and bowed. "Excuse my rudeness. My name is Himeragi Setsuna. My name is Vaya Helios, a student in Class 1B of the high school division. Since it's troublesome to explain, I'll just take you there." Upon learning Himeragi Setsuna's name, Vaya turned and walked toward the junior high school faculty office. "Thank you, senior," Himeragi Setsuna said, following behind Vaya. "You are truly a good person, senior." "I'm a good person." Vaya couldn't help but laugh. "Starting from today, perhaps I will become the enemy of the entire world." Could it be, senior has Chunibyo? No. Junior high school faculty office. Vaya and Himeragi Setsuna arrived here, just as a middle-aged male teacher opened the door and walked out. The two entered the faculty office and saw only one girl wearing a black dress, with a proper and cute face as delicate as a doll, sitting next to a desk. Her figure was very petite, making it hard to believe she was a teacher. "Teacher, I am Himeragi Setsuna, applying for admission today. I am Nangong Natsuki, an English teacher in the high school division." The high school divisions. Himeragi Setsuna widened her eyes in confusion. Isn't this the junior high school faculty office? The junior high school teachers just went to the student club activities. Nangong Natsuki looked Himeragi Setsuna over with a satisfied expression. "Himeragi Setsuna, welcome to Seikai Academy. Hand your admission application to me." "Thank you, Teacher Natsuki." After handing the admission application to Nangong Natsuki, Himeragi Setsuna turned to leave, but heard Nangong Natsuki questioning Vaya in a fierce tone. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Vaya took out an envelope and placed it on the desk. "This is my withdrawal application. And the reason? I am going to save the world." "Save the world? Has your Chunibyo finally awakened? As your homeroom teacher, I cannot let you choose the wrong path in life, so I will not accept your withdrawal application." Nangong Natsuki showed a stern expression. Vaya explained helplessly. "Right now, this world does not belong to humans. It is ruled by vampires, led by the three true ancestors. I am going to declare war on the three true ancestors and end their domination of the world. In this world, although there are many non-human races such as beastmen, elves, giants, and demons, the vampire race is undoubtedly the ruler of the world. This is not only because vampires possess immortal bodies, astonishing regenerative abilities, and powerful strength, but also because vampires can keep familiars known as familiar beasts within their bodies. The three true ancestors of the vampires, known as the kings of the demons, all possess mythical-level familiar beasts capable of destroying cities and nations. The real reason Vaya wanted to declare war on the three true ancestors was certainly not to save the world, but to raise his own level. Because in this world, only the three true ancestors could possibly be world transcenders. Nangong Natsuki's gaze turned cold. Although the fact that demons are stronger than humans is unpleasant, this is the rule of the world. If you want to declare war on the three true ancestors, you are breaking the peaceful order. It seems I must send you into the prison barrier to let you reflect properly." Swish, swish. With a wave of Nangong Natsuki's right hand, two silver chains immediately appeared out of thin air, wrapping around Vaya's arms and pulling his body toward an unknown void. Seeing this, Himeragi Yukina couldn't help but say, "Teacher Natsuki, Senior is a good person. He has only just awakened his Chunibyo, which is why he said he would defeat the three true ancestors." Crack, crack, crack. Under the surprised gazes of Nangong Natsuki and Himeragi Yukina, the silver chains binding Vaya suddenly collapsed and shattered. "Vaya Helios, how exactly did you destroy the chains of command?" Vaya did not answer this question and directly used origin magic to teleport. World movement. Keystone Gate. As the core of Genbu Island, this 12-story building is not only the tallest building on the island, but also the #1 fashion center on Genbu Island. The Keystone Gate is shaped like an inverted pyramid, and inside are the Genbu Island Management Corporation, as well as numerous hotels and commercial institutions. Keystone Gate Rooftop. Teleporting here using world movement, an excited smile appeared on Vaya's face. "Three true ancestors, accept my declaration of war." Tum tum tum. Endless soul energy erupted from Vaya's body, beginning to impact everyone on Genbu Island, declaring war on the three true ancestors. Seikai Academy, Junior High School Faculty Office. Who on earth is that guy? Looking at the spot where Vaya had just been, Nangong Natsuki began to recall the information on Vaya Helios. If I remember correctly, Vaya Helios should be a human orphan raised by the welfare institutions of Genbu Island. It is impossible for him to possess the power to destroy the Lock of Commandments. Natsuki-sensei, could it be that the Vaya senpai from just now wasn't the real person? Hearing Himeragi Yukina's question, Nangong Natsuki returned to her senses. "This matter has nothing to do with you. You can leave the school now." A hesitant expression appeared on Himeragi Yukina's small face. Buzz! A massive wave suddenly swept over both of their bodies. Under the continuous impact of this wave, Nangong Natsuki and Himeragi Yukina were unable to stand steadily, as if they were bearing an unbearable weight. Is this magic power? Himeragi Yukina gritted her teeth and took down the black guitar case. Seeing her want to open the black guitar case, Nangong Natsuki couldn't help but remind her. "This is soul power." Eh? Himeragi Yukina was a bit surprised. Does Natsuki-sensei know what is inside here? What a naive little girl. A flash of pity crossed Nangong Natsuki's large, sapphire-like eyes. The girl named Himeragi Yukina had come to Genbu Island knowing nothing, believing she bore the mission of monitoring or even killing the world's strongest vampire, the fourth progenitor. In reality, she was a sacrifice offered by the Lion King organization to the fourth progenitor, and her true task was to become the fourth progenitor's companion. Although she knew all this, Nangong Natsuki could only pretend not to know and cooperate with the Lion King organization's plan when necessary. Himeragi Yukina, my identity is not just that of a teacher, but also an active professional mage slayer, and I have a competitive relationship with your Lion King organization. I have known from the very beginning that inside your guitar case is the Lion King organization's 7th Assault Suppression machine gun. As soon as Nangong Natsuki finished speaking, Vaya's voice rang in both of their ears. All residents of Genbu Island, I am now announcing an important matter to you. I am the White Dragon God Emperor. In order to subjugate the three true ancestors who dominate this world, and to protect Genbu Island, which is about to be trampled by the three true ancestors, I will turn Genbu Island into my territory. First progenitor, Forgotten War King. Second progenitor, Extinction Eye. Third progenitor, Chaos Princess. I do not want to go find you one by one. If you want to continue dominating this world, come and fight me. If you voluntarily give up dominating the world, I will take the legacy of the god of blame Cain for myself. White Dragon God Emperor. Nangong Natsuki widened her eyes in shock. Could his identity be of the dragon race? In this world, the dragon race is the only race that can be called the strongest alongside vampires. It is said that ancient dragons who have lived for thousands of years even possess power rivaling that of the true ancestors. Himeragi Yukina, come with me. Nangong Natsuki grabbed Himeragi Yukina's left hand, and then the surrounding space began to fluctuate due to Nangong Natsuki's magic power. The next instant, the two of them teleported to the rooftop of the Keystone Gate. It really is you. Seeing Vaya, Nangong Natsuki revealed a grave expression. Is your identity of the dragon race? The title White Dragon God Emperor should be enough to indicate my identity. Seeing Himeragi Yukina open the black guitar case and take out her weapon, Vaya teased with a face full of smiles. Himeragi-san, are you intending to subjugate me? Senpai. Restoring the folded gun body into a silver spear wielded with both hands, Himeragi Yukina glared at Vaya with angry eyes. Just now, not only Natsuki-sensei and I, but all 560,000 residents of Genbu Island were impacted by the soul power. That's right. Vaya nodded. I want to become the ruler of Genbu Island, so I must demonstrate my power to the residents of Genbu Island. I thought Senpai was a good person who helped others. Himeragi Yukina closed her eyes, as if about to make some kind of resolve. Not only did Senpai issue a declaration that breaks the peaceful order, but you also committed magic-related criminal acts. Even though I have received help from Senpai, I must still subjugate you. That's fine. Himeragi Yukina opened her eyes in surprise, and Vaya continued. Himeragi Yukina, I have high expectations for you. If you evolve into an angel approaching a higher dimension, perhaps you might also have the strength of a world transcender. Evolve into an angel. Himeragi Yukina looked puzzled. It seems you know many secrets. Nangong Natsuki looked at Himeragi Yukina's weapon with profound meaning. As a member of the dragon race, why are you pretending to be my student? Where is the real Vaya Helios? I am the real Vaya Helios. If Natsuki-sensei doesn't believe it, you can assume that your student has already been killed by me. Setsuka Wolf. Himeragi Yukina, like an enraged wild cat, wielded her silver spear and launched an attack at Vaya. Vaya stood in place, neither dodging nor evading. When the blade of Setsuka Wolf was about to pierce Vaya, Vaya raised his right hand. Then, under Himeragi Yukina's incredulous gaze, Vaya blocked the blade of Setsuka Wolf with the nail of his right index finger. This level of power doesn't even count as a nail clipper. Hearing Vaya's evaluation of Setsuka Wolf, Himeragi Yukina was full of agitation. Setsuka Wolf is a sacred anti-magic spear developed by the Lion King organization to counter magical races with special abilities. It can even kill the world's strongest true ancestors. Why, Senpai? Because I am stronger than the true ancestors. I will try again. Himeragi Yukina actively retreated, and after distancing herself from Vaya, she began to chant a prayer. Son of the god of the Suweni, this sword shaman of the high god prays here. Dawn of anti-magic, divine wolf of Setsuka, quickly use the divine might of steel to help me exterminate the evil gods and 100 demons. After strengthening Setsuka Wolf with her own spiritual power, Himeragi Yukina wielded Setsuka Wolf, which was emitting divine vibration waves, and stabbed at Vaya. Vaya also activated Origin Magic. World Severance Barrier. Bang! The invisible barrier blocked the blade of Setsuka Wolf like a shield. Himeragi Yukina was even more agitated. Setsuka Wolf has the power to nullify magic and tear through barriers. Why can it not tear through Senpai's barrier? Because what he used is not a magic barrier. The person who answered this question was Nangong Natsuki. As expected of the world's strongest witch, Vaya's gaze turned to Nangong Natsuki. Natsuki-sensei, if you fight with your true body and lift the seal on your guardian, Ring King, perhaps you would have the strength of a world transcender. Are you willing to use your full strength to fight me? Guardian is a demonic familiar obtained as a price when a witch makes a contract with a demon. As the name implies, Guardian will protect the witch and grant them the power to realize their wishes. On the other hand, when a witch breaks the contract, the Guardian will become an executioner who reaps the witch's life. Nangong Natsuki is the strongest witch in this world, precisely because her guardian, Ring King, is the most powerful demonic familiar. Facing Vaya's challenge, Nangong Natsuki snorted coldly. I have no interest in fighting. The miracles of the White Dragon God Emperor. Hearing Nangong Natsuki's answer, Vaya did not give up. If I were to destroy Genbu Island, would teacher Natsuki use her full strength to fight me? Destroy Genbu Island, Nangong Natsuki said mockingly. You want to become a lord who destroys their own territory. Teacher Natsuki admits that Genbu Island is my territory. No one can stop you now, so I have no choice but to accept the fact that Genbu Island has been occupied by you. Teacher Natsuki, is it that you don't want me to use the destruction of Genbu Island as a reason to threaten you into fighting me with your full strength? Brat, don't underestimate your teacher. A devilish smirk appeared on Nangong Natsuki's delicate face. The real reason I admit you are the Lord is because I want you to protect Genbu Island. Teacher Natsuki, Himeragi Yukina couldn't help but say. Vaya Senpai wants to turn Genbu Island into a battlefield to challenge the three true ancestors. If the three true ancestors accept Vaya Senpai's provocation, Genbu Island will definitely be destroyed by the battle between Vaya Senpai and the three true ancestors. Since Genbu Island is my territory, I will naturally protect the safety of Genbu Island. Looking at the confident expression on Vaya's face, Himeragi Yukina retracted Setsuka Wolf and asked, how does Senpai intend to protect the safety of Genbu Island? The battlefield between me and the three true ancestors will be far away from Genbu Island. After saying this, Vaya directly activated the Origin Magic World change. The next instant, endless soul power erupted from Vaya, transforming into a torrent that rushed toward the southeastern waters of Genbu Island. Then, under the shocked gazes of Himeragi Yukina and Nangong Natsuki, the seawater in the southeastern region surged, and a massive complex of urban buildings broke through the surface of the sea and emerged. That is the southeastern region of Genbu Island that had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Nangong Natsuki looked at the city that had emerged in the southeastern waters, full of agitation. The southeastern region of Genbu Island, this artificial island, which possessed the Quartz Gate, was once the management center of Genbu Island. 3 months ago, the southeastern region of Genbu Island was destroyed into ruins, then collapsed, disintegrated, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Seeing the southeastern region of Genbu Island appear intact in the southeastern waters at this moment, with the once completely destroyed Quartz Gate standing in the center of the artificial island, Nangong Natsuki couldn't help but murmur. Am I seeing an illusion, or is it that the White Dragon God Emperor is truly a god? The area of the southeastern region of Genbu Island is approximately 30 square kilometers. To recreate this artificial island that had collapsed and sunk to the bottom of the sea is, without a doubt, a miracle. Having completed the restoration of the southeastern region of Genbu Island using world change, Vaya immediately looked at Himeragi Yukina. Himeragi Yukina, the southeastern region of Genbu Island will become the battlefield where I fight the three true ancestors. This is the way I protect Genbu Island. Himeragi Yukina came back to her senses and asked, full of agitation, Senpai, what I saw was not an illusion. Vaya did not answer this question. Teacher Natsuki, please help me tell the Artificial Island Management Association that from now on, I am the one and only master of Genbu Island. Seeing that Vaya wanted to leave, Himeragi Yukina immediately rushed over and grabbed Vaya's right hand. Senpai, wait. Before she could finish her sentence, World Movement transferred Vaya and Himeragi Yukina to another place. The office of the Artificial Island Management Association. Yase Akishage, who is both an honorary director of the Artificial Island Management Association and the supreme head of the Yase family, a prestigious family that owns numerous large enterprises, sat behind his desk, looking expressionlessly at the southeastern region of Genbu Island displayed on the computer screen. Chairman Yase, a young man in a suit, whose face somewhat resembled Yase Akishage's, entered the office and looked at Yase Akishage, who was wearing a kimono with a look of awe. Chief Kimo. Yase Akishage looked at his son with a look of contempt. You can just state the information directly. Yes Kimo said hurriedly. The information we investigated shows that the southeastern region of Genbu Island is not an illusion. This artificial island, which was completely destroyed and sank to the bottom of the sea, has really returned to the surface from the seabed, and it is in an intact state. This is a miracle. Yesakishij frowned. But this is not the miracle of the god of blame, Cain. Could it be that the guy who calls himself the White Dragon God Emperor is truly a god? Chairman Yes. A girl's voice, which neither Yes Akishij nor Yes Kimo was unfamiliar with, appeared in the office. Both turned around, their gazes gathering on Nangong Natsuki. Nangong Natsuki said with a helpless expression, Genbu Island is truly disaster-ridden. First, the fourth progenitor appeared, and now the White Dragon God Emperor has appeared. Before someone who can stop the White Dragon God Emperor appears, I suggest you give him the treatment of a lord. I understand. Yes Akishij nodded with a grave expression. Since this is your advice, it seems the White Dragon God Emperor truly possesses power that rivals the true ancestors. The observation park near Seikai Academy. The figures of Vaya and Himeragi Yukina suddenly appeared next to a ruined building. Seeing Himeragi Yukina follow him and move here, Vaya showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Himeragi Yukina, why do you keep following me? Because only Vaya and Himeragi Yukina were in the park, Himeragi Yukina looked shy and nervous. I am following Senpai so that when Senpai commits a criminal act, I can use my Setsuka wolf to stop Senpai. Your mission is to monitor the fourth progenitor, right? Senpai is more dangerous than the fourth progenitor, so I will personally monitor Senpai, while using Shikigami to monitor the fourth progenitor. It seems you don't know what kind of mission you are shouldering at all. Vaya explained directly. Himeragi Yukina, you have no ability to kill the fourth progenitor at all. The Lion King organization sent you to Genbu Island, but their real purpose is not for you to monitor the fourth progenitor, and certainly not to subjugate the fourth progenitor, but for you to become the fourth progenitor's partner. In other words, you are a sacrifice offered to the fourth progenitor by the Lion King organization. Himeragi Yukina's expression was full of agitation. This is just Senpai's speculation. The Lion King organization would never do such a thing as fawning over a true ancestor vampire. The order I received is to monitor the fourth progenitor. If the fourth progenitor performs dangerous acts that harm the residents of Genbu Island, I will erase him. Now I judge that Senpai is the greatest threat to the residents of Genbu Island, so I will treat Senpai as the target of monitoring. Even if Senpai uses flowery words to confuse me, I will not change my mind. Then you can follow me for the time being, Vaya said confidently. You will soon receive an order from the Lion King organization, requiring you to monitor the fourth progenitor. After saying this, Vaya walked toward the ruined building ahead. This was a monastery that looked like it had been destroyed by an explosion, and on the roof was a relief of the caduceus, with two snakes intertwined. Vaya and Himeragi Yukina walked into the courtyard full of weeds, and Himeragi Yukina asked curiously, "Why did Senpai come here?" "I don't want to live in a high-rise apartment building, so I am going to renovate this abandoned monastery into my residence." Himeragi Setsuna, meow. Just as Vaya was about to renovate the ruins of the monastery, a cute cat's meow came from inside the half-destroyed building. "Are there kittens?" Himeragi Yukina seemed to have triggered some kind of switch, pushing open the dilapidated wooden door and looking inside. "Wow, kittens! Senpai, there are so many kittens in here." Vaya walked to Himeragi Yukina's side and saw a dozen or so kittens approaching the wooden door, as if they regarded Himeragi Yukina as their owner. The person who actually took care of these kittens was Yes Kanon from the Seikai Academy Junior High School. The kittens mistaking Himeragi Yukina for their owner was clearly because Himeragi Yukina was wearing the same school uniform as Yes Kanon. "Himeragi Yukina, I am going to renovate this monastery now. Take these kittens out to the courtyard." "Okay." Himeragi Yukina did not refuse the request. A dozen kittens followed Himeragi Yukina into the courtyard, and Vaya immediately used World Change. Then, under Himeragi Yukina's gaze full of surprise, the monastery seemed to experience a reversal of time, transforming from a half-destroyed ruin into an intact state. Senpai, are you using the alchemical transmutation of matter? Transmutation of matter is a mystery of alchemy, capable of turning one substance into another. Although, looking at the results, Vaya's origin magic world change and the alchemical mystery transmutation of matter could both repair the monastery, origin magic could influence the rules of the world, a point that alchemy could not compare to at all. This is the effect of my origin magic, world change. After saying this, Vaya pushed open the wooden door and entered the brand new monastery. Walking to the deepest part of the monastery, Vaya saw a metal relief on the wall that looked like a young, exotic beauty hidden within the relief. Senpai. Bringing the kittens into the monastery, Himeragi Yukina asked doubtfully, "Why are there so many rooms in the monastery?" Vaya turned around and saw that the center of the monastery was a hall used as a common area, with facilities like a kitchen and bathroom on both sides of the main door, and the remaining 10 rooms were all bedrooms. In name, this is a monastery, but in reality, it is an orphanage that takes in orphans. An orphanage? Himeragi Yukina didn't know what she was thinking of. Vaya knew she was an orphan adopted by the Lion King organization. Perhaps she was reminded of her own orphan status. Rumble. Her stomach suddenly made a sound of hunger. Feeling Vaya's gaze, Himeragi Yukina hurriedly denied it. It wasn't me. Senpai, don't misunderstand. That was the sound of the kittens being hungry. It is already dinner time. Vaya took out his phone. If you don't mind, let's order takeout. Himeragi Yukina looked at the phone in Vaya's right hand with curious eyes. What is takeout? You really are an inexperienced young lady. Walking to the tea table and sitting on the sofa, Vaya said to the nervous and shy Himeragi Yukina, "Come over here. I'm going to teach you, this young lady, how to use a mobile phone." Although somewhat unwilling, Himeragi Yukina still came to Vaya's side and sat down, admitting the fact that she didn't know how to use a mobile phone. Himeragi Yukina, nowadays, mobile phones are already for modern people. Senpai, please wait a moment. Himeragi Yukina interrupted Vaya with an expression of dissatisfaction on her face. We aren't strangers. Why aren't you willing to call me Himeragi or Yukina, Senpai? May I call you Yukina? After all, your status is Senpai, so of course you can call me by my name directly. Yukina. Senpai, do you have any instructions? May I continue teaching you how to use a mobile phone? Of course. Hearing Himeragi Yukina's answer, Vaya operated the phone while saying, modern smartphones can not only play games, but also purchase food and items, satisfying all of people's needs for clothing, food, housing, and transportation. An hour later, Himeragi Yukina, who had learned how to use the phone, looked at Vaya with a firm expression. Senpai, let's go eat at a restaurant outside. I will pay for Senpai's dinner, but in exchange, Senpai must take me to buy a mobile phone and cat food. A burger shop near Seikai Academy. Himeragi Yukina held the teriyaki burger with both hands and took a bite with a happy expression. Seeing Vaya staring at her again, she immediately swallowed the burger and explained, Senpai, don't misunderstand. Although the Taishin no Mori Girls Academy I attended before wasn't in a big city, there was a burger shop nearby too. I know. Vaya showed a faint smile. I was staring at you just because you look cute. Suddenly saying I'm cute. Himeragi Yukina turned her back to Vaya in shy annoyance. Senpai is really too cunning. Taking out the phone she had just bought and taking a selfie, Himeragi Yukina saw herself in the photo with a face flushed with embarrassment. It really turned out like this. This is all Senpai's fault for suddenly saying I'm cute. After calming down, Himeragi Yukina resumed her normal sitting posture and asked Vaya, Senpai, may I ask you an important question? Vaya swallowed his burger and nodded. Himeragi Yukina continued. Why does Senpai want to challenge the 3 true ancestors? I know Senpai is a good person. You have neither the ambition to dominate Genbu Island nor the madness to break the peaceful order, so please tell me the real reason. The real reason? I just simply want to defeat the 3 true ancestors. If Senpai's goal is to defeat the true ancestors, why doesn't Senpai challenge the fourth progenitor? I think Senpai should know that the fourth progenitor is right here on Genbu Island. In this world, the recognized true ancestor vampire are only the first progenitor who rules the Night Empire battle King Domain in Eastern Europe, the second progenitor who rules the Night Empire Extinction Dynasty in Western Asia, and the third progenitor who rules the Night Empire Chaos Realm in Central America. But beyond the three true ancestors, there is also a fourth progenitor. The fourth progenitor is immortal and indestructible, possesses no kin of the vampire race, seeks no dominion, leads the 12 familiar beasts that are incarnations of calamity, and only cares about drinking human blood, slaughter, and destruction. It is a cold and ruthless vampire, transcending the logic of the world, and is a monster that has destroyed many cities in the past. Urban legends about the fourth progenitor have always circulated on Genbu Island, because according to rumors, the fourth progenitor is hiding on Genbu Island. The fourth progenitor. Vaya couldn't help but laugh. It was just like hearing a joke. Yukina, the fourth progenitor, has always been an urban legend precisely because he is currently just a half-baked amateur and does not have the strength of a true ancestor vampire at all. I am the white dragon god emperor located in the realm of God, so my opponents must be world-class transcendents. Besides the first progenitor, second progenitor, and third progenitor, the only opponents I acknowledge are the world's strongest witch Nangong Natsuki, the noble vampire from the Battle King Domain Dimitri Vatler, and the leader of the Doomsday Cult, the Vampire King. Younger sister, 4:00 p.m. Inside a family restaurant in the West District of Genbu Island, a boy wearing a white hoodie lay slumped over a table by the window, letting out a weak sound. So hot, my body is going to burn up. Genbu Island is an island of eternal summer, with an average temperature consistently above 20 degrees. However, with sea breezes blowing from all directions, the heat on Genbu Island does not make it difficult to survive. The reason this boy was having such an abnormal reaction was that his identity was not human. He was a vampire, a creature of the night. His name is Akatsuki Kaju. Water. The boy sitting across from him handed over a glass of water mixed with ice. Akatsuki Kaju took the glass and drained it in one gulp, then returned to his energetic self. Kitsugi, you are truly so considerate to me. You are worthy of being my best friend. The boy sitting across from Akatsuki Kaju had short, spiky hair, headphones around his neck, and was wearing the male uniform of Seikai Academy High School. His name is Yasuma Toki, and he is the son and heir of Yasa Kishige, the honorary director of the Artificial Island Management Association. Hearing Akatsuki Kaju's thanks, Yasuma Toki played with the mechanical pencil in his hand and flashed a confident smile. Kaju, I've been tutoring you for so long, it should be enough for you to get a passing grade on your makeup exam. Now, keep me company and chat. What do you want to talk about? About yesterday, of course. Yasuma Toki put on a serious expression. That guy who calls himself the White Dragon God Emperor not only issued a challenge to the three true ancestors, but also restored the southeastern area of Genbu Island that had sunk to the seabed. What do you think the fourth progenitor will think? Akatsuki Kaju couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because he is the very same fourth progenitor known as the world's strongest vampire. What does this have to do with the fourth progenitor? The fourth progenitor is hiding on Genbu Island to turn it into his own territory. Now that the White Dragon God Emperor has suddenly snatched Genbu Island away, doesn't the fourth progenitor want to defeat the White Dragon God Emperor? I certainly don't. Since the fourth progenitor has always been hiding his identity, it just goes to show he has no ambition to claim Genbu Island as his own. At this point, a dejected expression appeared on Akatsuki Kaju's face. I also don't think the fourth progenitor can defeat the White Dragon God Emperor. As the world's strongest vampire, the fourth progenitor Akatsuki Kaju, like the three true ancestors, possesses myth-level familiar beasts. Unfortunately, as a half-baked progenitor, Akatsuki Kaju has not yet tamed his own familiar beasts. Observation Park. Vaya and Himeragi Yukina walked along the park path carrying groceries and daily necessities, and Vaya couldn't help but ask, "Yukina, do you really not need to go monitor the fourth progenitor?" "I am already monitoring the fourth progenitor with a Shikigami," Himeragi Yukina said, half squinting her eyes. "Unlike you, senior, who wants to challenge the 3 true ancestors, the fourth progenitor is working hard studying for his makeup exam." The conversation between the two ended, and the lively meowing of kittens came from up ahead. Vaya and Himeragi Yukina looked toward the monastery and saw a girl in the courtyard taking care of the kittens. She was a young girl with snow-white silver hair, large ice-blue eyes, and a gentle smile on her delicate and beautiful face. She was wearing the same Seikai Academy junior high school uniform for girls as Himeragi Yukina, with a long-sleeved top underneath and pantyhose under her short skirt. On Genbu Island, where it is summer all year round, her attire was clearly an anomaly. Seeing the silver-haired girl feeding the kittens with milk and cat food, Himeragi Yukina put on a jealous expression. "Are you taking care of these kittens?" The silver-haired girl turned around, and upon seeing Vaya, she froze for a moment. "Brother." Hearing the silver-haired girl's address to Vaya, Himeragi Yukina looked at Vaya in surprise. "Is she your sister, senior?" "No." Vaya denied it directly. The silver-haired girl put on a dejected expression. "As I thought, brother has already forgotten me." Because Vaya had directly replaced the Vaya Helios of this world, Vaya did not possess any of his memories. The silver-haired girl seemed to really be his sister, so Vaya asked, full of curiosity, "Are you really my sister?" The silver-haired girl looked at the monastery behind her. "Before the incident 5 years ago, both brother and I were orphans adopted by this Adelaide monastery. So you and senior are siblings by law." Himeragi Yukina was visibly relieved. "I am Himeragi Yukina, a transfer student in the 3rd year of Seikai Academy Junior High School. It's nice to meet you, please treat me well." "I am Yace Canon from Class 3C of Seikai Academy Junior High School." After introducing herself, Yace Canon fell silent. "You two must have a lot to talk about." Himeragi Yukina carried the groceries and daily necessities into the monastery. "I won't eavesdrop. Senior and Yace-san can talk freely." Only Vaya and Yace Canon were left in the monastery courtyard, and Yace Canon's gaze returned to the kittens. "Are you and Himeragi-san living at the monastery? If so, can I ask you to take care of these kittens?" "Why don't you take care of these kittens yourself?" Vaya asked in return. "Are you planning to leave Genbu Island?" "Perhaps it will come to that," Yace Canon said, as if joking. "The father who adopted me said he wants to save me and turn me into an angel who serves God. If father succeeds, I will go to the celestial realm where God resides." "Are you willing to become an angel?" Yace Canon did not answer. "Canon, since you don't object to becoming an angel, let me turn you into one." Vaya walked over to Yace Canon and took out a dragon scale ring. Seeing the dragon scale ring in Vaya's hand, Yace Canon's small face was flushed with embarrassment. "Is this brother's engagement ring? This is a dragon treasure that can make you an angel." Vaya explained, "As long as you wear this ring, you can evolve into a high-dimensional seraph. In this world, besides the real world, there are high-dimensional spaces like the demon world where demons reside, and the celestial realm where God resides. For humans to enter the high-dimensional space known as the celestial realm, they must possess at least 13 spiritual energy hubs. However, humans are born with only 7 spiritual energy hubs, and only high-ranking shrine maidens like Himeragi Yukina and Yace Canon can perfectly drive their own 7 spiritual energy hubs. Theoretically, if a human wants to evolve into an angel, they must seize spiritual energy hubs from others and artificially increase their own spiritual energy hubs to 13. The dragon scale ring in Vaya's hand contains a simulated spiritual energy hub created with his own dragon god's blood, which can allow a human to increase their spiritual energy hubs by 14. As long as Yace Canon puts on this dragon scale ring, she can possess 21 spiritual energy hubs. I will not refuse brother's gift." Yace Canon held out her left hand to Vaya. Vaya put the dragon scale ring on her left ring finger and then explained it to her. Canon, the command to activate the ring's effect is connect, and the command to deactivate the ring's effect is disconnect. Do not forget. Sayaka's threat, Night, Adelaide Monastery. Vaya sat at the dining table in the cafeteria, looking at the sumptuous meal Himeragi Yukina had prepared. Senpai, Himeragi Yukina, sitting across from Vaya, asked nervously, "Is the dinner I prepared not to your liking?" "Yukina, the food you made is delicious. I was just wondering, is it really okay for you to live with me and keep me under surveillance?" Himeragi Yukina felt a bit guilty. "I will cook and do laundry for Senpai as compensation, so please forgive me." Then Himeragi Yukina changed the subject and asked, "Senpai, does classmate Yase know your identity?" "Right now, only you and Professor Natsuki know that I am the White Dragon God Emperor." "Really?" Himeragi Yukina's little face bloomed with a joyful smile, just like a child who had grabbed a favorite toy. Vaya nodded. Just then, Himeragi Yukina's phone suddenly rang, and she answered it in a panic. "This is Himeragi Yukina. May I ask who is calling?" "Yukina, it's Sayaka." "Big sister Sayaka, how do you know my number?" Himeragi Yukina looked surprised. "Could it be Master?" "Exactly," Sayaka complained with dissatisfaction. "Master told me that the Lion King organization sent you on a mission to monitor the fourth progenitor, and I am truly furious. After all, Yukina is too innocent and is a student from an all-girls school who has never interacted with boys. You will surely fall victim to the fourth progenitor." "I'm too innocent." Himeragi Yukina puffed up her cheeks and retorted. "Big sister Sayaka, you are also a student from an all-girls school who has never interacted with boys." "I have androphobia, so it's not a problem for me," Sayaka continued. "Yukina, I heard a madman appeared on Genbu Island who declared war on the three true ancestors. You aren't monitoring the fourth progenitor, but are instead staying by this madman's side. Master wants me to convince you to carry out your orders." "Big sister Sayaka, I have been using Shikigami to monitor the fourth progenitor all along," Himeragi Yukina explained helplessly. "The Lion King organization wants me to monitor the fourth progenitor in person because they want me to become the fourth progenitor's blood companions." "Is this true?" Sayaka's voice became very angry. "The Lion King organization has gone too far, treating my Yukina as a sacrifice to the fourth progenitor. Yukina, leave Genbu Island immediately. Don't accept such an unreasonable mission." "Big sister Sayaka, you don't need to worry about me." Feeling Sayaka's concern, Himeragi Yukina smiled gently. "Vaya senpai, who declared war on the three true ancestors, only craves battle. He is actually a good person. The fourth progenitor also lives like a normal person and hasn't shown any danger." "That white dragon god emperor craves battle," Sayaka said in surprise. "Dimitri Vatler, whom I am currently responsible for monitoring, is heading to Genbu Island. These two battle maniacs will definitely fight." "Dimitri Vatler, why would a noble from the Battle King domain come to Genbu Island?" "Because the fourth progenitor is on Genbu Island." After the two girls finished their conversation, Himeragi Yukina handed her phone to Vaya. "Senpai, big sister Sayaka has something to say to you. She is a senior disciple who has taken care of me like a real sister. Please forgive her offensive words." Vaya held the phone to his ear and immediately heard Sayaka's threat. "You guy who calls yourself the White Dragon God Emperor, if you dare to make a move on my Yukina, I will definitely kill you." "Actually, I didn't have any intention of making a move on Yukina," Vaya said with a playful smile. "But with you threatening me like this, I'm suddenly having thoughts of making a move on her." Senpai, seeing Vaya deliberately provoking Sayaka, Himeragi Yukina immediately took the phone back. The West District of Genbu Island. This area, clustered with dining and commercial facilities, is a city that never sleeps that most demons love. "Do you want to play with us?" When two drunken young men passed by the seaside park, a girl's emotionless voice sounded from behind them. The man with dyed blonde hair and a black suit turned around and said with a frivolous smile, "Are you calling us?" The man with short, spiky hair, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, raised his right hand to show the metal bracelet on his wrist called the Demon Registration Certificate. "We are demons, you know." A petite girl walked out of the darkness in front of the two men. She had long blue hair cascading to her waist, and her beautiful large eyes were also light blue. Her delicate features were as beautiful as a doll's. She wore a hooded coat that covered her knees, and her little feet under the coat were bare. Seeing the girl's appearance, the two men were a bit disappointed. It's a brat and an artificial life form. Then the two men surrounded the girl from left and right. Since it's not a human, we can do whatever we want. Because it's an artificial life form, it doesn't matter if we break it, right? Artificial life forms are a general term for life forms created using biochemical technology. Even their genetic units are completely designed under human manipulation, so the design flexibility is relatively large, and they can even have long lives according to requirements. As soon as the two finished speaking, a sorrowful male voice came from behind them. "That is exactly what we wanted to say. Since you have already revealed the ugly true face of demons, we can also strike without any scruples." Adelaide Monastery. Vaya, having finished dinner, suddenly stood up. "Senpai, has something happened?" Hearing Himeragi Yukina's question, Vaya nodded. "Someone is fighting in the west district of Genbu Island. I must go and stop them." "I am going too." As she spoke, Himeragi Yukina opened the black guitar case and quickly took out the Setsuka wolf. Himeragi Yukina brought the Setsuka wolf to Vaya's side, and Vaya immediately activated the origin magic, world movement. In the next instant, Vaya and Himeragi Yukina arrived at the seaside park in the west district of Genbu Island and saw a blonde vampire man in a black suit, who was manipulating a familiar beast in the shape of a demonic horse made of black flames to launch an attack. The vampire's opponent was a very tall, blonde man wearing priestly robes. He looked to be about 40 years old, with a metal monocle like an eye patch embedded in his left eye, and his right hand gripping a crescent axe with a huge blade. Facing the familiar beast's attack, the blonde man had no reaction. When the demonic horse familiar beasts spat out a 1,000-degree black flame and rushed in front of the blonde man, a huge arm emitting a pale white light grabbed the black demonic horse. That is a familiar beast's. Seeing that the owner of the pale white giant arm was a blue-haired artificial life form girl, Himeragi Yukina's expression wavered. To actually have a familiar beast reside within an artificial life form, why do such a cruel thing? The familiar beasts summoned from another world convert the host's life into immense magic power. This is the reason why only vampires, who carry the curse of the gods and possess infinite negative life force, can raise familiar beasts. Even if artificial life forms have several times the lifespan of humans, they will exhaust their lives because of driving the familiar beasts. Natsune Haze. Seeing Vaya and Himeragi Yukina suddenly appear, the blonde man's gaze was drawn to Himeragi Yukina's Setsuka wolf. "I am the exorcist Rudolf Ostash of Lotharingia, and I am currently sanctioning a criminal demon. Could you please leave?" "No." Himeragi Yukina refused directly. "Regardless of your reasons, raising familiar beasts within an artificial life form is an undeniable criminal act. You must be a sword shaman from the Lion King organization." A provocative smile appeared on Rudolph's face. "You accuse me of raising familiar beasts inside Astarte, but the Lion King organization that raised you is doing the exact same thing. You buy unwanted orphans with money, instill in you the techniques to fight demons, and then send young girls like you to the battlefield as sacrifices, treating you like disposable tools. I only use artificial life forms as tools, but the Lion King organization degrades humans blessed by God into tools. Seen this way, which side is truly more sinful? If you do not have the resolve to raise the flag of rebellion against the Lion King organization, you have no right to accuse me." Hearing these words, Himeragi Yukina immediately stiffened, unable to say a single word in rebuttal. Just then, the phantom horse familiar beasts collapsed and vanished because the pale white giant arm had drained a large amount of its magic power. The blue-haired girl said in an emotionless voice, "Order completed. Astarte, you did well." Rudolph's gaze turned toward the blonde vampire, who had lost a large amount of magic power and fallen into unconsciousness. Now that the demon has been sanctioned, it is time for us to return. Boom! A massive, astonishing amount of magic power erupted from Vaya. Rudolf Ostash, I did not stop you earlier because I support you in sanctioning criminal demons, but that does not mean I will ignore your criminal behavior. As the master of Genbu Island, I will now sanction your magical criminal behavior. Such astonishing magic power. Rudolf looked at Vaya with a grave expression. Boy, are you the rumored fourth progenitor. I am not that half-baked true ancestor. It seems you are the white dragon god emperor. I did not expect the dragon race, who consider themselves gods, to be a boy like you. Rudolf raised his giant axe toward Vaya. As a believer serving God, I must crusade against a false god like you who blasphemes against God. Senior, please step back. Himeragi Yukina came to her senses and immediately stepped in front of Vaya. Sanctioning magical criminal behavior is my responsibility as a sword shaman. Vaya knew that Himeragi Yukina was an apprentice sword shaman who had obtained her status early. He also knew that the education Himeragi Yukina had received made her eager to prove that she had the strength to serve as a sword shaman. Yukina, you are not alone. After saying this, Vaya stepped back 2 paces. Astardi. Rudolf issued a battle command to Astardi. Defeat her. Order accepted. Execute Rose's finger. Under Astardi's control, the pale white giant arm swung its massive fist down toward Himeragi Yukina. I, a sword shaman of the Lion King organization, pray here. Dawn of demon breaking, Setsuka Wolf, with the divine might of steel, quickly help me destroy evil gods and demons. After chanting the incantation, Himeragi Yukina brandished the Setsuka Wolf to counterattack. Under Rudolf's astonished gaze, the Setsuka Wolf broke through Astardi's barrier, pierced the giant arm swung by the Rose's finger, and tore apart the body of the familiar beasts made of magic power. Is this the secret weapon of the Lion King organization, engraved with the divine resonance driving ritual? Perhaps feeling the pain of its familiar beasts having its body torn apart, Astardi let out a painful scream as if she had lost control, and the left arm of the familiar beasts extended from her back to smash at Himeragi Yukina. This unexpected situation made Himeragi Yukina feel the despair of death, because she did not currently have the ability to counter both arms of the familiar beasts at the same time. Bang! An invisible wall blocked the left fist of the familiar beasts. Yukina. Vaya walked to Himeragi Yukina's side with a faint smile. I said before, you are not alone. Senior, thank you. Although somewhat unwilling, Himeragi Yukina accepted the fact that she had been saved by Vaya. Boy, do you intend to take the place of this immature sword shaman and be our opponent? Hearing Rudolf's question, Vaya shook his head. I am the white dragon god emperor located in the realm of God. If you and Astardi want to be my opponents, you must first defeat my angel. An angel? Come here, Cain. Northern Genbu Island. In the waters about 20 kilometers from Genbu Island, a commercial cargo ship named Amagosa was anchored. Yace Cain walked down the rusty stairs into the ship's cabin. Upon seeing the cabin, which had been converted into a laboratory, she first saw 6 girls around her own age lying on marble beds surrounded by medical equipment. Cain. Hearing the voice calling her, Yace Cain shifted her gaze. 3 people stood beside the laboratory's operating console. The leader was a man wearing a white robe with a stern face. He was about 50 years old, with short, slightly graying black hair. Father. Yace Cain walked to the man with her head lowered. Because he was none other than Yace Cain's adoptive father, Kenzo Haze. The 2 people behind Kenzo Haze were a blonde beauty in a wine-red suit and a long-haired man in a leather jacket. Both of them wore demon registration cards on their wrists, which was enough to prove that they were not human. The blonde beauty encouraged Yace Cain. Big sister has high hopes for Canon-chan. I believe you will become a true angel. Beatrice Bassler. Kenzo Haze said in a tone suppressing anger. Do not say such boring things. Oh my, Mr. Haze. who personally turned his daughter into an experimental tool, are you now going to play the part of a good father? Beatrice sneered and teased. I do not have much patience. You must complete the prototype, Artificial Angel, as soon as possible so that our Magus craft can see a return on its investment in you. Completing the Artificial Angel has always been my long-cherished wish. After saying this, Kenzo Haze looked at his daughter with an expressionless face. Canon, prepare to undergo the experiment. As Yace Canon walked to her own marble bed, Vaya's voice calling her suddenly rang out in her mind. Come here, Canon. Brother. Yace Canon thought she was hallucinating. The next instant, the dragon scale ring on her left ring finger suddenly bloomed with white gold light. What is going on? Under Kenzo Haze's incredulous gaze, the light emitted by the dragon scale ring impacted the space around Yace Canon, causing the space to twist in an incredible way. Feeling the divine energy of the higher dimensional space, heaven radiating from Yace Canon, Kenzo Haze widened his eyes in shock. Is Canon evolving to a higher dimension? Angels descend. The artificial angel technology of this world works by adding spiritual nerve centers, allowing the artificial angel to evolve toward the high-dimensional space known as the heavenly realm. The closer an artificial angel gets to the high-dimensional space of the heavenly realm, the more heavenly realm, divine energy it absorbs. However, an artificial angel can only transform into a true angel by entering the heavenly realm, thereby possessing angelic power rivaling that of a true ancestor vampire. In other words, an artificial angel existing in the physical world can never become a true angel. What Vaya wanted was a true angel. Therefore, Vaya's method of turning Canon Yace into an angel involved first transferring her to the heavenly realm, and then pulling the transformed Canon Yace, who now possessed true angelic power, back into the physical world. In the cabin of the Amagosa, Kenzo Haze looked at Canon Yace with a complex expression. A long-haired man wearing a leather jacket asked curiously, Kenzo Haze, what exactly is going on? Kenzo Haze replied expressionlessly, Canon is evolving toward a high-dimensional space. Beatrice questioned loudly, why would your daughter suddenly evolve into an angel? Did you add more spiritual nerve centers to her? This is a miracle. A smile that was both gratified and somewhat lonely appeared on Kenzo Haze's face. Even the gods of the high-dimensional heavenly realm have taken pity on Canon, choosing her to become an angel. Canon Yace is the product we are meant to show our clients. Beatrice ordered the long-haired man. Reiki Kirishima, what are you waiting for? Capture Canon Yace immediately. Understood. The long-haired man named Kirishima accepted the order and strode toward Canon Yace. Just then, Canon Yace suddenly disappeared from within the distorted space. Seeing this, Kirishima immediately stopped in his tracks. Do I still need to carry out the order? Kenzo Haze. Beatrice glared at Kenzo Haze with a gaze full of fury and malice. Where is Canon Yace? Do you think I used spatial transfer, magic to move Canon somewhere else? Kenzo Haze explained to Beatrice. Canon has indeed been transferred, but not to another location. She has transferred to the high-dimensional heavenly realm and become a true angel. If Canon Yace has already become an angel, why hasn't the spatial distortion disappeared? Beatrice's question caused Kenzo Haze's eyes to widen suddenly. The spatial distortion hasn't disappeared. Could it be that Canon? Boom! Accompanied by a torrent of divine energy erupting from the distorted space, Canon Yace's figure reappeared within the distortion once more. Seeing 10 dazzling white wings on Canon Yace's back, releasing an endless surge of divine energy that impacted the surrounding space, Kenzo Haze wore an expression of disbelief. Canon has already become an angel, so why would she fall back to the physical world from the high-dimensional heavenly realm? Under the impact of the divine energy released by Canon Yace, Beatrice and Reiki Kirishima, being demons, showed expressions of pain. It hurts, my body feels like it's burning. Beatrice directly berated Canon Yace. You little b***h, stop releasing divine energy. I'm so sorry. Coming back to her senses, a look of guilt appeared on Canon Yace's small face. I'll leave the cabin right now. After saying this, Canon Yace gently beat the 10 angelic wings on her back, and her body instantly moved from the cabin to several hundred meters in the air. After Canon Yace left, an excited, twisted smile appeared on Beatrice's face. Is this the final stage of the artificial angel? It seems they really can possess power rivaling a true ancestor. Next, we will begin mass production. Hundreds of meters above the sea. Have I really become an angel? Canon Yace felt the changes in herself with a dazed expression. If that space with endless divine energy just now was the heavenly realm, and I can return to the physical world now, could it be that brother saved me? Canon Yace looked down at the dragon scale ring on her left ring finger. A strong intuition told her that the ring Vaya gave her was what maintained her connection to the physical world. If she lost this ring, she would become a prisoner of the high-dimensional heavenly realm. Canon, can you come over now? Vaya's voice appeared in Canon Yace's mind once again. Canon Yace asked tentatively, Brother, where do you want me to go? I'm waiting for you at the seaside park in the West District of Genbu Island. Genbu Island, West District. Seaside Park. Rudolph said somewhat impatiently. White Dragon God Emperor, where is this angel you spoke of? As soon as he finished speaking, Genbu Island was illuminated into broad daylight by an endless radiance. Yukina Himeragi, Rudolph, and Astarothie looked up curiously to see an angel with 10 wings spread wide appearing in the night sky, blooming with infinite light like the sun. Is it really an angel? Under Yukina Himeragi's astonished gaze, the 10-winged angel descended from the night sky and landed in front of Vaya. Seeing the angel's face, Yukina Himeragi let out a cry of surprise. Canon-san. Good evening, Himeraga-san. After greeting Yukina Himeragi, Canon Yace looked toward Vaya. Father's experiment hadn't even started yet. Was it brother who turned me into an angel? That's right. Vaya did not deny the fact. When I gave you the dragon treasure, you might have thought I was joking, but every word I said to you was true. Brother, thank you for saving my life. A gentle, sweet smile appeared on Canon Yace's small face. During this time, I was always worried that I would hurt those artificial angel candidates in the Artificial Angel Project. Now that I am an angel who has returned to the physical world from the high-dimensional heavenly realm, I no longer have to worry about Father turning me into an artificial angel. I can continue to look after the kittens and enjoy daily life with my school friends. To thank Brother, I will dedicate my life to repaying your kindness. Canon, I don't need you to spend your life repaying me. I just need you to defeat some people who are challenging me. Are they Brother's enemies? Canon Yace turned to look at Rudolph and Astarothie. Looking at Canon Yace's holy and beautiful angelic form, Rudolph asked, visibly shaken, Little girl, were you originally human? Yes. Canon Yace nodded. I am human. My name is Canon Yace. An artificial angel after all. Rudolph brandished his giant axe and said, I am Rudolph Ostesh, an exorcist of Latin Ringuia. As a believer serving God, I must strike down a false angel like you who profanes God. Mr. Rudolph, I don't want to hurt you. You can attack me, and I will definitely not counterattack. After saying this, Canon Yace released a torrent of divine energy toward Rudolph and Astarothie. Resurrecting Astarothie. A torrent of divine energy struck Rudolph and Astarotie's bodies, forcing Rudolph back. You actually possess such astonishing divine energy. It's just like a true angel. Vaya said immediately. Canon fell from the celestial realm back to the present world. She is a genuine angel. That's impossible. Rudolph looked furious. Only a true God can allow angels from the celestial realm to descend to the present world. Do you expect me to believe that you are a God capable of pulling angels from the celestial realm to the present world? Believe it or not, everything I said is the truth. Then I will do my utmost to prove that you are a false God and your angel is also an artificial, fake angel. Astarothie, exterminate the fake angel with all your might. The God Rudolph worshipped was regarded by his Western European church as the one true God. the master served by all angels in the celestial realm. Vaya's declaration that Cain was an angel from the celestial realm, and his claim that he was a god capable of interfering with the celestial realm, was a complete denial of the one true God worshipped by the Western European Church. This was, of course, something Rudolph could not tolerate. Command accepted, execute Rose's finger. Accepting the order, Astartes fully summoned her familiar beasts, Rose's finger. The next instant, a faceless giant, about 5 meters tall and covered in thick armor, manifested and incorporated Astartes into its body. Then, as if controlling her own body, Astartes manipulated Rose's finger to approach Cain, who was releasing the torrent of divine energy. Thump, thump, thump. Rose's finger approached Cain step by step. As the price for approaching Cain, the body of the familiar beasts, condensed from magic power, continued to collapse under the impact of the torrent of divine energy. Seeing this scene, a look of unbearable pity appeared on Yukina's small face. The familiar beasts will keep draining Astartes' life to convert into magic power. Senior, why don't you stop her? Astartes' master is Rudolph. Vaya responded expressionlessly. If you truly sympathize with her, you should make Rudolph withdraw the order. Yukina certainly knew that the person who should be responsible for Astartes' life was Rudolph. But she could not stop Rudolph, so she could only ask Vaya for help. Just then, a dignified girl's voice suddenly rang out. That's enough. Then Nangong Natsuki descended from the sky and landed beside Rudolph. Exorcist, hurry up and make that artificial life-form girl stop her suicidal behavior. Shut up. Rudolph immediately rebuked. Witch of the Void, Nangong Natsuki, this is a great sacrifice to prove that Cain is a fake angel. A witch who has made a contract with a devil cannot understand this. As soon as Rudolph finished speaking, the familiar beast's Rose's finger collapsed and vanished under the impact of the divine energy torrent released by Cain, and Astartes also fell to the ground with wide eyes. Realizing that Astartes had lost her life, Cain hurriedly withdrew her divine energy and said, full of agitation, this child. Could it be? Astartes was killed by you. Rudolph roared angrily. You fake angel, I will take revenge for Astartes. After saying this, Rudolph threw the giant axe in his hand towards Cain. Bang! Vaya blocked the giant axe with World Severance Barrier, then looked at Rudolph with cold eyes. Rudolph Ostash, you are the murderer who killed Astartes. Do not push your responsibilities onto the innocent Cain. Senior is right. Yukina agreed. If you hadn't hosted the familiar beasts inside Astartes, she wouldn't have had such a short and unfortunate life. Swish. Swish. Nangong Natsuki waved her right hand, and 2 silver chains flew out from the shadow at her feet, binding Rudolph's body. Rudolph Ostesh, I am now arresting you for murder. Witch of the Void, I still have something to say. Rudolph said with his head lowered. White Dragon God Emperor, since you are the master of Genbu Island and claim to be an omnipotent god, I hope you can make Genbu Island return the saints' remains to the church. Genbu Island, this artificial city, was designed 40 years ago. Using the power of the dragon veins flowing in the ocean to create an artificial floating island was a groundbreaking technology at the time, so its construction was fraught with difficulties. Genshin Senro, in order to obtain a foundation sufficient to support Genbu Island, committed an unforgivable crime, stealing the saints' remains worshipped in the sanctuary of Lotharingia, and using the right arm of the immortal and indestructible saint's remains as the foundation. The noble body of the saint we worship in our sanctuary has now become the foundation of an artificial island trampled upon by numerous magical races. This is a complete desecration of our faith. White Dragon God Emperor. As long as Genbu Island returns the saints' remains, I am willing to accept any punishment. Rudolph Ostesh, I accept your request. While speaking, Vaya walked to Cain, whose eyes were shimmering with tears. Big brother. Cain threw herself into Vaya's arms and asked, I didn't want to hurt that girl. Why was she killed by me? Cain, the one who killed Astartes, was not you, but Rudolph Ostesh, who hosted the familiar beasts in her body and made her fight in a way that consumed her life. Vaya placed his right hand on Kanon's head, comforting her with a head pat while saying, "To make you stop blaming yourself, I will resurrect Astardi right now." Hearing Vaya's words, Yukina, Kanon, Nangong Natsuki, and Rudolph all showed expressions of disbelief. "Vaya Helios," Nangong Natsuki said with a serious face. "That artificial life-form girl didn't die from injury, but had all her life taken away by the familiar beasts. To actually say you want to resurrect her, do you really think you are an omnipotent god?" Vaya did not explain, but directly cast the 9th tier magic True Resurrection on Astardi's corpse. Tier magic is the magic system in the game world Yggdrasil. So for the real world, there are many very unreasonable tier magic spells. For example, the Resurrection Magic Resurrection of the Dead, which can resurrect the dead at the 5th tier. True Resurrection, which requires a large amount of magic power as a cost, was the only resurrection magic Vaya could use now. Under the magical radiance released by Vaya's right hand, a massive and astonishing amount of magic power was converted into life force and merged into Astardi's body, causing Astardi's body to regain its heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Accompanied by the sound of a heartbeat, Astardi slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the miracle of Vaya resurrecting Astardi, Rudolph murmured in agitation, the white dragon god emperor was actually able to resurrect Astardi, whose life was taken by the familiar beasts. Could he really be a god on par with the one true god our church worships? Pickled mustard greens that are jealous. Recovering from her shock, Heimkyu Yukina immediately helped Esteludi up. "Esteludi, is your body all right?" "It is not all right." A look of agitation appeared on Esteludi's small face. "Rose's finger has disappeared. That is because you died just now." Heimkyu Yukina explained to her. "Along with your death, your familiar has returned to the other world. Now that you have been resurrected by Senior Vaya, you no longer need to worry about the familiar taking your life." "Miss Esteludi." Hayes Canon approached Esteludi, filled with guilt. "I am truly very sorry. If I had known that fighting you would lead to your life being taken by the familiar, I absolutely would not have attacked you with divine energy." "No need for apologies," Esteludi said expressionlessly. "I accepted the exorcist's orders to attack you. It should be me apologizing to you." "Mrs. Esteludi, you don't need to apologize, because you were only carrying out the orders your master gave you." Looking at Esteludi surrounded by Heimkyu Yukina and Hayes Canon, Rudolph showed a gratified smile. "Miss Sword Shaman, Miss Angel, I am now being imprisoned as a criminal. May I request that you take care of Esteludi?" "No." Nagatsuki Nanami spoke up immediately. "Heimkyu Yukina and Hayes Canon are also children who need care, so I will serve as Esteludi's guardian." "Then I leave her to you." Rudolph bowed his head to Nagatsuki Nanami in gratitude. "Lord Exorcist." Seeing Rudolph bound by Nagatsuki Nanami's chains, Esteludi walked up to Nagatsuki Nanami. "Please release the Lord Exorcist. Rudolph Eustache caused you to lose your life by lodging a familiar within you. He is now an undeniable murderer." "I am not human. Whether or not you have the rights of a human is not for you to decide. I forgive the Lord Exorcist." Esteludi bowed her head in request. "Please release the Lord Exorcist." "You." Nagatsuki Nanami let out a helpless sigh. "Since you, the victim, forgive Rudolph Eustache, his punishment will only be expulsion from Genbu Island." After Nagatsuki Nanami used spatial transportation to take Rudolph and Esteludi away, Hayes Canon asked Vaya, "Brother, what should I do next? It's already late at night." Vaya showed a gentle smile. "You should go home and sleep now." "But my body..." "You only need to say the command, disconnect, and my dragon treasure will cut your connection to the celestial realm." "Disconnect." As Hayes Canon spoke the command, the dragon scale ring on the ring finger of her left hand immediately distorted space, severing her connection to the high-dimensional space, the celestial realm. In the next instant, the 10 wings on Hayes Canon's back vanished. Feeling that the divine energy from the high-dimensional celestial realm was no longer entering her body, Hayes Canon immediately made a waving motion. Confirming that she could no longer release divine energy, Haze Canon gave a sweet smile. Brother is amazing. I really have turned back into an ordinary person. Just then, the space around Haze Canon distorted with ripples, and a middle-aged man around 50 years old appeared beside her using spatial transportation. Canon. Father. Haze Canon instinctively lowered her head. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. It's me who should be apologizing. After comforting his daughter, Kenzo Haze looked toward Vaya and Himekyu Yukina. I am Canon's father, Kenzo Haze. Who are you peep? I am the White Dragon God Emperor, Vaya Helias. A playful smile appeared on Vaya's face. I am the one who turned Canon into an angel. I am the sword shaman of the Lion King organization, Himekyu Yukina. Himekyu Yukina questioned him with a serious face. Mr. Haze, I heard that you wanted to turn Haze into an artificial angel. Is this true? That's right. Kenzo Haze did not deny it. I do indeed have a plan to create an artificial angel. To actually use Haze as a tool for an artificial angel experiment. What is your reason for doing this? Of course, it is to save Canon and to save this world. Save the world? Himekyu Yukina's small face was full of confusion. Kenzo Haze replied in a heavy tone. Only 3 progenitors can exist. The fact that the 4th progenitor is appearing now means that the enemy he needs to fight is about to awaken. You did it for a reason like that. That is my reason. Kenzo Haze's gaze turned toward Vaya. Could it be that you are the enemy the 4th progenitor needs to fight? No. Vaya shook his head. In this world that has been dominated by the 3 true ancestors for thousands of years, there is simply no enemy the 4th progenitor needs to fight. The reason for the 4th progenitor's appearance is actually to save 6,452 young girls. Kenzo Haze's eyes widened in disbelief. I was wrong from the very beginning. If the reason I wanted to save the world doesn't exist, then I was simply hurting Canon. Father, I'm not hurt. Haze Canon said with a smile. Because brother saved me, father didn't cause me any harm at all. Canon, I'm sorry. After apologizing to his daughter, Kenzo Haze's gaze returned to Vaya. White Dragon God Emperor, you were able to turn Canon into a true angel, just like a real deity. For someone as powerful as you to appear on Genbu Island, what exactly is your purpose? I only want to defeat the 3 true ancestors. You don't need to worry about me starting a war that destroys the world. Then your relationship with Canon. Kenzo Haze's gaze fell on the dragon scale ring on the ring finger of Haze, Canon's left hand. Haze Canon immediately hid her left hand behind her back in embarrassment. Both Canon and I were adopted by the Adelaide Monastery, so she is like a sister to me. You don't need to worry about me becoming your son-in-law. Then I am relieved. Kenzo Haze turned and said to his daughter, Canon, I'm taking you home. Brother Himekyu, good night to you both. Haze Canon looked at Vaya and Himekyu Yukina with some reluctance. After Kenzo Haze and Haze Canon left, a dark-faced Himekyu Yukina immediately inquired, Senior, did you give Haze that ring? Vaya nodded. Himekyu Yukina's expression became even darker. Wearing it on the ring finger of the left hand, it's almost like an engagement ring. Yukina, don't misunderstand. Vaya took out a dragon scale ring from his item space. Actually, Canon's ring was originally meant for you, because I was worried Canon would be forced to participate in the artificial angel project. I gave the ring to her. I've made another ring for you. Would you be willing to accept it? Looking at the dragon scale ring in Vaya's hand, Himekyu Yukina asked a question. Senior, do you want to turn me into an angel too? Yes. Vaya admitted to the fact. Yukina, if you want to fight in my stead, I think you need the power of an angel. Thinking about how even a Steludi, who merely manipulated a familiar, had put her in such danger that she needed Vaya to save her, Himekyu Yukina reached out her left hand to Vaya. I only want to use Senior to obtain the power of an angel. I am not accepting Senior's proposal. Reactions from all parties. Because of the existence of the 4th progenitor, Genbu Island has attracted the attention of various forces, and the Lion King organization is one of them. After Vaya and Heimkyu Yukina left, a young girl wearing the Ayami Gakuen High School Division girls' uniform, with long black hair tied into 2 braids, walked silently toward the seaside park in the western district of Genbu Island. Wearing glasses, she looked like a literary girl who loved reading. Ento, what do you think of the White Dragon God Emperor? My opinion. A graceful black cat stepped out of the grass, looking at the literary girl with glowing golden eyes. The White Dragon God Emperor's ability to turn Heis Kanon into a true angel is enough to prove that he is a god from the high-dimensional space heavenly realm. Plus, he resurrected the homunculus whose life was drained by familiars. I believe he is a true god. Ento. The literary girl turned her head to meet the black cat's gaze. What I want to ask is, can the 4th progenitor Akaguro Shiro stand against the White Dragon God Emperor? Forget that half-baked progenitor. Even the 1st progenitor, who commands 72 familiars, I don't believe he could defeat the White Dragon God Emperor. Hearing the black cat's reply, the literary girl sighed. Then change the plan. Let Heimkyu Yukina become the sacrifice offered to the White Dragon God Emperor. Kiyomi, my disciple, is not a tool. Ento, Kiyomi. If anyone who understood the Lion King organization heard their names, they would certainly be shocked by their identities. Because Kiyomi is precisely the name of Shizuri Kiyomi, the head of the Lion King organization's 3 saints. Ento is not one of the Lion King organization's 3 saints, but for the Lion King organization, her importance is even greater than that of the 3 saints. Both of them being on Genbu Island made it seem as if Genbu Island had become half the headquarters of the Lion King organization. Ento-en, I even treat myself as a tool. Shizuri Kiyomi's tone became serious. You should know that in order to monitor the 4th progenitor Akaguro Shiro, I have already become the girlfriend of his best friend, Yace Kitsugi. Hearing Shizuri Kiyomi say this, the black cat Ento-en could only fall silent. Aldiger Kingdom. This small northern European country ruled by the Lihavane royal family mainly deals in tourism and magic technology. Because its territory borders demon forces like the War King's domain, the Aldiger Kingdom has had many wars with surrounding demon forces, and the royal capital, Virtus, has been severely damaged several times in these wars. A royal villa surrounded by forests and snowy plains. La Folia Lihavane, the first princess of the Aldiger Kingdom, who is hailed as the reincarnation of the goddess of beauty Freya, was currently watching a video on her computer. Seeing Esteludi control the familiar Rose's finger to attack Heis Kanon, yet unable to even get close to her, La Folia's exquisite and beautiful face showed an excited, twisted smile. Is this the power of a true angel? Since Heis Kanon can master the power of an angel, as a legitimate bloodline of the Lihavane royal family, there's no reason I would lose to her. A moment later, the scene of Vaya resurrecting Esteludi made La Folia's smile even more twisted. To be able to resurrect a homunculus whose life was drained by a familiar. Are you really a god? To prevent you from being snatched by others, it seems I must take action. The Mediterranean Sea. Although it was night, the luxury cruise ship named Ocean Grave was still sailing at full speed because the owner and crew of the Ocean Grave were all demons who loved the night. A certain room in the cabin. Dmitri Vatra looked at the television screen, an excited smile like a predator entering hunting mode appearing on his face. Genbu Island is truly wonderful. Not only is there a growing 4th progenitor, but also a white dragon god emperor for me to challenge. Duke Ardilger. A girl's voice, suppressing anger, sounded behind Vatra. With me as your observer, I will never allow you to do anything that harms Genbu Island. Vatra looked at the girl behind him with his red vampire eyes. And your name is? My name is Kurosaka Sayaka, and I am a war dancer of the Lion King organization. That's right, you are indeed called by that name. Vatra's attitude was provocative. If you can do it, then try your best to interfere in my battle with the White Dragon God Emperor. Chaos Realm. The Empire of the Night ruled by the 3rd progenitor, Jayada Kyukaken. Most of the territory is located on highlands over 1,000 meters above sea level, with vast barren lands, tropical rainforests, and steep mountain ranges blocking foreign invasions. On the other hand, benefited by rich underground resources such as precious metals and oil, as well as magical resources like dragon veins, the military power supported by them is also very strong. Furthermore, there are many ruins of the Tenbu within the territory, and it is said that they obtained a unique magic system from them. In addition, the country maintains good relations with various demon tribes inhabiting the South American continent. The capital of the Chaos Realm. A room full of high-tech feel. A girl with long, loose pale green hair and large emerald eyes looked at the screen with a serious expression. It seems this guy indeed possesses the strength to call himself a god. Third progenitor, let us go to Genbu Island. Hearing the voice from behind, Jayada Kyukaken turned to look at the two girls standing together. The two girls looked like twin sisters, with identical bodies and faces as beautiful as fairies. Their long, pale golden hair, which seemed to change color, cascaded down to their waists. Number 10. Jayada looked at the girl with a lively expression. Have you really prepared yourself for the sacrifice? Number 10 shook her head. If possible, I would naturally want to stay with my precious companions forever, but my fate was decided from the very beginning. As a reward for going to Genbu Island, I hope you will allow me to say goodbye to my companions. No. Jayada refused Number 10's request. Number 10 questioned dissatisfiedly. Why not? Because I will personally take you to Genbu Island. You're going to Genbu Island personally. Does the White Dragon God Emperor really have the strength to challenge you? Number 10's eyes widened in disbelief. Challenge? Jayada gave a self-deprecating smile. He doesn't just have the strength to challenge me, he has the strength to defeat me. If I'm not mistaken, this White Dragon God Emperor should be an otherworldly god from a high-dimensional space, so I must confirm his purpose for coming to this world. After explaining, Jayada looked at the other girl. Number 6, what about you? None. Number 6 said expressionlessly. Our fate was decided from the very beginning. There is no past and no future, so I have no will of my own. Do you really have no will or thoughts of your own? Jayada stared at Number 6, her eyes seemingly able to see through Number 6's heart. Number 6's expression wavered for a moment, but she did not change her answer. I have no will or thoughts of my own. Sword Witch and Princess, September 1st. Akaguro Shiro walked into the classroom of Class 1B at Ayami Gakuen High School with a yawn, and his close friend and classmate, Yase Matoki, immediately greeted him. Shiro, you look sleep-deprived first thing in the morning. It's been like this for 3 months now. I'm starting to wonder if a vampire stole your human identity. Hearing this joke, Akaguro Shiro froze. Because he had indeed lost his human identity and become the world's strongest vampire, the fourth progenitor. Kitsugi, you don't look like you slept well either. Akaguro Shiro, having calmed down, retorted to Yase Matoki. Could it be that a vampire also stole your human identity? I'm still human. Yase Matoki looked at Akaguro Shiro with a meaningful gaze. But I lost normal sleep precisely because of a certain unconscious vampire. Akaguro Shiro sat down in his seat, and a group of boys immediately surrounded him. Shiro-kun, your sister Nagisa is a student in Class 3C of the junior high section, right? A beautiful transfer student is joining your sister's class today. Could you ask your sister to help introduce us? Please, we're begging you. A beautiful transfer student. Akaguro Shiro remembered the name his sister, Akatsuki Nagisa, had mentioned. Was it Yukina Haimai? Sorry, I can't promise you right now. Akaguro Shiro rejected the boy's request. If my sister Nagisa can become friends with the transfer student, I'll ask Nagisa for you. A moment later, the bell for the first class rang. Under the astonished gaze of all the students, Nagatsuki Nanami walked into the classroom with an unfamiliar girl. Walking to the podium, Nagatsuki Nanami glared at Akaguro Shiro with a fierce look. Remember the fastest novel site on the entire network, 101 KKS. Com, for a smooth reading experience. Before the homeroom begins, I have good news for you all. Then Nagatsuki Nanami's gaze fell on the girl beside her. I'm Hibari Yuiri. The girl with shoulder-length brown hair and a fair, blushing face said in a hurry. Starting today, I'll be joining this class. I hope you'll all take good care of me. Seeing Hibari Yuiri's shy demeanor, both boys and girls began to chatter. Such a pure girl, I'm falling in love at first sight. Yuiri-chan belongs to me. It seems the boys are all turning into beasts. Everyone, we must protect Yuiri-chan. Nagatsuki Nanami sighed helplessly. Akaguro Shiro, the transfer student, is entrusted to your care. Feeling the gaze of many boys fall upon him, Akaguro Shiro asked discontentedly. Why me? You're relatives, aren't you? The transfer student and I are relatives. Hibari Yuiri came to the seat behind Akaguro Shiro, and Akaguro Shiro asked in a low voice. Hibari-san, are we really relatives? Shiro-kun, you can call me by my name, Yuiri. Hibari Yuiri explained to Akaguro Shiro. Your grandmother is Akatsuki Hisano-sama, and she is like a grandmaster to me, so we are not unrelated. Akaguro Shiro knew that his grandmother, Akatsuki Hisano, was the Miko Tsukasa who managed the Miko of the Kamio Shrine and had trained many disciples over decades. You're a disciple of my grandmother's disciple, so you're a Miko. To be precise, my identity is a sword witch. While Akaguro Shiro and Hibari Yuiri were talking, a girl with black-rimmed glasses and long black hair tied in a single ponytail was constantly operating her phone. Adelaide Monastery. Why didn't you come to school? Vaya looked at the text message on his phone, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to reply. Who are you? How can you ask such a question? Did you lose your memory? Are you teacher Neo? You truly are a hopeless lollican. Are you my girlfriend? No. Are you my classmate? Did you really lose your memory? I've already submitted my withdrawal application to teacher Neo. Please don't contact me again in the future. Who gave you permission to withdraw without authorization? I'll come find you after school. The text conversation ended, and Vaya once again felt dissatisfied with his identity. The me in this world really left me with troublesome relationships. When he arrived at the monastery's courtyard, a dozen kittens immediately surrounded Vaya, meowing cutely for food. As Vaya distributed cat food to the kittens, a girl walked into the courtyard and asked, Are you the white dragon god emperor, Vaya Helios? Vaya turned around and saw a beautiful girl standing at the courtyard entrance, whose face was extremely similar to Hate's Canon's, wearing a black uniform resembling a military uniform and lace-up boots. Unlike Hate's Canon, her figure was very tall. Her silver hair, reminiscent of snow, cascaded to her waist, and her icy blue eyes held a confident gaze. Her beautiful, goddess-like face exuded a noble and dignified aura. La Folia Rihavine. Vaya recognized the girl's identity. Because this princess of the northern Aldikia kingdom had world-class fame in this world. Oh my, you actually know this humble one. This is truly my honor. La Folia curtsied, holding her skirt. Allow me to introduce myself. This humble one is La Folia Rihavine, the first princess and heir of the Aldikia kingdom. Looking at this princess, who was Hate's Canon's niece by blood, Vaya felt like he was being eyed as prey. The Aldikia kingdom was a neighboring country to the Battle King domain, the Night Empire dominated by the first progenitor. In this world, where humans could absolutely not defeat vampires, for the Aldikia kingdom to avoid nation destroyer, it could only pray for the vampires to bestow peace. Since La Folia had come to Vaya on her own initiative, her purpose was certainly to use Vaya to contend against the Battle King domain. You want to obtain the power of an angel. La Folia shook her head. Because you are a powerless god, this humble one will not deceive you with lies. I have come before you to become your wife. After saying this, La Folia directly pounced into Vaya's arms, wrapped her hands around his neck, and then brought her cherry lips closer. After a long moment, Vaya expressionlessly pushed La Folia away. Kissing someone you just met, what are you thinking? You're so shy, could I be the first girl in the world to kiss you? Vaya didn't deny it. because in this world, La Folia was indeed the first girl to kiss Vaya. La Folia's small face revealed a mischievous smile of success. Vaya-sama, I already said that I want to become your wife. And not only your wife, but your main wife. Looking at the confident La Folia, Vaya asked a question. You want to marry me, so I have to become your husband. Vaya-sama, I am very confident in my charm and worth. Puppeteer. The Lihavane royal family, which rules the Aldikia kingdom, has always had women with the spiritual power of high-ranking shrine maidens for generations. Which means, not only is La Folia herself a high-ranking shrine maiden like Hake's Canon, but her mother, Polyphonia Lihavane, and her two younger sisters, Rinde Lihavane and Passikalia Lihavane, all possess the spiritual power of a high-ranking shrine maiden. If Vaya wanted to conquer this world, the Lihavane royal family could provide him with 5 angels, making a marriage alliance with La Folia truly valuable. Unfortunately, Vaya is just a traveler passing through. As long as he defeats the 3 true ancestors and raises the level of his world transcender class, Vaya will leave this world. La Folia, you don't have the value required for me to marry you. Seeing La Folia widen her eyes in disbelief, Vaya continued. If you only want to obtain the power of an angel, I can fulfill your wish. What price must I pay? If someone challenges me, you must fight in my stead. Lord Vaya, I accept your request. Hearing La Folia's reply, Vaya took a dragon scale ring from his item space, and La Folia immediately extended her left ring finger. Vaya hesitated as he looked at La Folia, who wanted him to put the ring on her. Unlike Yukina Haimai and Haze Canon, who are still middle schoolers, La Folia is already of marriageable age. Lord Vaya, please put the ring on me. Hearing her urging, Vaya put the ring on her while reminding her. This is a dragon treasure I created. Just say connect, and you can transform into a real angel. If you want to undo the transformation, just say disconnect. Before Vaya could finish speaking, La Folia, who was wearing the ring, hugged his right arm. In that case, we are engaged. Don't decide our relationship unilaterally. Vaya glared at her in displeasure. I already said I won't marry you. I won't give up on marrying you just because of one refusal. La Folia stared at Vaya with her icy blue eyes, like a she-wolf in hunting mode. Lord Vaya, I believe that once we get to know each other, you will definitely fall in love with me. To cultivate our feelings, please go on a date with me now. After saying this, La Folia pulled Vaya away from Adelaide Monastery, seaside park in the southern district of Genbu Island. La Folia sat on a bench, gazing toward the southeastern region of Genbu Island. The artificial island that sank into the sea 3 months ago has reappeared on the surface, completely intact. La Folia. Hearing Vaya's voice, La Folia turned her head. Vaya sat down beside La Folia and handed her the strawberry ice cream he was holding. Is this the ice cream from Lulu's shop? La Folia's eyes lit up. Lulu's shop is an ice cream chain store expanding across Genbu Island. On this artificial island, which is perpetually summer, Lulu's ice cream is one of the girls' favorite sweets. Biting into the scoop of ice cream, La Folia showed a happy smile. Lulu's shop truly lives up to its reputation as Genbu Island's most famous ice cream. This sweet and sour strawberry flavor is wonderful. I'm glad you like it. Seeing that La Folia was also conquered by Lulu's ice cream, Vaya showed a faint smile. Feeling Vaya's gaze, La Folia brought the ice cream in her hand to Vaya's mouth. Lord Vaya, please share this ice cream with me. I bought this for you, so you should have it all. Before Vaya could finish speaking, La Folia took a bite of the ice cream and then brought her cherry lips closer. Having been forced to taste Lulu's ice cream, Vaya helplessly pushed La Folia away. La Folia, I am also a normal man. Since my fiancé is gentle and considerate towards me, as the perfect fiancé, I naturally should give you sufficient compensation. If you feel moved by me, you can do anything you want to me. After all, I am wearing your engagement ring. I haven't proposed to you yet, and the ring I gave you is not an engagement ring. Lord Vaya, after we get married, let us begin your great endeavor of world conquest by defeating the first true ancestor and the Battle King domain. La Folia ignored Vaya, showing an excited and twisted smile. I believe Lord Vaya can certainly conquer the world and become a world-class conqueror. World-class conqueror. La Folia's words gave Vaya a hypothesis. If I conquer the entire world, perhaps I can unlock a new class called the World Conqueror. Lord Vaya. Vaya came back to his senses, placed his right hand on La Folia's head, and gave her a head pat. La Folia, if I make world conquest my goal, perhaps I really should consider marrying you. With Vaya no longer refusing to marry her, La Folia's small face showed the smile of a victor. Even if you don't have the ambition to conquer the world, I will still become your wife. Western District of Genbu Island. A bustling commercial street complete with specialty stores, restaurants, and movie theaters. La Folia stood gracefully before Vaya, a blush of shyness appearing on her delicate face, which was as beautiful as a goddess. Lord Vaya, since these are the clothes you chose for me, are you moved by the way I look now? At this moment, La Folia was wearing a light blue short dress with a white belt cinched at the waist, and white sandals on her legs beneath the skirt, perfectly matching the style of Genbu Island, the perpetually summer isle. No. Hearing Vaya's reply, La Folia immediately hugged his right arm and whined playfully. What I want to hear is you praising my beauty and cuteness. Just as Vaya tried to push La Folia away, a familiar figure caught his attention. At that moment, a man with messy long hair, wearing a white robe similar to a researcher's and worn jeans, walked over from the other side of the commercial street. Behind this man were two girls, one with pure white long hair, whose face and figure were extremely similar to Esteluti's, wearing a pure white dress, and the other was Esteluti herself, wearing a maid outfit. Esteluti. Vaya proactively walked up to the three and questioned them. Why are you here? The three stopped, and Esteluti said expressionlessly, providing answer. Lord Puppeteer is one of the creators and wishes to make adjustments to me. What exactly is Teacher Neu doing? Vaya couldn't help but complain. If she's supposed to be your guardian, she should be protecting your safety. The man, whom Esteluti called the Puppeteer, said with half-closed eyes, Could you please not interfere with me? You are the Puppeteer, Sakari Dodo Andrit. La Folia stated the Puppeteer's identity. In your pursuit of eternal artwork, you killed over 200 humans and demons through illegal experiments, with the number of homunculus victims being more than 10 times that. Why has such a notorious magical criminal like you come to Genbu Island? Broken doll, are you Princess Lavria Lihavane of the Aldikia Kingdom? The doll master's gaze turned toward Lavria. The reason I came to Genbu Island was because the exorcist Rudolf Ostash hired me to adjust homunculi. Under the patronage of the exorcist lord, I completed 2 supreme masterpieces. One is the homunculus Esteluti, who possesses a lifespan tens of times longer than humans, and the other is the mechanized homunculus with a mechanical skeleton, Svetlanita, the world's only living doll. To actually perform mechanical modifications on a homunculus, you truly are an incorrigible magical criminal. Lavria glanced at Svetlanita, who was entirely clad in white, with a look of pity. Doll Master, I shall judge you in the name of Lavria Lihavane. The doll master revealed a mocking smile. To call me a magical criminal, mortals truly cannot comprehend my talent for creating eternity. Vaya stared blankly at Svetlanita and questioned her. You think fusing a life form with machinery constitutes eternity? That's right. The doll master said proudly. Even though Esteluti possesses a lifespan of several thousand years under my adjustments, I still feel she is a flawed life form. Svetlanita, who can exist forever as a mechanized homunculus, is the perfect companion I poured my heart into creating. After saying this, the doll master embraced Svetlanita's waist. Svetlanita leaned into the doll master's embrace, appearing like a human girl who had accepted her identity as the doll master's companion. Vaya continued to inquire. If you think Esteluti is flawed, why did you take her? Esteluti and Svetlanita are sisters born at the same time. The doll master's gaze turned toward Svetlanita's body. After Svetlanita's living cells necrotize, Esteluti's body will be the best source of spare parts for Svetlanita. Remember the fastest novel site on the whole network, Read books on 101 kks. Calm, awesome. That is truly strange. Hearing the doll master's reply, Vaya couldn't help but laugh. Doll master, since you claim Svetlanita is the perfect companion of eternity, why does Svetlanita need Astaluti's body as spare parts? Since Svetlanita's living cells will necrotize, your belief that she can exist eternally is merely a lie you tell yourself. While Astaluti cannot exist eternally, she has a lifespan of several thousand years. For humans whose history is only a few thousand years long, Astaluti is closer to true eternity. Astaluti, closer to eternity. The doll master looked at Astaluti, his expression full of doubt. Just then, Svetlanita used transparent threads to pull a large suitcase toward her. After the lid opened, two mechanical dolls with blade-like limbs walked out of the suitcase. Hercilia, Shada, activate at combat power, begin integrated calculation, execute. Receiving Svetlanita's command, the two mechanical dolls began to activate. Svetlanita had acted without authorization. The doll master stared wide-eyed at his doll in shock. Svetlanita, why are you doing this? Svetlanita said expressionlessly. Doll Master Lord said I am the eternity masterpiece you created. The opponent denies my eternity, so I believe they must be eliminated. You are acting of your own will. Watching the rampaging Svetlanita, the doll master felt even greater fear, as he disliked the feeling of a doll escaping his control. At this moment, the two mechanical dolls began attacking Vaya and Lavria. This is truly a great opportunity. Lavria shielded Vaya behind her, raised her left hand, and gave the command. Connect. Buzz. As the dragon scale ring shone with white gold divine light, the space around Lavria began to twist. The two mechanical dolls crashed into the twisted space and were immediately repelled backward by it. Immediately after, Lavria's body vanished from the twisted space. When Lavria reappeared, her body released an endless torrent of divine energy, and 10 white wings, symbolizing her identity as an angel, sprouted from her back. An angel. The doll master stared wide-eyed at Lavria in disbelief. Hede tahothe. Feeling her own power, Lavria burst into laughter. Is this the power of an angel? With this strength, I can certainly fight the world's strongest true ancestor vampire. Seeing that the two mechanical dolls were still executing Svetlanita's attack command, Lavria waved her right hand, and the torrent of divine energy transformed into two giant serpents rushing toward the mechanical dolls. Under the impact of the torrent of divine energy, the metal bodies of the two mechanical dolls instantly collapsed, shattering into thousands of fragments scattered on the ground. After destroying the two mechanical dolls, Lavria's gaze fell upon Svetlanita. Whether as a homunculus or a mechanical doll, you should not attack humans without authorization, so I will destroy you. Svetlanita leaped up without fear, manipulating transparent threads in midair to attack Lavria. Lavria instantly condensed divine energy into 4 light swords, then manipulated the light swords to fly toward Svetlanita. The next instant, the 4 light swords severed Svetlanita's limbs. Bang! Svetlanita's body crashed to the ground and immediately appealed to the doll master for help. Doll Master Lord, please repair my body. You want me to repair you? The doll master showed an expression twisted with rage. Svetlanita, you are completely scrapped. Acting without my command, you are a failure that doesn't even count as a doll. Astaluti is my beloved perfect companion. She possesses a lifespan of several thousand years, which is equivalent to eternity for humans. Most importantly, Astaluti is a true doll. She won't run wild like a failure such as you. Seeing the doll master standing behind the expressionless Astaluti, Svetlanita showed a look of astonishment. I'm being scrapped, I'm not. The perfect companion, refusal to scrap, refusal to scrap. I am the supreme masterpiece of eternity, your companion, your betrayal, I refuse to accept it. Svetlanita, refusing to be scrapped, suddenly lunged from the ground toward Astaluti. Seeing blade-like equipment spring from Svetlanita's body, Astaluti did not react. Because having lost her familiars, she was merely a homunculus with a lifespan of several thousand years. completely lacking the strength and speed to fight Svetlanita. At the critical moment, Vaya used the Origin Magic World movement to appear beside Astaluti, holding her and dodging Svetlanita's blades. Then, the blade swung by Svetlanita pierced the doll master's heart. Svetlanita, you actually... The doll master stared at Svetlanita in disbelief, unable to accept that he was being killed by the doll he created himself. After killing the doll master, Svetlanita looked at Astaluti. I'll kill you, I must kill you. Blue feather light onion. Looking at Svetlanita, who was filled with killing intent toward her, Astardi wore a puzzled expression. Why do you want to kill me? You and I, we are sisters born at the same time. Affirmative, you and I are sisters. Only you. Svetlanita roared. You are the only one who attained happiness. This is too despicable, unacceptable, refusal to accept. I am the doll master's supreme masterpiece. You are just a discarded failure, fit only to be my spare parts. That is an emotion called jealousy. Accompanied by a ripple in space, Nangong Natsuki's figure appeared beside Svetlanita. Svetlanita, as a doll, you are indeed a failure. But as a human, you have passed. Because you committed the crime of murdering the doll master, I am now going to send you into the prison barrier. Refusal to accept, requesting more time, I must destroy the failure. Swish, swish, 2 silver chains appeared out of thin air, binding Svetlanita's body, then ignored her will and transported her to an unknown space. Disconnect. Transforming back from her angel form to human, La Folia walked in front of Nangong Natsuki with a joyful expression. Witch of the Void, Nangong Natsuki, all the ordinary people in the shopping street have vanished. It seems you have deployed a repulsion barrier. Nangong Natsuki looked up at La Folia. Princess La Folia, what are you so happy about? Not having to worry about Miss Natsuki becoming my love rival. Isn't that something worth being happy about? You. Having her charm as a woman denied by La Folia, a flash of anger appeared on Nangong Natsuki's face. I am different from a certain shameless princess who actively pursues men. Even if Vaya Helios pursued me, I would not accept. After all, Vaya is Miss Natsuki's student. HMPH. Nangong Natsuki gave a tsundere snort, then questioned Vaya. You skipped class on the first day of school just to go on a date with Princess La Folia. I have already applied for withdrawal. Your withdrawal application was not accepted, so your status is still a student of Seikai Academy. Teacher Natsuki, let's change the subject. Vaya looked down at Astardi. You are supposed to be Astardi's guardian. You should be protecting her safety. Why did she fall into the hands of the doll master? I deliberately let Astardi act alone to catch the doll master. But I have been monitoring Astardi's condition the whole time. Even without your appearance, Astardi would not have been harmed. You actually used Astardi to lure out the doll master. This was a plan that Astardi voluntarily assisted with. Hearing Nangong Natsuki's words, Astardi nodded. Affirmative. Thinking that it was because of him that Astardi had lost her familiar beast's Rose's finger, Vaya took a dragon scale ring out of his item space. Astardi, I want you to possess the power to protect yourself. Would you be willing to accept this ring? Astardi wore a shaken expression. Question, a ring is a symbol of marriage. Are we to enter into a marital relationship? Not expecting Astardi to ask such a question, Vaya widened his eyes in surprise. Astardi, are you willing to marry me? You are my savior who resurrected me, so I must repay the debt. Have I added another love rival? La Folia came before Vaya and Astardi, asking with a smile. Miss Astardi, will you compete with me for the position of primary wife? No. As my thanks to you, I, in my capacity as primary wife, allow you to become Vaya's concubine. As their conversation ended, Nangong Natsuki mocked Vaya. Not only Yace Kanon, Himeragi Yukina, and Princess La Folia, you guy actually won't even let Astardi go. Don't misunderstand. Vaya explained while putting the ring on Astardi's left ring finger. To me, Yukina and Kanon are like young sisters. I wouldn't consider little girls as marriage partners. I gave the ring to Astardi only because I want her to have the power to protect herself. You don't deny your relationship with Princess La Folia. La Folia is already of marriageable age. I am indeed considering the matter of marrying her." As soon as Vaya finished speaking, La Folia happily threw herself into Vaya's arms. "Vaya, I am so happy. Becoming the target of your first kiss was indeed the perfect plan to conquer you. You two idiot lovers, this is not your world for two." Nangong Natsuki grabbed Astardi with dissatisfaction and took her away using space movement. Evening. Vaya returned to Adelaide Monastery alone. "Vaya, I have now checked into the hotel at Keystone Gate. If you don't have anything else to do, let's continue our date tomorrow." Facing La Folia's date invitation, Vaya refused directly. "La Folia, I have absolutely no interest in shopping." After saying this, Vaya hung up the phone. Because if their conversation continued, La Folia would definitely decide on her own to continue the date tomorrow. Walking into the courtyard outside Adelaide Monastery, Vaya saw a young girl wearing the Sekai Academy female uniform crouching on the ground, interacting with several kittens surrounding her. Because her long black hair was tied into a single ponytail, seeing her back, Vaya knew she was not Himeragi Yukina or Yace Kanon. "Who are you?" Hearing Vaya's voice, the girl's whole body stiffened first. Then she turned around and stood up under Vaya's gaze. This was a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, with the temperament of a literary girl. Although she looked unremarkable, she had a beautiful face that would not lose to Yace Kanon or Himeragi Yukina at all. Looking at the image of the girl in front of him, Vaya immediately thought of the head of the 3 saints of the Lion King organization, Shizuri Kiyomi. "Are you Shizuri?" Just as Vaya opened his mouth, the girl questioned him in a voice that ruined her image. "Why didn't you come to school today?" "Who are you?" "You don't recognize me." The girl stared at Vaya with wide, incredulous eyes. Vaya nodded. "You can think that I have amnesia, or you can think that I am not the Vaya Helios you knew in the past. Is this the excuse you found for yourself?" A cold smile appeared on the girl's face. "Since you have amnesia, then I will introduce myself. I am Aba Asagi." "Witch of Cain." Looking at the literary girl image of Aba Asagi, Vaya was full of doubt. "What is our relationship?" Aba Asagi turned and looked at Adelaide Monastery. "The Adelaide Monastery incident 5 years ago caused you to be hospitalized, where you met me, who was visiting my mother, so we have been friends for 5 years. Cain, the God of Misfortune." Before the incident 5 years ago, Adelaide Monastery was once a welfare institution that adopted many orphans. When the incident occurred 5 years ago, only Yace Kanon, who possessed the spiritual power of the highest-ranking witch and was secretly protected by Kenzo Haze, did not suffer any harm in this event. Although Vaya Helios was one of the survivors of the incident, he received nearly fatal injuries and was treated in the hospital for a year. Recalling the information Yace Kanon had told him, Vaya revealed a playful smile on his face. "Aba Asagi, do you like me?" A shy blush appeared on Aba Asagi's fair, small face. "Don't think nonsense. I have always regarded you as a normal friend." Aba Asagi denied it directly, and Vaya continued to speak. "Since we are only normal friends, why are you so concerned about me?" Aba Asagi widened her eyes in a daze, because she really couldn't think of a reason for her concern for Vaya. Although she looked like a very unremarkable literary girl, she was not lacking in friends. Her classmate and class monitor Tsukishima Lun, her childhood friend Yace Matoki, and Akatsuki Kaju, whom she met through Yace Matoki, were all good friends of hers. "I don't even like Vaya, so why am I so concerned about Vaya? Even if we are just normal friends, I can still be concerned about you." Barely managing to say this reason, Aba Asagi turned around as if to flee. "Since your body has no problems, you must go to school tomorrow." After saying this, Aba Asagi jogged away from the observation park. As Aba Asagi's figure disappeared into the distance, Vaya immediately took out his mobile phone. "Cain." Vaya called out the name of Sin God Cain to his mobile phone. The next instant, a cartoon doll with a blue body and jagged, shark-like teeth appeared on Vaya's mobile phone screen. "White Dragon God Emperor Vaya Helios, since this is our first meeting, I must introduce myself. Although I can indeed be called Cain, Miss Asagi has given me the new name, Mogwai. Aba Asagi is the witch of Cain. Vaya directly questioned the Mogwai. She came to find me because you are manipulating her. The Mogwai did not deny it. Because you are currently hindering my plan, I will naturally be concerned about you. Your plan. Vaya recalled the information about sin god Cain. In the ancient era thousands of years ago, there was a clan of gods who manipulated divine power and called themselves the Heavenly Clan, dominating the earth and all life. They not only had long lifespans, but also possessed regenerative abilities that made them nearly immortal. It is said that many races, including beastmen, giants, fairies, and fishmen, were creations of the Heavenly Clan. The Heavenly Clan, capable of creating life like gods, had only two weaknesses. Their first weakness was that they had to consume human blood to maintain their own lives and divine power. Their second weakness was that their bodies could not be exposed to sunlight. Cain was of the royal family of the Heavenly Clan. He not only possessed divine power that surpassed everyone else's, but also created the forbidden spell, Holy Annihilation, which could change the rules of the world. The first progenitor Forgotten War King, the second progenitor Extinction Eye, and the third progenitor Chaos Princess, who now dominate the world, were not only Cain's close friends in the ancient era, but also Heavenly Clan warriors whose divine power was second only to Cain's. At that time, the Heavenly Clan not only dominated the Earth, but also utilized a spatial corridor called the Otherworld to wage war on another planet, Elsur, which was guarded by the dragon race. Possessing Holy Annihilation, which could change the rules of the world, Cain could have originally led the Heavenly Clan to defeat all enemies and turn both Earth and the other planet, Elsur, into territory of the Heavenly Clan. But, as a royal of the Heavenly Clan, Cain not only refused to help the Heavenly Clan defeat the enemy, but also wanted to end the Heavenly Clan's rule over the Earth. With the support of the first progenitor Forgotten War King, the second progenitor Extinction Eye, and the third progenitor Chaos Princess, Cain used Holy Annihilation to turn them into the world's strongest vampires, the True Ancestors. After the three True Ancestors incorporated the familiar beasts summoned by the Heavenly Clan into themselves, the era of the Heavenly Clan dominating the world came to a complete end. The three True Ancestors, transformed from the three most powerful warriors of the Heavenly Clan, ushered in a new era where the three True Ancestors dominated the world. In order to take revenge on the traitor, the sin god Cain, and to reclaim the 6,452 familiar beast warheads that Cain had sealed in the Otherworld, the Heavenly Clan created an artificial vampire true ancestor named the fourth progenitor. Perhaps it was to atone for his sins. Cain voluntarily allowed himself to be killed by the fourth progenitor and closed the gate of the Otherworld, forcing the survivors of the Heavenly Clan to abandon their ambition to seize the 6,452 familiar beast warheads and dominate the world once again. Thousands of years later, the four clans known as the descendants of the god of blame, Yase, Hito, Genbu, and Aba, created Genbu Island, an altar to resurrect the sin god Cain. As if he had anticipated his resurrection thousands of years later, Cain saved his personality and memories as binary data. Now, the data left behind by Cain has been resurrected as the Mogwai, the embodiment of the 5 supercomputers that control all the urban functions of Genbu Island. Cain, your plan must be to prevent the descendants of the Heavenly Clan from seizing the 6,452 familiar beast warheads sealed in the Otherworld. That's correct. The Mogwai on the mobile phone screen performed a nodding action. If the descendants of the Heavenly Clan obtain the 6,452 familiar beast warheads, even the 3 True Ancestors would be unable to stop the descendants of the Heavenly Clan from dominating the world. Genbu Island is now my territory, and I will not allow the descendants of the Heavenly Clan to use the Keystone Gate to open the Otherworld. Vaya looked at the Mogwai with a faint smile. Now your plan can stop. As expected of the White Dragon God Emperor. The Mogwai let out a strange laugh. It seems you already know that stopping the descendants of the Heavenly Clan is not my true plan. Your true plan is to save the hosts of the 6,452 familiar beasts. The 6,452 artificial vampire girls sleeping in the other world, right? That is exactly right. The Mogwai did not deny it. In my plan, this was originally the mission of the fourth progenitor, Akatsuki Kaju. Because your appearance has hindered Akatsuki Kaju's growth, I hope you can take responsibility and save the 6,452 artificial vampire girls in the other world. As a reward, I will give you this Genbu Island and my witch, Aba Asagi, to help you establish a dragon empire that is not inferior to the three true ancestors. You want to help me establish a dragon empire. Cain, if my goal is to conquer the entire world and become a world conqueror, would you be willing to support me as well? You want to conquer the world. The Mogwai's tone was full of confusion. A god like you shouldn't have any interest in conquering the world. You came to save me. Vaya wanted to level up his new class, World Conqueror, but that was obviously a reason he couldn't tell Mogwai. Cain, I have reasons why I must conquer the world. If you won't support me in conquering the world, then become my enemy. Your holy annihilation can alter the rules of the world, turning inanimate objects into living beings. Creating a body for yourself should be an easy task for you. Mogwai on the phone screen gave a wry smile. You really are a battle junkie beyond my imagination. Not only are you challenging the three true ancestors, but you won't even let a dead soul like me, who died thousands of years ago, off the hook. If the plan to save the 6,452 artificial vampire girls cannot proceed, I will consider resurrection. After saying this, Mogwai disappeared from Vaya's phone screen. Senpai. Hearing Himeragi Yukina's call, Vaya turned around and saw Himeragi Yukina walking into the monastery courtyard. After making eye contact with Vaya, Himeragi Yukina asked, full of confusion. I heard another person's voice just now. Why is there only you here, senpai? Vaya showed Himeragi Yukina his phone. Yukina, the other voice you heard just now came from the phone. Himeragi Yukina's eyes widened in surprise. So you were talking to a friend on your phone, senpai? He is not my friend. Vaya looked toward the Keystone Gate with an expectant gaze. I want to make him my enemy. Genbu Island West District. The high-end residential area near the Keystone Gate. Night had fallen, and Aber Asagi was walking home slowly. Young miss, are you trying not to go home? Hearing Mogwai's question, Aba Asagi looked down at the blue cartoon character on her phone screen. Mogwai, you know the reason I don't want to go home. It's because of your stepmother, right? Mogwai's tone was somewhat helpless. Your stepmother is clearly a good person. It's precisely because she's a good person that I don't want to be taken care of by her. Aba Asagi's large red eyes began to glisten with tears. I will never let anyone replace Mom's place in my heart, so my stepmother's concern and care only make me feel guilty. Seeing a teardrop slide down Aba Asagi's cheek, Mogwai immediately said, Young miss, let's change the subject. What topic do you want to talk to me about? The young miss is at the age for romance. Between Yase Matoki, Akatsuki Kaju, and Vaya Helios, which one do you like more? Mogwai, are you teasing me? Aba Asagi said, blushing with annoyance. Kitsugi is already dating senior Hinako Kuyo, so it's impossible for him and me. The young miss is really dense. Mogwai gave a mischievous smile. That Hinako Kuyo wears glasses and acts like a literary girl. She's clearly imitating you, young miss, even though Yase Matoki is dating Hinako Kuyo. The person he truly likes is you, his childhood friend, not Hinako Kuyo, whom he only started dating 3 months ago. To me, Kitsugi is just an ordinary childhood friend. Then let's exclude him. Between the remaining 2 boys, which one do you like more, young miss? Aba Asagi lowered her head and began to think about this question seriously. The reason she met Akatsuki Kaju was through her childhood friend, Yase Matoki. Because they have known each other for 4 years, Akatsuki Kaju is now her true friend. But their relationship is merely friends. The reason she met Vaya was because of her mother, who was hospitalized with an illness 5 years ago. Although they have known each other for 5 years, Vaya is also just an ordinary friend to her. Mogwai, I have absolutely no thoughts of romance right now. Boom! Just as Aba Asagi finished speaking, she saw a light sword descend from the sky, cracking the road ahead. The light sword crumbled and vanished. Aba Asagi looked up at the night sky with curiosity and saw 2 girls with ugly black wings on their backs, wearing black metal masks and deep blue hospital gowns, fighting in the night sky. Black wings, are those fallen angels? Adelaide Monastery. Vaya and Himeragi Yukina were busy in the kitchen. Watching Vaya skillfully chopping vegetables, Himeragi Yukina pouted in dissatisfaction. Senpai, this is clearly my job alone. Yukina, I can't always be taken care of by you. If you do this, Senpai, I will feel very shy. Shy? The 2 of us cooking in the kitchen feels just like a newlywed couple. A newlywed couple. Vaya turned his head to look at Himeragi Yukina's flushed face. Yukina, to me, you and Kanon are like 2 little sisters, so you should feel like we are siblings. Senpai is not my older brother, and I don't want to be Senpai's little sister. Himeragi Yukina's tone was full of bashful annoyance. Are you angry? I'm not angry. Himeragi Yukina explained. It's just that you are too dense, Senpai, and don't understand my true feelings. I'm not a girl, so of course I wouldn't understand your thoughts. After Vaya complained in his heart, he suddenly sensed 2 fluctuations of divine energy appearing on Genbu Island. Seeing the change in Vaya's expression, Himeragi Yukina immediately asked, Senpai, is there another incident happening on Genbu Island? Vaya nodded. There are 2 artificial angels fighting in the west district of Genbu Island, and I'm going to stop them. Artificial angels? Himeragi Yukina's eyes widened in surprise. Since Kanon-chan was turned into a true angel by you, Senpai, her father, Kenzo Haze, should have no reason to continue this project. Genbu Island West District. The figures of Vaya and Himeragi Yukina appeared on the roof of a high-end residential building. Seeing 2 artificial angels wielding light swords and fighting in the night sky, Himeragi Yukina's expression was full of gravity. It really is an artificial angel. Accompanied by the battle between the 2 artificial angels, beams of light swords were thrown toward the ground by them. Vaya looked down at the street and saw Aba Asagi running on the street, approaching the landing point of a light sword. Before Aba Asagi could be hit by the light sword, Vaya used the Origin Magic World movement to appear in front of her. Bang! Aba Asagi, who was running forward, crashed into Vaya. She looked up in confusion, just in time to see the light sword falling, and she closed her eyes in fear, hugging Vaya. A moment later, Aba Asagi, let go of me. Hearing Vaya's voice, Aba Asagi slowly opened her eyes and saw the light sword descending from the sky being blocked by an invisible barrier, the world's severance barrier. Having calmed down, Aba Asagi immediately realized that she was holding onto Vaya like she was hugging a lover. Kaya. Shyly separating from Vaya, Aba Asagi turned around, back to Vaya, and asked, Why are you here? Vaya replied expressionlessly, If I hadn't come over, you would definitely have been hit by the light sword just now. In other words, you came over to save me. Vaya did not deny it. Aba Asagi, since you have been dragged into this incident, I happen to want to prove a fact to you. Artificial angels. Under Asagi AI's gaze, which was filled with confusion, Vaya raised his right hand and aimed it at the 2 artificial angels in the night sky. World Severance Barrier. The next instant, a massive spherical barrier enveloped the 2 artificial angels, severing their connection to the high-dimensional space known as the Heavenly Realm. Losing the support of divine energy from the Heavenly Realm, the black wings behind the 2 artificial angels collapsed and vanished, and they fell from the sky, landing in front of Vaya and Asagi AI. Seeing the scene, Asagi AI's eyes widened in shock. Are you the one controlling these 2 fallen angels? I only severed their connection to the Heavenly Realm. I am not the one controlling them. Just as Vaya finished speaking, Nagatsuki Nanami arrived before Vaya and Asagi AI, bringing Himeki Yukina with her. Vaya Helias, hand those 2 artificial angels over to me. Hearing Teacher Naeg's request, Vaya refused expressionlessly. Teacher Naeg, the artificial angel technology comes from Kanon's adoptive father, Kenzo Haze, so I should be the one to resolve this matter. Then you must give me a satisfactory result. After stating her requirement, Nagatsuki Nanami turned her gaze toward Asagi AI. Do you need your teacher to take you home? Asagi AI shook her head. Teacher Naeg, I want Vaya to take me home. This fellow has already given engagement rings to 4 girls. Do you really want to become his 5th wife? Engagement ring. Asagi AI's gaze shifted to the ring finger of Himeki Yukina's left hand. This child is a junior from the middle school division, right? I remember her name is Himeki Yukina. Is the ring on her hand the engagement ring you gave her? Yukina's ring was indeed given to her by me. Seeing Asagi AI's disappointed expression, Vaya continued. Yukina is like a younger sister to me. I gave her the ring to enhance her strength. I didn't mean it as a marriage proposal. Asaga-senpai, I am Himeki Yukina. It is a pleasure to meet you. Remember the fastest novel site on the web, 101 Kanshu. Come for a wide collection of books for your reading pleasure. Himeki Yukina bowed politely to Asagi AI. Senpai is not my brother, and I am not Senpai's sister. Understanding the relationship between Vaya and Himeki Yukina, Asagi AI's face immediately broke into a sweet smile. So that's the kind of relationship you have. Asagi AI, you should understand by now that Yukina and I are not ordinary humans. Vaya introduced himself to Asagi AI. I am the White Dragon God Emperor, and Yukina is the Sword Witch, the highest-ranking priestess trained by the Lion King organization. Asagi AI showed an expression of disbelief. Are you truly the White Dragon God Emperor, who recreated the southeastern area of Genbu Island after it sank into the sea? But the Vaya I know should be an ordinary person just like me. Now you suspect I am not the real Vaya Helias. Asagi AI did not deny it. I am indeed not the Vaya you know, so do not come looking for me again in the future. After saying this, Vaya used world movement to teleport Himeki Yukina and the 2 artificial angels away. North District of Genbu Island. In this area, where various corporations and research institutes were located, there was a robot manufacturing company called Madaushi Kusoku. Kenzo Haze happened to serve as the director of the research department at Madaushi Kusoku. So he and Canon Haze lived in the employee dormitories of Madaushi Kusoku. The dormitory building of Madaushi Kusoku. Apartment 204. Canon Haze walked out of the kitchen and happened to see Vaya, Himeki Yukina, and 2 strange girls appear in the living room. Brother Yukina-chan. Recovering from her surprise, Canon Haze asked excitedly, Are you here to play with me? Before Vaya could speak, Himeki Yukina lunged into Vaya's arms and covered his eyes with both hands. Senpai, hurry and close your eyes. Canon-chan, are you going swimming? Sorry. Canon Haze shyly walked toward her room. Because I'm the only one home tonight, I was being a bit casual. A moment later, wearing a gray dress, Canon Haze returned to the living room and asked while looking at the 2 strange girls. Brother Yukina-chan, who are these 2 girls? Canon-chan, they are artificial angels. Himeki Yukina looked at Canon Haze with a serious expression. Is your father, Kenzo Haze, still continuing the artificial angel project? Yukina-chan, father has completely abandoned the artificial angel project. Canon Haze looked at the 2 artificial angels with pitying eyes. The people currently pushing the artificial angel project should be the actual manager of Madaushi Kusoku, Beatrice Bassler, and her subordinate, Reiki Kirishima. Himeki Yukina showed a confused expression. What is their reason for pushing the artificial angel project? Father told me that Madaushi Kusoku's current business situation is a bit dire. Beatrice is pushing the artificial angel project to sell the artificial angels as weapons. Conducting the artificial angel project is already a criminal act, and yet they still want to build a peaceful order. Himeki Yukina's small face was full of anger. Canon-chan, please tell me where the laboratory for the Artificial Angel Project at Madoushi Kusoku is located. Sorry, I don't know much about Madoushi Kusoku. I know where their laboratory for the Artificial Angel Project is located. Heimki Yukina and Kanon Hayes turned their gazes to Vaya, who continued speaking. Madoushi Kusoku has a commercial cargo ship named the Amagosa, anchored in the northern waters of Genbu Island, and they have also leased a small island in even more distant waters. If I haven't guessed wrong, the laboratory for the Artificial Angel Project is on that small island. Senpai, please use space transfer, magic to take me to that island. World move. Just as Vaya was about to use world movement, Kanon Hayes lunged into Vaya's arms and hugged him. Brother, I want to go too. The small island named Goldfish Bowl by Madoushi Kusoku was a crescent-shaped island with its center covered by a green forest. Vaya used world movement to take Heimki Yukina and Kanon Hayes to the beach of this island, where they immediately saw over a dozen artificial angels fighting in the night sky above the island. To think there are so many artificial angels. Heimki Yukina's eyes widened in disbelief. Kanon Hayes showed a sorrowful expression. These girls are all victims of the Artificial Angel Project proposed by Father. Ara. Accompanied by a mocking voice, Beatrice, who had bright golden long hair and was wearing a deep red bodysuit and high heels, walked over with Reiki Kirishima. Look what we've discovered. The most successful experimental subject of the Artificial Angel Project, Kanon Hayes, and the Sword Witch of the Lion King organization. It's good that you've come. I'm going to capture you and use clones of you high-ranking priestesses to create the most excellent artificial angels. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.